Before we start, I request all the participants to please keep your mobile phones in silent mode.
Good morning to one and all present here. On behalf of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Institute of Technology, Sri Vijaya Puram, it is our proud privilege to welcome esteemed dignitaries, respected faculty members, head of institution, researchers, students, and all invited guests to this one-day AI summit and workshop.
Today's program, centered on artificial intelligence for inclusive growth, reflects how AI is no longer a technology of the future but a powerful tool of the present, shaping education, governance, healthcare, research, and sustainable development, especially for regions like the Andaman and Nicobar Islands.
To formally begin the program, we respectfully invite our esteemed dignitaries to kindly come forward and take their seats on the dais.
May we first invite our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Aprup Das, Director, Indian Council of Medical Research, Sri Vijaya Puram, to kindly grace the dais.
We next invite Professor Dr. Shanmugh Karmam, workshop patron and principal B.R. Ambedkar Institution of Technology, to kindly take her seat on the dais. Thank you, ma'am and sir.
We are honored to invite our distinguished speaker, Professor Dr. Mansaf Alam, Jamia Millia Islamia University, New Delhi.
May we invite the workshop coordinators, Dr. Manu Vashish sir and Miss T. Diana Jocelyn, on behalf of Dr. E. Muthukumaran sir, to occupy the dais, please. Thank you, ma'am and sir.
As a mark of respect, warmth, and the rich cultural heritage of the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, we now proceed with a traditional welcome. We respectfully invite our principal and workshop patron, Professor Dr. Shanmugh ma'am, to felicitate our chief guest, Dr. Aprup Das, with token of respect representing the local tradition featuring GI tagged coconut oil and the Nicobari hut, reflecting the culture and love of these islands. Thank you, ma'am.
The program will now commence with traditional lighting of the lamp, symbolizing the triumph of knowledge over ignorance and the beginning of an auspicious academic gathering.
We respectfully invite all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly participate in the lamp lighting ceremony.
आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः रूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषा
Invite our distinguished speaker, Professor Dr. Mansur Palam, Jamia Millia Islamia University, New Delhi.
To formally welcome the gathering and outline the objective of today's program, we invite Dr. Manu Vashist sir to deliver the welcome address. Sir, kindly take the podium.
Respected chief guest of today's AI Pre-Summit 2026 program, Dr. Aparup Das, Director ICMR and Scientist G. Distinguished speakers, one of the speakers is physically present among us, Professor Dr. Alam sir, and Head of the Department of ISRO, well-known person among us, Mr. Devdas Paik sir, and honorable dignitaries, distinguished speakers which are attached with us in online mode, esteemed faculty members, all the head of the departments, dear students, all the participants, coordinators, team from Doordarshan media, and we are very pleased one entrepreneur from AI sector is also among us. So we wholeheartedly welcome you for this AI Pre-Summit 2026. So this is a state level pre-summit event, uh, which is graciously sponsored by Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. So you must be wondering why this summit now and why this summit is so important. So as we know that there is a history of human evolution, everything's get evolves, the technologies is getting evolved. So government is planning to host a very big event in Delhi known as AI Summit. It's a pre-summit. AI Summit in Delhi from 16 to 20 of February under Bharat Mandapam. So government vision is inclusivity, that not only metropolitan cities of this country get the benefit of latest technology, the remotest part of this country like Andaman Nicobar, Northeast, Leh Ladakh, they also get beneficial. So they planned a pre-summit program so that all these this isolated part also get benefited and get connected into the mainstream. So very recently, in very short period of time, ministry has sent mail to principal madam that Andaman Nicobar is left behind, and almost 99% things like some states of Northeast and Leh Ladakh is remaining. So will it be possible for your end to conduct a pre-summit in very short period of time, hardly 5 to 6 days we have, and we have to submit the proposal, we have to give the list, we have to contact the speakers, book them, their flights, arrangement, blah, 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 all these things. So anyway, so by the help of our whole institute, whole DBRAIT family, today we are witnessing that the pre-summit is happening in Andaman Nicobar. So for that, I congratulate all of you on behalf of DBRAIT. So this is a island. So our problem is also island specific. We faces unique challenges like distance, connectivity, logistic, limited access to specialized services. But one hand, these are the challenges, but they also opens a unique opportunity to serve in this area by the help of computer applications like telemedicine and digital healthcare we can get here also. Smart education and skill development, e-governance, citizen services, disaster management, local entrepreneurship and startups. So these summits will, I hope, will serve the role of the government of inclusivity and our path towards the Viksit Bharat, which we have dreamed in 2000 for 2047. And as I told everyone, the technology, the imbibation of any technology by human race is very fast. It took almost 10 years of time when the internet developed, and it touches the most of the global population, 10 years. And the discovery of AI, when it comes into the picture, it's hardly took less than a 3 year of time, and now it is among us. We are using. So AI is not a future. So AI is current. We are using it. And as soon as we will embrace the technology, we will get benefited. The bird who early feeds, those who wakes early get the feeds, and those who comes later, they have to go barren hand. So all of you are sitting in this conference hall of DBRAIT are the first stakeholders of government vision, which is going to happening in after 3-4 days. So I congratulate all of you. And in today's program, by the help of different speakers, we will be able to come to know that some short demos also, AI in education, AI in community media, AI in e-governance and healthcare. So in conclusion, once again, I welcome warmly all of you to be present here. I hope this AI Impact Pre-Summit 2026 will inspire ideas among students. It will also generate platform for the collaboration between inter-university, the academia, industry, collaboration, innovation, and collectively strengthen our journey towards the development of inclusive and Viksit Bharat. Thank you all. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for the warm welcome and for the static context of today's workshop. We now invite our workshop patron and principal Professor Dr. Shanmugh Kaur ma'am to address the gathering. A brief profile of Madam before she starts. Professor Dr. Shanmugh Kaur ma'am received M.Tem degree in Electronics and Communication Engineering from PEC University of Technology, Chandigarh. She did her PhD from Thapar University, Patiala in July 2015. She has more than 23 years of experience teaching UG and PG students at reputed educational institutions, including Thapar University, Patiala. She has guided 5 research scholars and many PG students leading to PhD and MTech respectively. She has filed 10 patents, authored more than 61 papers in international SCI and Scopus Index Journal, and several papers in national and international conference and journals. She has been included in the top 2% scientist list, Stanford University from year 2022, 2024 and 2025, compiled in the collaboration with Elsevier. She has also been selected by DST for participating and travel support for attending 4 Days Women in Space and Allied Science Leadership Program under UK India Education and Research Institution for 18 to 21 September 2025 at IIT Indore. Her research interests include optic fiber, optical wireless communication, optical device and circuits, FSO, optical performance estimation employing ML, hybrid RF, quantum mechanics, quantum communication through fiber and FSO links. Ma'am, the stage is yours.
Thank you, students. Dr. Apurva Das, Director ICMR, distinguished speakers and guests, principals of higher education institutions, faculty and students, a very good morning and warm welcome to the AI Impact Pre-Summit 2026. AI in India is set for a massive growth through increased productivity, automation, and innovation across sectors, including agriculture, healthcare, as well as education. The theme for India AI Impact Summit that is scheduled to be held during February 16 to 2026 is focused on shaping AI for humanity, inclusive growth, and sustainable future. If we talk about the sector specific transformations, in agriculture, AI powered tools are improving crop yields and input efficiency by 30 to 50% in regions like Andhra Pradesh and Maharashtra. In healthcare, AI applications are improving early detection of diseases like cancer and tuberculosis. Other key areas for impact and growth in the country are e-governance. The e-courts projects uses AI for court management. Similarly, India Meteorological Department utilizes AI for weather forecasting. It helps for focusing for speed, accuracy and localization even for extreme events of the weather conditions. Next is startup ecosystem. India's AI startup ecosystem is experiencing rapid growth, ranking as the world's second largest hub for generative AI startups with over 890 such firms by mid 2025. Generative AI is a type of artificial intelligence designed to create new content such as text, images, music, and even code by learning patterns from the data. Now, what are the challenges and future outlook? While many countries aspire to AI sovereignty, global AI power remains concentrated in the US and China. Basically, with these regions controlling nearly all LLMs models that have achieved a global footprint. India faces formidable challenges of developing indigenous native LLMs. So basically, LLM is an advanced AI system trained on massive data, terabytes of data, text data to understand, generate, as well as manipulate human language, like Chat GPT, which we are using, is an LLM model. But we can say that second tier of nations is emerging with India, UK, and UAE as the regions which are advancing in the key areas of AI development. Now it is important to identify the applications of artificial intelligence for inclusive growth in A&N islands, which is our theme also, in learning, research, industry, and startup opportunities. So, first of all, AI may be employed to enhance tourism experiences. AI enhances the tourism experience by providing personalized 24/7 efficient service throughput throughout the customer journey. Key applications include AI-driven chatbots for instant booking and support, augmented reality guides, and smart contactless hotel services, resulting in higher satisfaction and better operational efficiency for the providers. Second is smart island infrastructure. India and Japan are collaborating to transform the islands into smart islands. AI driven solutions for renewable energy systems, smart mobility, and disaster resilient construction need to be considered. Third one more area need to be mentioned is environmental conservation and monitoring. AI may be integrated with the Internet of Things for real time environment monitoring to protect the fragile ecosystem of the Nicobar Islands. Then we will mention, next I want to mention about a maritime project. So basically, AI, I want to mention here DBRAIT in collaboration with the Coast Guard and IITs and renowned academic institutions have submitted a project for naval vessel systems applying AI. So traditional time-based maintenance of those vessels is to be replaced with the condition-based maintenance that helps in fast decision making, cost efficiency, and operational continuity. So such kind of projects we are submitting in the collaboration of different stakeholders. Now, further area where the AI is applicable, where it is relevant to any state, any area, is AI in education. It is important. AI in education is important. I would like to mention that one of our keynote speaker is going to deliver a talk related to that. And it is important that we in curriculum also we include more AI based courses, as we should be as our curriculum should be as per the requirements of the industry. So, I hope that invited talks from leading experts in the field will provide insights into latest advancements in AI/ML models and techniques. I hope the event would be able to provide the actionable insights to the audiences and enable them to identify how AI can be integrated into various sectors in the region. Thank you all for being here today. I wish productive sessions and happy learning. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring words and continued leadership. We are privileged to invite our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Aprup Das, Director, Indian Council for Medical Research, Sri Vijaya Puram, to share his valuable thoughts and formally inaugurate the workshop. His brief profile is as follows. Dr. Aprup Das is the current director of ICMR Regional Medical Research Center, Sri Vijaya Puram. Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Previously, he was the director of ICMR National Institute of Research in Tribal Health, Jabalpur, and ICMR Center for Research in Medical Entomology in Madurai, Tamil Nadu. Dr. Das has been conferred with many national and international awards and involved in several research projects on both Drosophila and malaria models. He has authored more than 220 publications in genomic epidemiology and supervised as many as 14 PhD and more than 70 master theses. The impactful journals in which he has authored are Nature, The Lancet Infectious Diseases, The Lancet Global Health, British Medical Journal, Trends in Parasitology, among others. He has organized several national and international workshops, including two 15 days global exchange lecture courses on malaria genomics in 2010 and 2017, funded by the European Molecular Biology Organization, Germany. He is also serving as academic editor of many high impact international journals, including Nature Scientific Reports, PLOS 1, Biome Research International, Frontier Group of Journals, and many more, and regularly review manuscripts of several prestigious national and international journals of repute. Sir, kindly address the gathering.
Thank you so much, ma'am, putting together all my biodata. I think this is also AI generated somewhere. So I'm really happy to be here. Thank you, ma'am, principal ma'am, and thank you, the organizer, for having me here. I think I am the odd man out here because everyone is an engineer. I'm a biologist. I think this is my second or third meeting, facing the engineers. Because when we study and when we also work, biologists and engineers, they very rarely they meet, and I hope that the meeting will be more often because we are connected by AI. So what I think about let's understand about what is intelligence, because intelligence is one of the thing by which we are here. You are here because of your intelligence. I am here because of my intelligence. Intelligence has driven us, the personal intelligence I am saying, to grow, to do something, to be somewhere. So AI, as ma'am has also mentioned, Manuji also has mentioned that this is an artificial intelligence. So where from artificial intelligence came from? Because the intelligence from all of us, whatever we have done so far, whatever are there in the literature, are there in the internet. So people have thought that this kind of information are to be collected, and then if those information can be available in a server or in a place, and then those information can be of use to many of the people. So building up of informations of data, and then doing something or telling something which is very effective, very easy, and very in very short time we can get all this information, and incredibly smart. So the thing is that now the age is driven by technologies, research and development in every field, in science and technology, and in engineering, in biological science, in medical sciences. Everyone is driven by research and development, and this research and development data are being putting together, and then they are being used by many of the algorithms in AI, and then we can get instant information in any time in a very coordinated manner. And this is science, this is a development, this is where we are going forward, this is the present, and future will be more. But the thing is that I am an I studied evolution, human evolution, as ma'am has told, and then evolution in many of the organisms, many of the systems in the organism. Intelligence also have evolved. So if you see human, we have been evolved also. if you have seen a chimpanzee and human being, we have been separated since last 5 to 7 million years ago. And incredibly, if you see genomes of both of us, we are very pretty similar. 98.2% of the genomes are similar. So in 7 million years, the evolution has only separated 1.8% of the genome in human and chimpanzee. And if you see chimpanzee, it cannot even speak. It can produce a sound. But if you see human, we produce sound, we can speak. We can speak in a way that the other person can understand us, and information flows. So it took, and also when we started our journey as a human, as a Homo sapien from Africa, around 100,000 million years ago, 1 लाख साल पहले हम लोगों ने शुरू किया था अपना जर्नी, ढूंढते ढूंढते कि कहाँ मिले हमें खाना मिले, कहाँ बेटर प्लेस मिले. Then we are here. We entered in India probably around 50 to 70,000 years ago. And by facing issues, by facing problems, when actually we face problems, then our mind starts thinking. And that is the reason why our intelligence has grown so much, by solving issues, by solving problems. But in artificial intelligence, we are going to get everything in a platter. You ask anything, even if you do not know, you are not a biologist, I am not an engineer, but still I can ask any question of any field. I will get instant answer, which means that my mind probably will not work that much because I am not facing any problem. So with problems, evolution happened. And with problems, with food, our size of the brain also has increased. And with increased brain size, our intelligence and memory capacity also has increased. So now the time is to embrace new technologies, and artificial intelligence is something which is very bright future. By sitting somewhere in Andaman Nicobar Island also, we can get information about the whole world, what is happening, what are the news, what are the research and development happening, anything, any aspect of science or any aspect of technology, any aspect of development which is going on anywhere. So this is a wonderful platform for globalization of ideas, sharing knowledge, information. But as ma'am also has mentioned, and you also know, that there are ethics. We are no more an individual probably. If you search your name, then whatever you are, you can probably many people will know about you. So data sharing, the ethics of data sharing is a real issue, that how we put all the information together in AI platform, and then how we actually are using them. Data belong to many of the many of these state or many of the individuals research data. So if they are public, this is good, but if it has not been published and public, it is not good. And intelligence still is something which is very personalized, but artificial intelligence is also going to give you personalized information. Ma'am has mentioned about usage of artificial intelligence in tuberculosis. You will be glad to know that this is me and my team who have worked in Jabalpur, who actually had brought artificial intelligence into healthcare at that time, because we have now, it has been in the field, in the public health system, a machine which is handheld X-ray. So you have seen X-ray in the clinics, but people have developed, we have not developed, but people have developed a machine which is handheld X-ray. So it's a small machine, and it goes with a laptop, and then instantly in the community, I was working with tribal people in Madhya Pradesh at that time. So in the community, you go to their place and then get an X-ray done in their home itself. They don't need to come to the clinic. So then if you do X-ray for tuberculosis, then you get the image of the lungs, and then usually these images can be read by a radiologist. So in the remote area, we do not have a radiologist instantly. So then we asked the machine manufacturer that can we integrate the different images which are there already available in the data set, and can you have a AI system so that instantly we can tell that if this kind of image the person is infected with tuberculosis or not. And it was wonderfully done, and we have for the first time shown that tuberculosis in the community setting, people without coming to the clinical setting, but in the community, we can still go and then still have their X-ray, and immediately we can start treatment based on the image which is analyzed by AI. So these are the actually there are many of the such things, like we are also optimizing diagnosis, like probably you have you know that there are many softwares are coming or apps are coming. If you only put the device in your fingertip, then it will tell that whether they are infected with malaria or not, whether malaria parasite is there in the peripheral blood system or not. I mean the same thing with blood sugar. So blood sugar can actually be monitored or can actually be known without a prick. So, non-invasive systems are being developed, and they are all coordinated and maintained and done by AI. It's a wonderful system. It will actually revolutionize many of the things in not only in our country but around the world. But the same thing, I would again mention that ethics should be maintained, data ethics, human ethics, and all the kind of a system has to be there, that natural intelligence should be there. Otherwise, what will happen, as I see, animals also have intelligence. You just see a dog, a pet, it has intelligence. So we have more intelligence. That is the reason why we are at the top of the system, to the animal kingdom. Even elephant is a bigger animal, but we are very small, but we are at the top because we are intelligent. So the intelligence has actually made us place somewhere where we are very superior in this whole universe. But if our intelligence, the stop our the growing of our intelligence, the growth of our intelligence will stop, because we will be heavily dependent on AI, very very easily available. I don't have to put my brain, I don't have to think that much. Then what will happen? It will stop somewhere, it will not grow. But maybe the animals who are still, they do not have AI, they have their own intelligence. They have to put their own intelligence to find food, to find shelter, to protect from the enemies. So they will still be developing their intelligence. But by that time, we will be stopping our development. And who knows, after many years, we will lose our intelligence. And some other people, maybe aliens, we have many stories about aliens who are much more intelligent, it says. We do not know scientifically. But intelligence has put us in the top of the animal kingdom in the universe. But it should not be a dangerous in future that our intelligence will stop. We will be heavily dependent on artificial intelligence, because how artificial intelligence also will grow. Artificial intelligence is heavily backed by our own intelligence. So once our intelligence is stopped, artificial intelligence will also be declining, and probably someone else will take over this whole universe. But I hope that it doesn't happen so, because we are still intelligent, very intelligent than anyone in this universe. I hope that young people are there and they will actually take this artificial intelligence into different fields for human benefit, because this is where we are all working. Ma'am has mentioned about agriculture, about how to develop remote areas using artificial intelligence. So this island actually needs people like you, and you have to work for it. And intelligence, still you have to put your intelligence into artificial intelligence, then it will be a kind of a beauty of artificial intelligence will come into the effect. I thank you again, ma'am. I hope you will have a wonderful workshop and then learn a lot about artificial intelligence. And very soon, our Andaman and Nicobar Island will be full of people like you, intelligent people. They are always there, but you are now adding up artificial intelligence to your natural intelligence, and we'll have a wonderful, biomedical or engineering or agriculture, when we will have a very bright future of this island. Thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insight and for motivating us with your vision.
With this, we formally conclude the inaugural session of the workshop.
The upcoming session will focus on artificial intelligence in education, governance, research, and innovation, offering valuable perspective our students, faculty members, and professionals alike.
We will now break for tea. After the tea break, we will commence the technical sessions, which experts will share their practical insights on artificial intelligence and its real-world application.
Faculty members and students are kindly requested to have refreshments served downstairs and to be seated back in the hall as per schedule. We encourage all participants to return by 10:40 sharp to make the most these engaging sessions. Thank you.
So there is no reply from the newly born baby because there is no data in the mind of newly born baby. तो क्या करते हैं हम उसको आहिस्ते आहिस्ते उसको डेटा देना शुरू करते हैं फ्रॉम द फर्स्ट डे. आफ्टर सम टाइम, आफ्टर 1 and 2 or 3 months, जैसे ही आप पूछेंगे बेटा तुम्हारा नाम क्या है, तो देयर इज नो रेस्पॉन्स बट देयर विल बी अ स्माइल ऑन द फेस. That means some amount of data you have stored in the mind of newly born baby. आहिस्ते आहिस्ते हम 1 साल हो जाता है और इनफ डेटा stored in the mind of newly born baby, तब आपको रिएक्शन देने लगती है, पापा, चाचा, काका बोलने लगती है बेबी। इसका मतलब कि नो डेटा नो इंटेलिजेंस, मोर डेटा मोर इंटेलिजेंस। यू आर सेइंग दिस पर्सन, दिस स्टूडेंट इज इंटेलिजेंट because of huge amount of data stored in the mind of that person. So this is the intelligence. As more data reside in your memory will be intelligent. If there is no data in your mind, you are not intelligent. So intelligence depends on the data. Abhi artificial intelligence, that intelligence we are going to give to the machine, and without the data we can't make the machine intelligent. मशीन को इंटेलिजेंट बनाने के लिए डेटा की जरूरत होती है। तो जस्ट रिमेंबर इट, द कंसेप्ट वाज इन 1946, आफ्टर मेनी years ago this concept was developed. In 2009 the concept of social media come into the existence, WhatsApp, Facebook, YouTube. So due to social media, huge amount of data generated in the real world. Due to huge amount of data generated in the real world, the artificial intelligence become popular. 2016 में डेटा इतना आ गया है, तो फर्स्ट आया आपका चैट जीपीटी, जो मशीन को हम ट्रेन करते थे, मॉडल को ट्रेन करके यू कैन गेट द आंसर ऑफ योर क्वेश्चन. हाउ दिस आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस गोइंग टू हेल्प to the people in the world, specifically in island, limited resources on the island. To get the maximum resources you have to go outside the island. So artificial intelligence is going to help you complete your tasks in limited resources. Artificial intelligence concept is not from the computer science background right now. Right now this is the subject for all discipline. हम इसको कहेंगे कि कंप्यूटर साइंस तक ही महदूद नहीं है, ये हर डिसिप्लिन में एआई का इस्तेमाल हो रहा है. Whether it is in education, in agriculture, in social science, humanities languages, law, engineering, almost all branches of education, AI is used. AI is used by everyone. मैं कुछ प्रैक्टिकल करके दिखाऊंगा कि हाउ कैन यू डेवलप योर ओन एआई टूल. आज जमाना आ गया है कि आप कंपनी में जाएंगे काम करने के लिए, तो पहले पूछते थे आपको कोडिंग आती है, प्रोग्राम आता है आपको. बट राइट नाउ द टाइम कंपनी पीपल विल आस्क, डू यू नो अबाउट द एआई टूल? AI tool is available to write the code. How can you use the AI to solve your problem? If know about it, then you'll get the job. AI का इस्तेमाल कैसे करना है, क्योंकि कोड आकर करना है, code will be developed by the AI machine. So many doctors develop in the real world, that is the AI doctor. I'll show you what exactly the result given by the AI tool. Do you know about the Gamma AI? Everyone? Yes. Everyone are using to make the PPT. Do you know about the napkin AI? Little bit. Some people know about the. Do you know about the flow? No. Do you know about the ad cafe? No. Do you know the slide desk? So many tools are available right now. Also, where what type of tool you can use to solve your problem. Most of the people aware about the ChatGPT. What about the Perplexity? Perplexity students are using frequently. It is 1 year free subscription by the Airtel, if you are a Airtel user. So, अब हम कुछ PPT में दिखाने जा रहे हैं आपको कि what is the status of artificial intelligence right now worldwide and where we are existing. PPT लगा दीजिएगा थोड़ा सा. अच्छा लग गया. सो अभी हम फोकस करेंगे स्पेसिफिकली इन एप्लीकेशंस ऑफ आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस इन एजुकेशन, बिकॉज ए लॉट ऑफ डोमेन्स, so many more people will come here and give the details about the different domain, but I will focus only the education domain. Movement हो रहा नहीं ये सर इसका. Okay. Now see, I told you कि data, no artificial intelligence. Huge amount of data are stored in the human mind. Then you are intelligent. Huge amount. That is the big data. Big data means the image of some scene stored in your mind. Text data stored in your mind. Visual, audio, different type of data are stored in your mind. Then huge amount of data stored in your mind. That's why your mind is intelligent, your brain is intelligent. But there is no technology to manage the data in your brain. So there are 4 activities take place in the mind of a human being. First one is known as the attention. Attention means to make the network among the people. जैसे आप देखिएगा कई दफा ऐसा होता है कि 3-4 लोग खड़े होकर बात कर रहे हैं, उसमें से एक इंसान थोड़ा देर बाद बोलता है कि आप क्या बात कर रहे हो, जबकि वो पर्सन आपके पास में है और कहता है कि क्या बात कर रहे थे. इसका मतलब कि दैट पर्सन वाज नॉट इन योर नेटवर्क. व्हाट्सएप से मैसेज भेजना चाहते हैं, इफ देयर इज नो कनेक्शन यू कांट सेंड द मैसेज. टू सेंड द मैसेज ए कनेक्शन इज रिक्वायर्ड. आपने देखा होगा कि हाउ टू मेक द नेटवर्क अमंग द पीपल. जैसे मैं टॉक दे रहा हूं, अगर हमारे नेटवर्क में आप नहीं होंगे, मैं कितने भी अच्छा पढ़ा लूं, कितनी भी अच्छा टॉक दे दूं, आपको बिल्कुल नहीं समझ में आएगा. तो फर्स्ट यू हैव टू मेक द नेटवर्क. वंस द नेटवर्क इज एस्टेब्लिश्ड, उस क्लास में आपको घंटों निकल जाएगा, टाइम का पता नहीं चलेगा. जस्ट गिविंग वन एग्जांपल. आपने सीरियल देखी होगी, सास भी कभी बहू थी. आपने सीरियल देखी नागिन. आप नोटिस कीजिए कि जब टेक्स्ट बुक को पढ़ते हैं हम, तो क्या ऐसा पॉसिबल है कि फर्स्ट पेज से स्टार्ट करें, लास्ट पेज तक जाते जाते पूरे के पूरे डेटा आपके दिमाग पर आ जाए? नहीं होता है. जबकि नॉवेल की बुक पढ़ते हैं आप, फर्स्ट पेज से स्टार्ट करते हैं, लास्ट पेज तक जाते जाते नॉवेल के सारे कंटेंट आपके दिमाग पर आ जाता है. होता है ना ऐसा? एक ही ब्रेन है, डिफरेंट तरीके से कैसे काम करता है. फिर हम पिक्चर देखने जाते हैं, 3 घंटे के मूवी पूरे गाने सॉन्ग के साथ आपके दिमाग में होता है. लेकिन वही क्लासरूम में 1.5 घंटे के क्लास के बाद जब बाहर निकलते हैं तो पूछा जाता है कि क्या पढ़ा, तो स्टूडेंट का रिप्लाई होता है कि कुछ नहीं समझ में आया. तो वाई व्हाट इज द रीजन बिहाइंड इट? बिकॉज देयर इज नो नेटवर्क. आप जब पढ़ रहे थे नॉवेल तो नेटवर्क बना, पिक्चर देख रहे थे तो नेटवर्क बन गया, टेक्स्ट बुक पढ़ रहे हैं तो नेटवर्क नहीं बना. जब सीरियल देखते हैं, अभी किसकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है? क्लासरूम में टीचर का. फर्स्ट नेटवर्क शुड बी एस्टेब्लिश्ड बिफोर गिविंग द टॉक, गिविंग द लेक्चर. पिक्चर का रोल, पिक्चर में रोल डायरेक्टर का होता है, सीरियल में डायरेक्टर का. अब नोटिस करिएगा कि आपके माइंड को कैसे हम कम्युनिकेट करना है, कैसे कंट्रोल करना है, कैसे डेटा को ट्रांसमिट करना है. उसके लिए डायरेक्टर ऐसे मोड पे पिक्चर को लाएगा कि जस्ट आपके ब्रेन को सोचने पे मजबूर करता है, व्हाट विल हैपन नेक्स्ट, व्हाट विल हैपन नेक्स्ट. अब नागिन सीरियल देख रहे थे आप, एक ऐसे मोड़ पर लाकर नागिन सीरियल में रोका कि नागिन मरेगी या नहीं मरेगी. अब पूरे हफ्ते तक आप बातें करते हैं, डिस्कस करते हैं कि भाई नागिन तो मर जाएगी, दूसरे लोग कहते नहीं नागिन नहीं मरेगी. अब इसका मतलब कि 24 आवर दैट डायरेक्टर एक्टिवेटेड योर ब्रेन एंड योर ब्रेन इज कनेक्टेड विद द सीरियल. नेक्स्ट वीक में जब सीरियल का टाइम आता है तो 7 का शो है, 6:30 6:40 तक सारे काम को कंप्लीट करके आप स्क्रीन के सामने बैठ जाते हैं, क्योंकि उसने आपके ब्रेन को कंट्रोल कर लिया, कनेक्ट कर दिया. और फिर सीरियल होता है, जैसे खत्म होने वाले पे होता है तो आपके दिमाग पे बता रहे थोड़ा देर और चल जाता. तो ब्रेन में क्या होता है, एक साइकोलॉजी होती है और ब्रेन को कैसे कंट्रोल किया जाता है. और एआई में बहुत डेंजरस चीज आने वाला है. देखिए अभी तक तो बहुत अच्छा है, कुछ डेंजरस भी है जो बताऊंगा मैं आपको. लेकिन उस पर भी कंट्रोल किया जा सकता है। तो देखिए माइंड के बारे में मैंने आपको बताया कि फर्स्ट स्टेप है दैट इज द अटेंशन, दैट इज द फर्स्ट स्टेप टू मेक द नेटवर्क among the people. Second step take place in your mind, that is known as the rehearsal. After getting the data from the surrounding, your brain started checking whether the data received by brains from the surrounding is a quality data or not. अब इंश्योर करना चाहता है कि whether it is a quality data or not. So brain asked the question what. That means that brain started working as a student. If two questions asked by the brain what and how, that means that brain started working as a teacher. If three questions asked by the brain after getting the data from the surrounding, what, how and why, that means your brain started working as a scientist. बहुत ही फेमस स्टोरी है। एक इंसान एक दरख्त के पास, एक पेड़ के पास बैठे हुए थे, एक एप्पल नीचे गिरता है, सबने देखा, किसी ने सवाल नहीं किया। लेकिन वो इंसान ने जो सवाल किया तो सोचिए उसे कितने लोग हंसे होंगे, मजाक बनाया होगा कि कोई भी चीज है ऊपर से गिरेगा तो नीचे ही आएगा। उन्होंने कहा ऊपर भी स्पेस है, नीचे भी है खाली जगह, तो ऊपर चले जाना चाहिए। तो उस वक्त लोगों ने उनका कितना मजाक बनाया होगा। लेकिन देखिए उन्होंने रिसर्च करके दे दिया कि एप्पल नीचे क्यों गिरा। उनका नाम था न्यूटन। तो साइंटिस्ट ऑलवेज आस्क द क्वेश्चन व्हाई। If got the answer, that is solved. If you did not get the answer of why, that means that problem can be solved. After this step, brain ensure the data received from the surrounding is quality data. Next step, that is known as the encoding process, means transferring the data from short-term memory to long-term memory, and the data will be stored there permanently. अब वैसा स्टेप हमेशा होता है, इसीलिए जब ये स्टेप तीनों एक साथ शुरू हो गया और चौथा होता है रिट्रीवल। जैसे ही सराउंडिंग से कोई क्वेश्चन मिलता है आपको, आप उसको आंसर देते हैं, क्वेश्चन करते हैं ब्रेन को, ब्रेन आपको सर्च करता है उसका आंसर अगर आपके ब्रेन में स्टोर है और दे देता है। जैसा कि चैट जीपीटी। अब सेम कंसेप्ट को चैट जीपीटी में किया गया। जस्ट यू कैन गिव द फर्स्ट नेटवर्क ही रिक्वायर्ड। इफ देयर इज नो नेटवर्क, देयर इज नो इंटरनेट, you can't use the chat GPT or perplexity. So first this tool, AI tool, connect with the web so that data can scroll. After connections, you give the data, keep the question. So AI asks to ensure whether it is a quality question or not. Ask the question, do you want to this? Yes or no? Some question asked by the chat GPT, and then you reply. The data will be searched across the world, or according to the question, answer is customized and delivered on a screen. Retrieval. These are the 4 steps. That is the parallel to the brain and then the machine AI. इसी तरह से ये डेटा को लेता है और हमारा ब्रेन काम करता है। सेम कंसेप्ट को हम मशीन को दे देते हैं और मशीन उसी तरह से काम कर रहा है। अब देखिएगा, जैसे आपसे कोई सवाल पूछता है, आप पहले सोचते हैं, थिंक करते हैं। उसी तरह से जैसे ही आप क्वेश्चन चैट जीपीटी को, परप्लेक्सिटी को, एआई टूल को देते हैं, वो सोचता है। देखिए लिख कर आ रहा है थिंकिंग। थिंकिंग मींस सर्चिंग द डेटा फ्रॉम द वेब एंड द आंसर ऑफ दैट डेटा इज नॉट अवेलेबल ऑन द वेब। चैट जीपीटी, एनी एआई टूल विल नॉट एबल टू गिव द आंसर। अगर कोई क्वेश्चन आपने पूछा वेब पे नहीं है तो उसका आंसर नहीं मिलेगा। जैसा कि आपके दिमाग पे कोई आंसर नहीं है किसी क्वेश्चन का, हम पूछते तो आप जवाब नहीं दे देते। तो देखिए पैरेलल यहां रहा हमारा ये, तो ये एक्टिविटीज काम करता है। अब हम दिखाते हैं आपको, पीपीटी बढ़ा दीजिए। अब देखिए एजुकेशन सिस्टम में क्या हो रहा है। को जो पहला एजुकेशन था, एजुकेशन 1.0, दैट मीन्स लेक्चर एंड मेमोराइजेशन। तो शुरू में देयर वाज नो टेक्नोलॉजी यूज इन द एजुकेशन। उसके बाद क्या टीचर करते थे, और देखिए उसको कितने फेमस टीचर साइंटिस्ट हमारे कंट्री में प्रोड्यूस हुए, आए। रामानुजन का नाम सुना होगा आपने, राजा रमन साहब का नाम सुना होगा। और उस लेवल पे अभी तो मुझे नहीं लिखता है, लेकिन कितने बड़े बड़े आर्यभट्ट साहब थे, तो बहुत बड़े साइंटिस्ट है, जबकि टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज नहीं था। उसके बाद आया एजुकेशन 2.0, इसमें टेक्नोलॉजी का इंटीग्रेशन किया गया। यूज ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी इन इंटीग्रेशन दैट गिव द बर्थ ऑफ एजुकेशन 2.0, जिसको हम कहते हैं इंटरनेट बेस्ड एजुकेशन। जो तो पहला एजुकेशन था वो था टीचर सेंट्रिक, बिना गुरु का ज्ञान नहीं हो सकता। जैसे आज के डेट में पढ़ाया जा रहा है इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम, ये एजुकेशन 1.0 से पहले था इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम, जिसमें हमारे कंट्री में एजुकेशन सिस्टम कैसा था। तो ये फॉर्मल एजुकेशन की बात कर रहे हैं। तो एजुकेशन 1 में पहले आप देखिएगा IKS में, इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम में, कि आपको डिफरेंट जगह पे गुरु के बिना ज्ञान नहीं हो सकता है, आप गुरु के पास जाना होगा, नॉलेज लेना होगा। जैसे ही टेक्नोलॉजी को इंटीग्रेट किया गया तो पैराडाइम शिफ्ट, द एजुकेशन बिकम द स्टूडेंट सेंट्रिक। अब AI कैसे यहां पे मदद कर रहा है, आप देखिए कि रात को 12 बजे आपके किसी प्रॉब्लम का सॉल्यूशन चाहिए, टीचर इज नॉट अवेलेबल, देन यू कैन यूज द AI टूल and get the answer of that question at 2 o'clock, at 3 o'clock. At that time teacher is not available. So उसके बाद आया एजुकेशन 3.0, जिसमें हम कहते हैं नॉलेज बेस्ड एजुकेशन, और अभी करंट जो चल रहा है उसको कहते हैं एजुकेशन 4.0, जिसको इनोवेशन बेस्ड एजुकेशन। NEP जो आया है आपका, NEP में कहा गया उसका ऑब्जेक्टिव ही है कि मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी एजुकेशन, यूज ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी, इनोवेशंस इटिसेट्रा आपको होना है, मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी यानी कि आपको किसी फील्ड के हैं, आप किसी फील्ड में काम आप कर सकते हैं। और आने वाले दिनों में जो है दैट विल बी एजुकेशन 4.0 एंड दैट विल बी बेस्ड ऑन द एथिक्स। अभी चेयरमैन साहब हमारे चीफ गेस्ट साहब कह रहे थे और मैम ने भी बताया कि एजुकेशन कैसे कैसे, तो एथिकल कंसिडरेशन इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। थोड़ा सा बढ़ा अभी देखिए कि जो प्री-20th सेंचुरी एजुकेशन था दैट वाज एजुकेशन 1.0, टीचर सेंट्रिक। 20th सेंचुरी में आया एजुकेशन 2.0, अर्ली 21st सेंचुरी में एजुकेशन 3.0 एंड प्रेजेंट दैट इज द एजुकेशन 4.0, दैट इज द फोर्थ इंडस्ट्रियल रेवोल्यूशन। The concept of artificial intelligence, machine learning and deep learning incorporated in the education 4.0 and the 5.0 that will be the future of education. हम इस पर ज्यादा टाइम नहीं लेंगे, मैं सोचता हूं कुछ प्रैक्टिकली आपको करके दिखाऊंगा, कुछ ऐसे टूल है जो काफी आपको हेल्पफुल होगा। अब यहां पे देखिए आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस जो है 3 पार्ट में डिवाइड किया गया। आप कलर में देखिएगा कि ग्रीन है दैट इज एग्जिस्टिंग राइट नाउ, जो आपको देखिएगा ऑरेंज कलर है दैट इज अंडर डेवलपिंग एंड वायलेट कलर है दैट इज द फ्यूचर। आज के डेट में अगर हम बात करें तो 37% इंटरप्रेट द स्पीच, 35% एबिलिटी टू रेप्लिकेट द ह्यूमन इंटरेक्शंस को रेप्लिकेट करने के लिए 35%, एंड मशीन कैन थिंक लॉजिकली दैट इज 51% राइट नाउ, एंड 50% एबिलिटी टू सॉल्व द प्रॉब्लम। लेकिन 50% से थोड़ा इस बार ज्यादा बढ़ गया है, अभी डेटा का सर्वे करेंगे तो थोड़ा सा ज्यादा हो गया है, और 57% एबिलिटी टू लर्न, ये अभी चल रहा है। और अंडर डेवलपिंग जो है दैट इज द 90% गेम प्ले। और गेम प्ले पे जो है लॉकडाउन के बाद एक नया इंडस्ट्री शुरू हुआ इंडिया में, दैट इज नोन एज द गेम इंडस्ट्री। अब आप देखिएगा AI बेस्ड गेम कितने हैं, और गेम इंडस्ट्री में भी नौकरियां बहुत मिल रही है, अंडर डेवलपिंग है। उसके बाद 18% ऑन द सर्विलेंस, AI बेस्ड कैमरा आ गया, सर्विलेंस में सब लोग आ चुके हैं, और 31% रिप्लेस द जॉब, दैट इज द डेंजरस थिंग। अब जॉब को रिप्लेस कर रहा है। अब आप कई लोगों से डिस्कशन होता है कि जॉब को कैसे रिप्लेस करेगा, तो हम कहते हैं ना, एक सिद्धांत है, जो इंसान वातावरण के अनुकूलित अपने आप को नहीं बदलता है उसका जीवाश्म प्राप्त हो जाता है। ये किसी का सिद्धांत है, इफ यू आर नॉट अपडेटिंग योरसेल्फ यू विल बी आउटडेटेड। अब सवाल यह है कि जे आपने सुना है आपने इंडस्ट्री 4.0 के बारे में, इंडस्ट्री, चलिए इसको बताऊंगा कैसे जा रहा है। इन द होल वर्ल्ड 2 टाइप ऑफ कंपनी एग्जिस्ट, फर्स्ट वन इज द प्रोडक्ट बेस्ड कंपनी एंड सेकेंड वन इज द सर्विस बेस्ड कंपनी। जस्ट आई एम टेकिंग द एग्जाम्पल, यू पीपल आर इंजीनियर फ्रॉम कंप्यूटर साइंस, तो आप लोग जो जाएंगे सर्विस बेस्ड इंडस्ट्री में जाएंगे। आप हो सकता है कि अब हार्डवेयर में जाएं तो प्रोडक्ट बनाएं तो आप प्रोडक्ट बेस्ड कंपनी में जाएंगे। एग्जाम्पल लेता हूं प्रोडक्ट बेस्ड कंपनी का। प्रोडक्ट बेस्ड कंपनी में सबसे पहले क्या होता है, इंग्रेडिएंट को लाया जाता है, तो लेबर की जरूरत होती है ट्रांसपोर्टेशन के लिए। अब ट्रांसपोर्टेशन की अगर हम बात करें आइलैंड की, तो ट्रांसपोर्टेशन की बहुत प्रॉब्लम है कि चीजों को यहां पे ला नहीं सकते आप प्रोडक्ट बनाने के लिए, या तो कॉस्टली हो सकता है। तो क्या किया कि मशीन हमने डेवलप किया, AI बेस्ड मशीन, जो लेबर का काम करेगा। फिर पैकेजिंग है, पैकेजिंग कैन बी डन विद द हेल्प ऑफ एआई मशीन, और आज के डेट में हो रहा है, तो पैकेजर का जॉब चली गई। उसके बाद क्या होता था कि सेल्स मार्केटिंग, सेल्स मैनेजर जो जाते थे घर घर प्रोडक्ट के बारे में बताते थे, और आज के डेट में सोशल मीडिया के जरिए, ई कॉमर्स के जरिए आपका मार्केटिंग अपने आप हो रहा है। एआई ने टूल बना दिया, आपने ऐड बना दिया और अपने आप पब्लिक तक पहुंच गया और आपका प्रोडक्ट यहां तक गया। उसके बाद मशीन में मैकेनिकल इंजीनियर ये सारे आते थे, तो मैकेनिकल इंजीनियर क्या करते थे, मशीन को रिपेयर करते थे। अब एआई बेस्ड मशीन है, दैट मशीन विल कम एंड रिपेयर द मशीन, दैट इज द इंटेलिजेंट मशीन। तो लास्ट टॉप पर आ गया। तो दैट इज द डेंजरस थिंग हियर कि अगर ऐसे ही चलता रहा है तो देयर विल बी ए डिसबैलेंस इन द सोसाइटी, जॉब क्राइसिस। तो इसमें हमें सोचना होगा। अब ये नहीं कि चला जाएगा जॉब, तो दूसरी को जाए। जैसे कंप्यूटर साइंस आया इंडस्ट्री 3.0 में, कि कंप्यूटर साइंस जब आया तो लोगों ने कहा कि नौकरियां चली जाएगी लोगों की, और डेफिनेटली लोगों की गई। मैक्सिमम पीपल फ्रॉम द मैकेनिकल, इलेक्ट्रिकल, सिविल, दे ऑल माइग्रेटेड टुवर्ड्स द कंप्यूटर साइंस। बहुत सारे लोग आ गए। तो आपको क्या करना, आपको चेंज करना होगा अकॉर्डिंग टू द टेक्नोलॉजी। फिर अभी चलता रहा, फिर इसमें भी है, आएगा, फिर चेंज होगा। उसके बाद जो है, जो मेन है, 10% टेक ओवर द वर्ल्ड एंड 8% कंट्रोल योर माइंड। दैट इज वेरी डेंजरस थिंग। ये फ्यूचर की बात कर रहा हूं, प्रेजेंट में नहीं है, कि योर माइंड विल बी कंट्रोल विद द हेल्प ऑफ एआई। एनीथिंग कैन बी कंट्रोल। जैसे अभी आप देखिएगा, अभी से मैं 10 बात आपको बोलूंगा, आपको दिमाग पर वही बातें चलेगा। यानी राइट नाउ पीपुल आर स्पीकिंग नॉट देयर ओन, दे आर गेटिंग द डेटा फ्रॉम द सराउंडिंग। अगर एक बात को 10 लोगों ने झूठ बोल दिया, आप उसको सच मान जाते हो। यानी कि दो डेटा आपके माइंड को डेटा के जरिए कंट्रोल। जैसे मान लो, एक एग्जांपल देता हूं। एक पिक्चर में मान लीजिए कि कोई एक्टर है, उस एक्टर के आप बहुत मानते हैं, आप उसकी बुराई आप नहीं सुनना चाहते हैं। तो अगर बुराई नहीं सुनना चाहते हैं, आप लड़ जाते हैं। लेकिन उस एक्टर के घर पे जाइएगा ना, वो आपको पूछेगा भी नहीं, पहचानेगा भी नहीं, लेकिन उसके लिए आप लड़ जाते हो। इसका मतलब कि उसने डेटा के जरिए आपके माइंड को कंट्रोल कर लिया। अब आने वाले अगर डिवाइस में ये सिस्टम बन गया कि कंट्रोल योर माइंड, दैट विल बी वेरी डेंजरस। हर एक टेक्नोलॉजी का प्रॉस एंड कॉन्स होता है। जैसे मान लीजिए एग्जांपल, इसका प्रॉस एंड कॉन्स बताऊं मैं आपको। मान लीजिए कि एक दिन वाइफ हस्बैंड से बोली कि सुनते हैं जी, मुझे 4 लाख की साड़ी पसंद है, खरीद लें। अब हस्बैंड बेचारो टेंशन में कि मना तो नहीं कर सकता, कि क्या कोई टेक्नोलॉजी है जो अपने आप मना कर दे। कुछ नहीं कहा उन्होंने। वॉच में माइंड कंट्रोल है, जैसे सिग्नल भेजा और माइंड के डेटा को मैनिपुलेट कर दिया और कहा कि साड़ी लेना फैमिली के डेवलपमेंट के लिए ठीक नहीं है, इस पैसे को हम बच्चों को डेवलपमेंट में लगा लेंगे। तो वाइफ थोड़ी देर बाद आती है और कहते हैं, सुनते हैं जी, हम साड़ी नहीं खरीदेंगे, प्लान चेंज हो गया। तो हस्बैंड कहते नहीं आप खरीद लीजिए। लेकिन हस्बैंड को ये बात पता है कि मैंने माइंड तो कंट्रोल कर लिया, उनको दुखी भी नहीं करना है। तो चलो यहां तक तो ठीक है, सही रास्ते पर लाने के लिए। लेकिन अगर इस टेक्नोलॉजी को गलत इस्तेमाल कर लिया जाए तो बहुत डेंजरस होगा। ये फ्यूचर की बात बता रहा हूं, रिसर्च हो चुका है, अभी प्रैक्टिकली इंप्लीमेंटेशन नहीं है। अनदर है 14% यू कैन गिव द इमोशन टू द मशीन। अब हम लोग सब कहते हैं कि मेमोरी दे दिया, सब कुछ दे दिया, देन यू कैन गिव द इमोशन टू द मशीन। अब आप एक नया और भी हो चुका है, बहुत सारे हम लोग भी काम किया उस पर, कि आप वर्क प्लेस पे बहुत स्ट्रेस है, हमारे कभी पेटेंट भी है, स्ट्रेस मैनेजमेंट यूजिंग एआई। एक मशीन है, अभी सिर्फ कंसेप्ट पे है। आपको बहुत टेंशन है, कभी घर पे टेंशन है, कभी ऑफिस में टेंशन है, स्ट्रेस में आ जाते हैं, तो उस मशीन से पास करिए, आपका स्ट्रेस रिलीज हो जाता है। यानी कि इमोशन क्या है, इमोशन को हम मशीन में कैसे देते हैं। थैंक यू। इमोशन आज देखिएगा, आज के डेट में आदमी को इमोशनली डिपेंडेंट नहीं होना चाहिए। कई दफा क्या होता है, आप किसी को मैसेज करते हो, आपको इग्नोर करता है, तो और भी इमोशनली आप अटैच हो, फिर बार बार मैसेज कर, तो इरिटेट हो रहा है, आप मैसेज कर रहे हो, क्योंकि आप इमोशनली डिपेंडेंट हो चुके। इमोशन मतलब कि लगाव, जिससे कि क्या होता है कि हम एक दूसरे से बहुत करीब हो गए और उसके सुख और दुख में हम देख रहे हैं। आप घर पे देखिएगा कि कभी कोई इंसिडेंट हो जाए जिससे आपको खबर मिलता है, तो आप अचानक से फेड हो जाते हैं, गिर जाते हैं, आंख से आंसू आ जाता है। यानी कहते हैं ना, आंखों में आंसू कब नहीं आता, जब लहू आता है तब नहीं आता। इमोशन, लहू मतलब खून बोलते हैं उसको। आंसू कब नहीं, कभी कभी 2 तरह के आंसू होते हैं। एक खुशी की आंसू और एक गम की आंसू। ये इमोशन है। अगर आपको खुशी मिलती है तो रोने लगते हैं, अब बहुत गम मिल जाए तो भी रोने लगते हैं। तो दैट काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स कैन बी गिवन टू द मशीन। दिस इज द रिसर्च बट दिस इज द फ्यूचर। तो ये रहा आपका स्टेटस आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का। अब देखिए यहां पे थोड़ा सा बैकग्राउंड दूं आपको। 1942 से कंसेप्ट स्टार्ट हुआ, जो मैंने शुरू में आपसे कहा था, और 1918 तक ये किस तरह डेवलप हुआ, इस पर ज्यादा हम डिटेल्स में नहीं जाएंगे। सबसे ज्यादा जो पॉपुलर हुआ है वो 2016 के बाद। हम इस पर ज्यादा डिटेल्स में टाइम नहीं लेंगे क्योंकि टाइम भी बहुत कम है। बढ़ा दीजिए इसको। अब देखिए यहां पे आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, एवरीवन नो कि मशीन लर्निंग पे सबसे ज्यादा लोग काम कर रहे हैं। मशीन लर्निंग इज द सबसेट ऑफ आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, डीप लर्निंग इज द सबसेट ऑफ मशीन लर्निंग, एंड जनरेटिव एआई इज द सबसेट ऑफ डीप लर्निंग। सबसे ज्यादा आज के डेट में जनरेटिव एआई करते हैं। जनरेटिव एआई में कि जितने भी आपके पास चैट जीपीटी है, नैपकिन है, ये सारे के सारे जो है वो सब जनरेटिव है, जो आप जनरेट करते हैं अपने प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करने के लिए। अभी तक ये जितने जो कुछ है ये सबको हम कहते हैं नैरो एआई, यानी बहुत ही छोटी सी चीज है एआई का। थोड़ा सा बढ़िए आगे। अभी इसमें थोड़ा सा मैं बता दूं, पीपीटी में नहीं है। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का दो टाइप है, टाइप 1 और टाइप 2। टाइप 1 में नैरो एआई, जनरल एआई और स्ट्रॉन्ग एआई। टाइप 2 में थिंकिंग ऑफ माइंड, आपको सेल्फ अवेयरनेस इटिसेट्रा बहुत है। अभी तक पूरे दुनिया में नैरो एआई चल रहा है और वीक एआई, जब तक जितना कर रहे हैं। आने वाले दिनों में क्या होगा, जनरल एआई आएगा। जनरल एआई का कंसेप्ट बन गया। जैसे आपने देखा चैट जीपीटी में आपने एक चीज देखा, एजेंटिक एआई थोड़ा सा इंप्लीमेंट किया है, थोड़ा सा एजेंटिक एआई का। जो जनरल एआई आएगा कंसेप्ट है, दैट मीन्स यू विल गिव द कंप्लीट कैपेबिलिटीज ऑफ ह्यूमन बीइंग ऑफ ए मशीन। तो सोचिए कि अगर कंप्लीटली कैपेबिलिटीज ह्यूमन बीइंग का मशीन को अगर दे देते तो सोचिए क्या होगा। और उसके बाद आने वाला है, और ये ज्यादा दिन नहीं है, आप देखिएगा 4 से 5 साल के अंदर ये आ जाएगा तो बड़ा क्राइसिस होगा इसमें। नेक्स्ट जो आने वाला है दैट विल बी द स्ट्रॉन्ग एआई, दैट विल वर्क बियॉन्ड द ह्यूमन बीइंग। तो बियॉन्ड ह्यूमन बीइंग वर्क अगर करेगा तो बहुत डेंजरस होगा। तो ये सारे सीन है एआई का। अब ये देखिए आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का एजुकेशन में इस्तेमाल है। पॉइंटर भी नहीं चल रहा, अच्छा कोई बात नहीं, अच्छा चलिए। अब देखिए जो चल रहा है हमारा, सबसे पहले एजुकेशन में 2025 पे जो मार्केट है 2.5 बिलियंस का, 2023 में 3.4 का, और उसके बाद जो अनुमान है एजुकेशन सेक्टर में एआई का इस्तेमाल होगा, दैट विल बी 23.82 इन द एजुकेशन सेक्टर। अब देखिए हाउ द एआई कैन हेल्प द एजुकेशन सेक्टर। अब एजुकेशन सेक्टर में एआई का इस्तेमाल कैसे होना है। सो टाइम सेविंग फॉर ए टीचर एंड द प्रोफेसर। अब एआई क्या करता है एजुकेशन सिस्टम, जो टीचर एंड प्रोफेसर उसको टाइम को सेव करे। कैसे करेगा, सपोज यू हैव टू मेक द पीपीटी। टू मेक द पीपीटी यू हैव टू रीड द बुक, इंटायर बुक, और यू हैव टू मेक द पीपीटी बाय पावर पॉइंट। आपको डेटा को लिया, उस पिक्चर बना रहे हैं, ग्राफिक्स बना रहे हैं, तो इसको कैसे मारे, गामा एआई। ब्यूटीफुल एआई के नाम सुना है, ब्यूटीफुल एआई नहीं सुना है, गामा एआई कर लीजिए। मैं पूरा आपको टूल को बताऊंगा कि किसके लिए कौन कौन सा टूल यूज होगा। गामा एआई से आप क्या करेंगे, कितने लोग गामा एआई आता है, सब लोगों को, ज्यादातर लोगों को नहीं आता है, तो ना प्रैक्टिकली करके दिखा देता मैं। अगर आप करना चाहेंगे तो सिंपली गामा एआई में जाइएगा, उसमें 3 ऑप्शन है। पहला है कि जस्ट यू कैन पेस्ट द टेक्स्ट, आपने टेक्स्ट को पेस्ट कर दिया, पीपीटी आपका बन जाएगा। अगर आपके पास टेक्स्ट नहीं है, यू नो द टाइटल ऑफ योर सब्जेक्ट, यू कैन पुट द टाइटल, यू कैन मेक द पीपीटी। अगर आप अपने यूनिवर्सिटी के लिए पीपीटी बनाना चाहते तो बहुत सारे डेटा कलेक्ट करना होगा, तो उसमें क्या करते हैं कि किसी यूआरएल को लीजिए, और यूआरएल को लेने के बाद उस यूआरएल को पेस्ट कर दिए। यूआरएल से किया आप लोगों ने पीपीटी बनाया, यूआरएल से, गामा एआई को यूज करके यूआरएल से किसी ने नहीं किया, किया है, ओके। तो यूआरएल से डेटा को उठाएगा, और डेटा उठाने के बाद वो आपका पीपीटी बनाकर दे देता है। तो उससे क्या हुआ कि टीचर का टाइम सेव हो गया। अब कभी दफा क्या होता है कि यूट्यूब है, यूट्यूब से डेटा को उठाकर पीपीटी बनाए हैं। यूट्यूब पे वीडियो चल रहा है, अब हमें चाहे कि वीडियो बहुत अच्छा लगा मुझे, हम इसका पीपीटी बना दें, तो उसके लिए कौन सा टूल यूज करते हैं? नहीं किया इसका मतलब आप लोगों ने, स्लाइड डेस्क, कि जैसे यूआरएल डालेंगे आप और वो पीपीटी बनकर तैयार हो जाता है। तो देखिए कैसे टीचर एंड प्रोफेसर्स के लिए ये हेल्पफुल है एआई। उसके बाद एआई स्टूडेंट कैन असिस्ट द स्टूडेंट, एआई स्टूडेंट को असिस्ट करेगा। वो कैसे करेगा? मान लीजिए कि जो एग्जांपल शुरू में कहा था मैंने कि आप घर पे पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं, पढ़ाई करते करते कुछ ऐसे टॉपिक आ गया जो आपको नहीं समझ में आ रहा है, तो एट दैट टाइम टीचर्स आर नॉट अवेलेबल विथ यू, आप घर पे हैं, टीचर अपने घर पे हैं, तो एआई उस टाइम पे आपको मदद करेगा उस प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करने में। बहुत सारे एआई असिस्टेड टीचर भी बन चुके हैं, उस टीचर का आप मदद लेकर हेल्प हो सकता है। एआई कैन इनहेंस द स्टूडेंट हेल्थ। अब एआई जो है स्टूडेंट के हेल्थ को भी केयर करेगा। कैसे? आप लोगों ने रील देखा होगा, रील देखते हैं, इंस्टाग्राम, यूट्यूब स्क्रॉल करते जाते होंगे, वहां पे एक सेटिंग है, वो सेटिंग जैसे आपका जो बॉडी से जैसे उसका हीट प्रोड्यूस हो रहा है, बहुत सारे आपको रेडिएशंस आ रहे हैं, वो नोट कर लेता है, एनालिसिस करता है, और फिर मैसेज आता है कि नाउ यू हैव टू स्टॉप यूजिंग यूट्यूब और इंस्टा और फेसबुक, ये आता है लिखकर। दैट मीन्स एआई इज टेकिंग केयर ऑफ योर हेल्थ ऑल्सो। तो ये आपका है। नेक्स्ट है हेल्प द टीचर टू बिकम ए लर्निंग मोटिवेटर्स। आज के जमाने में जो टीचर है, टीचर का काम है टीच करना और रिसर्च करना। टीचर क्या करते हैं कि पीपीटी बनाते हैं, असाइनमेंट देते हैं। दिस इज द ट्रेडिशनल मेथड। In now another method that is known as the blended method. And if you are a traditional teacher, you will not be very popular across the world, across the country. You will be popular among your student. If you are a blended teacher, you will be popular across the world, across the country. बहुत सारे आपने देखा होगा, बहुत सारे टीचर को पॉपुलर हो गए ड्यू टू द ब्लेंडेड टीचिंग। ब्लेंडेड टीचिंग में क्या होता है कि ब्लेंडेड टीचिंग में यू आर गोइंग टू मेक द वीडियो अपलोडिंग ऑन द यूट्यूब, यू आर गिविंग ए लेक्चर लाइव, तो उसका रीच जो है बहुत हो जाता है। तो ब्लेंडेड टीचिंग में रोल ऑफ ए टीचर चेंज। टीचर का काम है इंफॉर्मेशन प्रोवाइडर। टीचर इज ए इंफॉर्मेशन प्रोवाइडर, एंड नाउ द रोल ऑफ ए टीचर इज चेंज फ्रॉम इंफॉर्मेशन प्रोवाइडर टू इंफॉर्मेशन फैसिलिटेटर। आप स्टूडेंट को फेलिसिटेट कर रहे हैं विद द हेल्प ऑफ वीडियो एंड ऑनलाइन मटेरियल। उसके बाद एआई ड्रिवन फंक्शनलिटी गिव द फीडबैक टू द स्टूडेंट एंड द एजुकेटर। एआई जो है आपका फीडबैक भी देगा कि आप कैसे पढ़ा रहे हैं, क्वेश्चन भी बनाकर देगा, असेसमेंट भी करेगा। एवरीथिंग इज पॉसिबल विद द एआई। तो जो आपको क्वेश्चन बनाना है, आपको AI can develop the questions, but you have to think about the ethical issues also. So the AI can also test the student, give the feedback about you. So यहाँ पे भी इसको इस्तेमाल करते हैं। How is AI changing the education industries? AI is going to change the educational industries. People are developing the AI teacher. Right now, virtual teacher. And in coming future, they will make the physical teacher. So if a AI teacher is built completely, then there will be a problem for the teacher. In a private company, private organization, private university, they will make the AI teacher, and if for a normal teacher, if you are giving 2 and 3 papers to teach, there is a problem. But for the AI teacher, you can give many papers to teach. So you are going to save the money, but one time investment is important. एक टाइम आपने इन्वेस्ट कर दिया, उसके बाद आप उसको यूज कर रहे हैं। So पर्सनलाइज लर्निंग एंड द एजुकेशन। पहला होगा कि लर्निंग को पर्सनलाइज कर देना, जिससे आपने एनईपी देखा होगा, आपके इंप्लीमेंट भी हुआ होगा। एनईपी में कहा गया है कि मल्टीपल एंट्री मल्टीपल एग्जिस्ट, यानी कि आपको लगता है कि मुझे 1 साल पढ़ने के बाद हमारा काम हो गया, तब चले जाइए। वही है कि जो आपको रिक्वायरमेंट है, जिस चीज की रिक्वायरमेंट है, उसको आपको पर्सनलाइज करके आपको एआई दे देता है, जैसा कि एनईपी में है कि 1 साल में जाए, 2 साल में चले जाए, 6 महीने में चले जाए। और फिर आपको लगता है मल्टीपल एंट्री, एक जगह से निकल कर दूसरे, यानी कि वो कस्टमाइज करता है, पर्सनलाइज करता है, जो जो आपको रिक्वायरमेंट। मान लीजिए कि आपको एक टॉपिक यहाँ से पढ़ना है, इस यूनिवर्सिटी से फर्स्ट पढ़ने के निकल गए, दूसरे यूनिवर्सिटी में 3rd ईयर में वो सब्जेक्ट है पढ़ना चाहता है, तो वहां जाकर कर सकते हैं। एनईपी है कर 2020। तो एजुकेशन शुड बी पर्सनलाइज, प्रोवाइड स्मार्ट कंटेंट। स्मार्ट होता क्या है, कोई बताएगा? स्टूडेंट, व्हाट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ स्मार्ट? आज के डेट में स्मार्ट मोबाइल फोन, स्मार्ट विलेज, स्मार्ट हॉस्पिटल, स्मार्ट टीचर एंड स्मार्ट स्टूडेंट, सुना है ना? तो व्हाट एग्जैक्टली द स्मार्ट, जिसको हम कहते हैं सर्वगुण संपन्न, यानी कि ईच एंड एवरी फैसिलिटीज आर अवेलेबल विद दैट इज नोन एज द स्मार्ट। स्मार्ट का 2 मीनिंग होता है, हालांकि हैंडसम भी कह सकते थे, ब्यूटीफुल भी कह सकते थे, है ना, इंटेलिजेंट भी कह सकते थे। मोबाइल को, जो आपका स्मार्ट मोबाइल फोन है उसका हैंडसम मोबाइल फोन कह सकते थे, ब्यूटीफुल मोबाइल फोन, इंटेलिजेंट नहीं, लेकिन स्मार्ट। स्मार्ट इसलिए कहा गया है कि अगर किसी स्टूडेंट से कहो कि आप बहुत स्मार्ट लग रहे हो, खुश हो जाएगा, और कहेगा प्लीज डोंट बी स्मार्ट, दुखी हो जाएगा। तो स्मार्ट का डुअल मीनिंग होता है। तो स्मार्ट का मतलब यू हैव टू मेक एनीथिंग स्मार्ट दैट कैन बी डन विद द इन ए गुड वेज। अब कहीं पे जा रहे हैं, कुछ सिचुएशन ऐसा आ गया है, उस सिचुएशन में अगर नहीं बोलते तो आपको नुकसान हो जाता है, तो वहां पे सॉरी बोलकर आप निकल जाएंगे, तो यू आर स्मार्ट। अगर वहां पे सॉरी नहीं बोलेंगे तो नुकसान हो जाएगा। तो स्मार्ट का मतलब होता है कि अकॉर्डिंग जो जो चीज आपको चाहिए वो मिल जाए। तो स्मार्ट कंटेंट क्या है, एग्जाम में देखते हैं कभी कभी क्या होता है, 5 यूनिट है, 5 यूनिट में जो स्मार्ट है, पर्टिकुलर टॉपिक को देख लिया, 10 साल के पेपर को लेकर एनालिसिस कर लिया, ये आया है तो ये आ जाएगा, तो स्मार्ट हो गया क्या, वही आ गया, और नहीं आया तो आप फेल कर गए। लेकिन कंप्लीट नॉलेज है तो अलग है। तो स्मार्टनेस का मतलब होता है कि सिचुएशन के अकॉर्डिंग यू हैव टू चेंज योरसेल्फ। तो स्मार्ट कंटेंट जो आपको पढ़ने के लिए, दैट विल प्रोवाइडेड बाय द एआई। एंड सेकंड वन, कंट्रीब्यूट टू द ऑटोमेशन ऑफ एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव टास्क। आज के डेट में जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव टास्क है, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव टास्क को एडमिनिस्ट्रेट करने के लिए, जैसे आपका रिजल्ट बनाना, ग्रेडिंग बनाना है, इट एक्सेट्रा, और भी सारी चीजें हैं जहां पे हम इसको इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। उसके बाद है एश्योर द एक्सेस टू एजुकेशन फॉर द स्टूडेंट विद द स्पेशल नीड्स। अब स्पेशल नीड्स के स्टूडेंट्स हैं, उसके लिए यहाँ पे काम करता है। एंड लास्ट 24/7 अवेलेबिलिटी और डिजिटल असिस्टेंट फॉर द स्टूडेंट। स्टूडेंट के लिए 24/7 अवेलेबल से मदद करने के लिए, और डू ट्यूटोरिंग ऑल्सो, जैसे टीचर ट्यूटोर करते हैं उस तरह से एआई कैन डू द ट्यूटोरिंग, सो दैट विल हेल्प द पीपल, स्टूडेंट। अब देखिए, फ्यूचर ऑफ मशीन लर्निंग इन एजुकेशन दैट ऑफर ए प्रिसाइज इवैल्यूएशंस एंड द हाई कस्टमाइजेशंस, provide predictive analytics, better user experience, and etc. So that is the future of ML in the education. अब देखिए, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस इन एजुकेशन, यूज ऑफ एआई इन एजुकेशन। फर्स्ट वन, इमीडिएट अटेंशन फीडबैक टू द टीचर। टीचर को अटेंशन फीडबैक देगा। उसके बाद बेटर असेसमेंट स्किल्स एंड वीकनेसेस। थर्ड वन, स्मार्ट कंटेंट फॉर एवरीवन, ट्यूटोरिंग, गाइडलाइंस, ऑटोमेट एडमिन टास्क एंड कस्टमाइज। तो ये शॉर्ट में आपको देख लीजिएगा, इन जगहों पे एआई का इस्तेमाल हो रहा है। अब देखिए, एप्लीकेशन ऑफ एआई इन एजुकेशन सेक्टर। जैसे फर्स्ट वन, कहां पे, एआई बेस्ड ट्यूटोरिंग सिस्टम में एआई का जो इस्तेमाल हो रहा है यहाँ पे। उसके बाद पर्सनलाइज लर्निंग है। अगर आपको पर्सनलाइज लर्निंग करना है, जैसे मैम बता रही थी लार्ज लैंग्वेज मॉडल के बारे में, बहुत सारे आपके पास मटेरियल्स है जो हेल्प करेगा आपको। ट्रांसलेटिंग द लैंग्वेज, एनईपी में एक और भी चीज आया है कि यू हैव टू टीच इन द रीजनल लैंग्वेज। तो रीजनल लैंग्वेज में अब आपका मान लीजिए कि नोट्स इंग्लिश में है या हिंदी में है, आप चाहते हैं उसको मलयालम में पढ़ाना, पंजाबी में पढ़ाना, बंगाली में पढ़ाना, तो कैसे करेंगे? आपको अंग्रेजी तो आती, अंग्रेजी आती, हिंदी आती है, आपको मलयालम नहीं आती, आपको उर्दू नहीं आती, आपको तेलुगु नहीं आती, आपको गुजराती नहीं आती। तो यहाँ पे एक टूल मैं बताऊंगा आपको कि आपका पीपीटी, आपका नोट्स, आपका पीडीएफ है, ऑन वन क्लिक यू कैन कन्वर्ट इनटू द एनी रीजनल लैंग्वेज टेक्स्ट में कन्वर्ट हो गया, एंड देन यू कैन अगेन कन्वर्ट इनटू द वॉइस एंड देन कन्वर्ट इनटू द वीडियो। तो देखा होगा कई दफा बड़े डिग्निटरी के जो प्रोग्राम होता है तो माइक लगा होता है, वो किसी भी लैंग्वेज बोले बाहर कंट्री में, तो जिस लैंग्वेज को आप सिलेक्ट करेंगे उसी लैंग्वेज में आपको, मैं अंग्रेजी में बोल रहा हूं, आप चाहे मलयालम में सुनना तो दैट विल ट्रांसलेट। तो एआई इज गोइंग टू हेल्प यू ट्रांसलेटिंग द लैंग्वेज, ऑल्सो इन द ऑटोमेशन, ग्रेडिंग द असेसमेंट। जो असेसमेंट है उसके लिए भी आप ग्रेडिंग कर सकते हैं। उसके बाद रियल टाइम असेसमेंट है, वॉइस असिस्टेंट है, पर्सनलाइज्ड कम्युनिकेशन, स्मार्ट कंटेंट एंड कोलैबोरेटिव लर्निंग। तो दीज आर द एप्लीकेशंस ऑफ एआई इन द एजुकेशन सेक्टर। अभी थोड़ा सा टाइम मिलेगा तो प्रैक्टिकली कुछ जगह टूल करके दिखाऊंगा जो आपको नहीं मालूम हो। अब देखिए यूज ऑफ एआई इन एजुकेशन। आपको स्टूडेंट के लिए आपको करिकुलम बनाना है, अपना मार्केट में जाना है तो करिकुलम प्लानिंग के लिए, टीचर के लिए सिलेबस बनाना है, करिकुलम बनाना है, डेवलप करना है, देन यू कैन यूज द एआई। उसके बाद पर्सनलाइज्ड लर्निंग है, चैट बोट एंड वर्चुअल असिस्टेंट है, आपको वहां पे इस्तेमाल होता है। आपका इंडिविजुअल लर्निंग है, प्रेडिक्टिव एनालिटिक्स है। अब एक चीज, आपको चैट बोट बनाने आता है? नहीं आता है? मैं बताता हूं कैसे बनाएंगे आप, और बहुत आसान है। चैट बोट जैसे चैट जीपीटी है, परप्लेक्सिटी है, ये सब कुछ आप खुद बना सकते हैं, इसमें कोई मुश्किल नहीं है, ठीक है ना। अभी एक आध करके दिखाऊंगा मैं आपको, थोड़ा सा आगे बढ़ जाइएगा। अब देखिए बेनिफिट ऑफ एआई इन द एजुकेशन इंडस्ट्री। बेटर लर्निंग आउटकम, अगर आप एआई का इस्तेमाल करते हैं तो बेटर लर्निंग आउटकम होगा। डेटा ड्रिवन इंसाइट, efficient administrative task, enhance the accessibility and scalability in the educations। तो ये सारे चीजें का बेनिफिट है आपका। अब एआई से कंटेंट को हम जनरेट करते हैं, उसको कंटेंट को जनरेट करने से क्रॉन्स एंड कॉन्स क्या क्या हो सकता है देखिएगा कि क्विक टर्न अराउंड। कॉन्स क्या हो जाएगा? प्लेगरिज्म कंसर्न। अभी हमारे चीफ गेस्ट भी कह रहे थे कि इथिकल कंसिडरेशंस व्हेन यू आर गोइंग टू टेक द डेटा फ्रॉम एआई। बहुत सारे लोग हैं रिसर्च पेपर को लिख देते, तो क्या ये पॉसिबल है कि हम उसको पब्लिश करा दें? देखिए अभी नया एक आया है, इथिकल इश्यूज इन एआई। जैसे चैट जीपीटी से आप जनरेट करते हो कंटेंट को, यू आर राइटिंग द एप्लीकेशंस, तो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। अगर उसको कंटेंट को आप अपना बनाना चाहते हैं तो प्रॉब्लम होगी। उसके लिए गाइडलाइन तैयार हो चुकी है पूरे वर्ल्ड में, हर कंट्री का अपना गाइडलाइन होगा यूनिवर्सिटी का, कि जैसे कोई कंटेंट लेते हैं तो आपने सबने कॉपीराइट का नाम सुना है, कॉपी लेफ्ट का नाम सुना है? कॉपी लेफ्ट नहीं सुना होगा। कॉपीराइट एवरीवन नो। कॉपीराइट कहता है कि when you are going to use the content of another person, you have to take the written permission from the original author, original creators, original designer। वो कंटेंट में भी पिक्चर, में भी इमेज, में भी वीडियो, में भी टेक्स्ट। द कॉपी लेफ्ट कहता है कि यू कैन टेक द कंटेंट फ्रॉम एनीवेयर, यू कैन मॉडिफाई, यू कैन यूज विद द लिमिटेड morality। That means you have to give the full credit to the original creators, developer and designer। जो सी बना है कॉपीराइट में, सर्कल के अंदर सी होता है ना, और वो सी उल्टा हो जाता है तो दैट इज द कॉपी लेफ्ट। और कॉपी लेफ्ट यानी कि जो मटेरियल है उसमें लिखा होगा कॉपी लेफ्ट। तो कॉपी लेफ्ट मटेरियल है तो देयर इज नो नीड टू टेक द परमिशन, जस्ट यू हैव टू गेट साइटेड। अब सवाल है कि एआई से जो जनरेट कंटेंट हो रहा है हमारा, अब वो तो आपको पता नहीं है किसका कंटेंट है। दैट इज टेकिंग डेटा फ्रॉम समवेयर। थोड़ा थोड़ा डेटा लिया, कस्टमाइज करके आपको दे दिया। हो सकता है एक्स का डेटा लिया, वाई का डेटा लिया, जेड का डेटा लिया, कंबाइन किया, आपको दे दिया। अब तो आपको पता नहीं चलता किसका कंटेंट है। तो क्या करना है इस सिचुएशन में? एआई साइटेशन आपको यूज करना है। एआई साइटेशन जानते हैं सब लोग? बहुत कम लोगों को पता है। जो कंटेंट आया है वहां पे इनसाइड टेक्स्ट है और रेफरेंस है। आप रेफरेंस 1 लिखिए और जो प्रॉम्प्ट दिया है उस प्रॉम्प्ट से एक यूआरएल जनरेट होता देखिएगा वहां पे। आप उस यूआरएल को डालेंगे, कॉमा करके कौन सी कंपनी है, जैसे मान लिया चैट जीपीटी है तो ओपन एआई कंपनी है, यानी कि कंपनी ने ऑथर की जगह पे कंपनी नेम, डेट आएगा और यूआरएल डाल दीजिए रेफरेंस में, उसको साइट कर दीजिएगा तो कोई भी आप पे लीगल इश्यूज नहीं होगा। यानी कि यू आर गिविंग द फुल क्रेडिट टू द एआई, फिर आप सेफ है। उसके बाद आता है क्रिएटिव कॉमन्स, नाम सुना है? उसके बारे में जानते ही आप, कुछ देखा होगा जो रिसर्च पेपर ओपन एक्सेस उस पर सारे सिंबल्स आते हैं। तो आपका ये इश्यूज तो है, लेकिन उसको सॉर्ट आउट किया जा सकता है। कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव है इसका प्रोस, फिर गूगल रिव्यूज एआई कंटेंट है और इस तरह से है जनरेट हो रहा है। थोड़ा सा मैं टाइम बचाऊंगा प्रैक्टिकल के लिए। अब देखिए थोड़ा सा एक स्पेसिफिक मैं बात करूंगा आइलैंड की, कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस आइलैंड एजुकेशन ट्रांसफरिंग लर्निंग फ्रॉम द फ्यूचर, यानी कि हार्नेसिंग एआई टू ब्रिज द geographical device and empower island learner with world class education opportunities। अब देखिए आइलैंड पे क्या है, दो चीजें हैं कि रिसोर्सेज कम है आपके पास। मान लीजिए कि कोई पार्टिकुलर टॉपिक है, पार्टिकुलर सब्जेक्ट है, टीचर्स आर नॉट अवेलेबल फॉर द पार्टिकुलर सब्जेक्ट, पार्टिकुलर टॉपिक। सो विद द हेल्प ऑफ एआई यू कैन सॉल्व योर प्रॉब्लम। जैसे गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का भी बहुत सारे इनिशिएटिव है, दैट इज द मोक्स, आपका कंसोर्टियम फॉर एजुकेशन, ई पाठशाला, स्वयं। सो गुड क्वालिटी ऑफ टीचर इज नॉट अवेलेबल, देन यू कैन टेक द नॉलेज फ्रॉम द स्वयं ऑल्सो। एंड बहुत सारे फीचर्स है आपको एआई के जरिए इंप्लीमेंट किया जा सकता है यहाँ पे, जो आइलैंड की जो प्रॉब्लम्स है उसको सॉल्व किया जा सके। आगे बढ़ाइएगा कि अर्जेंसी ऑफ एआई इंटीग्रेशन इन आइलैंड एजुकेशन। सो ग्लोबल momentum means AI is rapidly integrating and developing a concept for the AI, for the island student. Another protection from the experimentation, and last है reforming the opportunity, यानी कि एआई की ट्रेनिंग भी आपको यहाँ पे देना है आइलैंड पे। तो आप उस तरह का अगर टीचर नहीं है तो बुला कर करा सकते हैं। तो बहुत सारे फैसिलिटी जो है, जो प्रॉब्लम्स है, दैट कैन बी सॉल्व विद द हेल्प ऑफ एआई। अब यहां देखिएगा, ब्रिजिंग द डिजिटल डिवाइड एआई प्रॉमिस फॉर द आइलैंड स्टूडेंट्स मींस ओवरकमिंग द ज्योग्राफिकल बैरियर्स, एआई पावर वर्चुअल क्लासरूम। जैसे मैंने आपसे कहा कि यू कैन मेक द वर्चुअल क्लासरूम एंड पीपल कैन टीच फ्रॉम एनीवेयर अक्रॉस द कंट्री एंड योर स्टूडेंट कैन टेक द हेल्प ऑफ इट। बहुत सारे फैसिलिटीज है, बहुत सारे लेबोरेटरी, जैसे अभी बातें हो रही थी कि पार्टिकुलर टॉपिक, पार्टिकुलर लेबोरेटरीज आर नॉट अवेलेबल, हाउ टू डू द एक्सपेरिमेंटल वर्क इन फिजिक्स, केमिस्ट्री, वट एवर। सो दैट कैन बी वर्चुअली कैन बी टीच टू द स्टूडेंट इन द आइलैंड। उसके बाद उड़ीसा एम्बिशियस इनिशिएटिव, उड़ीसा ने एक इनिशिएटिव लिया है, दैट इज द ए कंप्रिहेंसिव प्लान टू इक्विप 3.357 a school with AI enable virtual learning platform। तो उड़ीसा ने किया था, उड़ीसा में भी आइलैंड की प्रॉब्लम्स थी। तो अब हर जगह पे आइलैंड की प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करने के लिए एआई का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। एंड कनेक्टिविटी सॉल्यूशंस, सैटेलाइट टेक्नोलॉजी इज यूज फॉर द कनेक्टिविटी एंड एड्रेसिंग द क्रिटिकल इंटरनेट गैप्स। देखिए क्या होता है कि आइलैंड पे इंटरनेट की कनेक्टिविटी की प्रॉब्लम्स होती है, तो सैटेलाइट टेक्नोलॉजी के जरिए हम आपको तक उस नॉलेज को पहुंचा सकते हैं। उसके बाद टीचर इंपावर द की टू एआई सक्सेस, आईटी मद्रास इनिशिएटिव। आईटी मद्रास partnered with the Ministry of Education to launch free AI training program especially designed for the rural and the island teacher nationwide। IIT मद्रास ने किया है। उसमें लक्षद्वीप में काइट प्रोग्राम जो है, इनिशिएटिव ऑफर कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव ऑनलाइन एआई ट्रेनिंग ट्रेल स्पेशली फॉर द एड्रेसिंग यूनिक चैलेंजेस। एंड लास्ट वन, द क्लोजिंग द प्रिपेयर्डनेस गैप। करंटली स्टूडेंट ऑल यूज प्लेस टीचर्स preparedness and creating the risk of the misuse. So that all about the personalized learning and ethical in the diverse Iceland context. तो मैंने अभी बात यही किया कि ethical considerations is very important for the Iceland student and other students also. So ये आप देख सकते हैं कि customize the learning path. The university should customize a learning path the island students and addressing the algorithmic bias. There will be the biasness, algorithmic biasness. So we have to also take care of it. And last is a human center integrations. So that all about the personalized learning and ethical consideration in the diverse Iceland context. अब बहुत सारी चीजें हो गई क्योंकि टाइम भी लग रहा है कि हो ही गया होगा, नहीं टाइम है अभी, तो मैं थोड़ा प्रैक्टिकली करके दिखा दूं क्योंकि बहुत कम समय था इसलिए मैं बहुत फास्ट किया लास्ट में, थोड़ा सा इसको स्किप कर जाइए। चलिए अब मैं कुछ और लास्ट में चलिए सक्सेस स्टोरी, चलिए इसको भी स्किप कर देते हैं। रियल अहेड द स्ट्रेटेजिक स्टेप फॉर द आइसलैंड एजुकेशन। ओके, गवर्नमेंट प्रोजेक्ट बहुत सारे हैं जो आइलैंड स्टूडेंट्स के लिए किया जा रहा है इसमें, जिसमें आपको बहुत सारे होलिस्टिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट के लिए काम कर रही है गवर्नमेंट, एंड आपको स्ट्रेटजी के पार्टनरशिप का भी है कि कैसे हम आइलैंड पे जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं उसको मदद किया जा सके। जीमेल खोलिए। तो चलिए मैं आपको एक चीज दिखाता हूं कि आप नैपकिन एआई जानते हैं, बताने की जरूरत नहीं है। नैपकिन एआई थोड़ा सा मैं कर दूं कि अगर आपको टेक्स्ट है, जैसे आज के दिन पे आ रहा है कि एब्स्ट्रैक्ट का ग्राफिक्स बनाना है, तो नैपकिन एआई अगर है आपके पास, तो नैपकिन एआई से टेक्स्ट को हम कन्वर्ट कर सकते हैं किसमें, पिक्चर में। आपको चैटबॉट बताना सिखा रहा हूं मैं आपको, क्योंकि जब आप यहाँ पे स्टूडेंट हैं, जब आपको जूनियर होंगे, उनके लिए आप अपना कोर्स बना सकते हैं, जो अगर टीचर अवेलेबल नहीं है उस सब्जेक्ट का, तो चैटबॉट आपको पढ़ा देगा। ठीक है, तो आपको सिखाता हूं मैं। आप देखिए एड कैफे, गूगल पे डालिए एड कैफे, EDCAFE, गूगल पे ED कैफे इंटर कर दीजिए, बस कैफे, हाँ एड कैफे, हाँ यही आपका, क्लिक करिए। देखिए ये है आपका टीचिंग मटेरियल विथ एआई कैसे जनरेट करना है आपको। नीचे आइएगा और इसमें इसको नीचे आइए, एक्सेप्ट कर लेते हैं, ऊपर जाइए, इसको ऊपर जाइए। अब देखिए इसमें बहुत सारे टूल्स आपको है। स्लाइड जनरेटर, यू कैन ऑल्सो यूज दिस टू मेक द स्लाइड। कस्टमाइज एआई चैटबॉट, अब यहाँ पे क्लिक करिएगा, कस्टम एआई चैटबॉट। उसके बाद बहुत सारी चीजें जो बता, अब यहाँ पे आप साइन कर दीजिए, हाँ गूगल से साइन कर दीजिए, फिर अपना मेल को सिलेक्ट कर लीजिए, अब यहाँ पे कंटिन्यू कर दीजिए। अब यहाँ पे आपको नाम लिख दीजिए, या तो साइन ऑलरेडी आपका लॉगिन होता डायरेक्टली लेता, चलिए कुछ भी डाल दीजिए और उसके बाद साइन अप कर दीजिए। आप अगर जीमेल से आपको लॉगिन ऑलरेडी है तो ये सब करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, डायरेक्टली आप वहां पे पहुंच जाएगा। लॉगिन है तो फिनिश कर दीजिए, हाँ एजुकेटर कर दीजिए, K12 कर दीजिए। अब देखिए यहाँ पे आपको दिखाना होगा हाई लेवल क्या है, आप ग्रेजुएट स्टूडेंट्स हैं के लिए बनाना है, पीजी के लिए बनाना है, रिसर्च के लिए, तो कर लीजिए, नेक्स्ट कर लीजिए आगे। अब ये देखिए आपको स्लाइड है, चैटबॉट है, और देखिए इसमें नाम आ गया आपका। अब हमें क्या करना है, चैटबॉट बनाना है। स्लाइड डेस्क है तो स्लाइड बना सकते हैं, चैटबॉट पे आ जाइए, क्विज भी बना सकते हैं, टीचिंग रिसोर्सेज मिल जाएगा यहाँ पे। अब व्हाट डू यू वांट टू चैट डू, अब यहाँ पे क्या करना है, आपको लिखना है जो चैटबॉट बनाने जा रहे हैं किसके लिए बनाने जा रहे हैं। आप लिख दीजिए फॉर स्टूडेंट, फॉर दिस चैटबॉट विल हेल्प द स्टूडेंट एट आइलैंड इन अंडमान निकोबार। अब ये स्पेशली बन रहा है आपके लिए, बस हाँ बस काफी है। जो भी आप कस्टमाइज करना चाहते हैं, जितने भी चैटबॉट बनते हैं आपको, वो सारे के सारे क्या होता है, किसी किसी पर्पस के लिए होता है। जैसे आपको जेमिनी देखा है, जेमिनी यूज करते होंगे पिक्चर बनाने के लिए, वीडियो बनाने के लिए, उसी तरह से आप भी अलग अलग। ये चैटबॉट बनाना आसान है, मुश्किल नहीं है, और हर एक कंपनी जो बनाकर अपना यूज कर रही है। बस इसमें प्रॉब्लम क्या है कि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर चाहिए, डेटा जो ह्यू है, मशीन को ट्रेन करना है तो जीपीयू चाहिए। जीपीयू का कॉस्ट वेरी हाई है, और फिर जब जीपीयू यूज करेंगे तो वाटर चाहिए आपको कूलिंग के लिए, लेकिन आइलैंड में उसकी प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। देखो यहाँ पर अगर हम बनाए ना इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, गवर्नमेंट का इंडिया में है नहीं इस तरह का। अगर हम, मुझे ऐसा फील हुआ, मैं कल बहुत ट्रेवल किया यहाँ पे, घूमा, तो मुझे ऐसा लगा कि यहाँ पे बहुत अच्छा चीजें बन सकता है। क्या कर सकते हैं कि हमें अपना, जैसे आपने देखा होगा चैट जीपीटी है, जैसे इसके पैरेलल में डीपसीक बना लिया चाइना ने, हम अपना भी बना सकते हैं यहाँ पे। क्योंकि जब जीपीयू कॉस्ट थोड़ा सा वन टाइम कॉस्ट लगेगा, जीपीयू आपको खरीदना होगा 500-600 जीपीयू चाहिए, उसके कॉस्ट चाहिए आपको, और उससे जो हीट प्रोड्यूस होता है ना, तो उसके कूलिंग के लिए वाटर चाहिए, वो यहाँ पे फैसिलिटीज है, तो हम इसको डेवलप किया जा सकता है। ठीक है, अब यहाँ पे एक आ गया, अब आप इसको नाम दे दीजिए, चैटबॉट का नाम। नीचे आप देखिए, इसमें नीचे आइएगा, नीचे स्क्रॉल करिए, देखिए आप, ये आपका गाइडलाइन यहाँ पे आप मॉडिफाई कर सकते हैं, हम नहीं मॉडिफाई कर, और नीचे आइए। ठीक है, इंस्ट्रक्शन गाइडलाइन जो देना चाहते हैं आप गाइडलाइन दे दीजिए, उसको क्या करना है कि किस सिचुएशन में, अब इसको सेव कीजिए, अब सेव कीजिए। अब यहाँ पे नाम दीजिए, चैटबॉट का नाम कहिए आइलैंड स्टूडेंट, आप कुछ भी नाम दे सकते जो आपका चैटबॉट का नाम होगा, जैसे आइलैंड स्टूडेंट, दी भारतीय एआई, एआई कर दीजिए, हाँ भारतीय एआई है, ये नया एआई बन जाएगा आपको, देखिएगा भारतीय एआई, सेव कर दीजिए। और ये पब्लिक के लिए देना चाहते हैं या पब्लिक के लिए, या लाइब्रेरी में, ठीक है जी। आप ऊपर जाइए और नीचे देखिए, और लैंग्वेज आप यहां से सेलेक्ट कर सकते हैं, किस लैंग्वेज में चाहते हैं, जो भी लैंग्वेज आप यहां सेलेक्ट कर लीजिए, ऊपर जाइए। अब यहां पे देखिए दो इंपॉर्टेंट है, चलिए ऊपर थोड़ा सा दिखा दें, ऊपर आइए। अब ये आपका बन गया, और ठीक है, जिसका नाम है चैटबॉट का नाम है भारतीय एआई। अब नीचे आइए, अब यहाँ पे नीचे आकर देखिएगा पहले कि जो रिसोर्सेज है ना, यहाँ पे कैपेबिलिटीज, अभी इसे कुछ भी सवाल पूछिएगा कुछ जवाब नहीं देगा, इस चैटबॉट से कुछ भी सवाल करेंगे कोई जवाब नहीं देगा, क्योंकि हमने यहाँ पे भी डेटा अपलोड नहीं किया। तो अगर आपको फाइल अपलोड कर देगा, मान लिया कि आपको सारे नोट्स है, सारे पीपीटी है, तो वो अपलोड कर देंगे यहाँ पे, तो जो भी सवाल करेगा, मान लिया कि 10 साल से हमारे स्टूडेंट है, जितने स्टूडेंट है सबने डेटा डाल दिया अपना अपना, सबने अपना अपना नोट्स डाल दिया, तो वो सारे नोट्स से कस्टमाइज करके आपको रिजल्ट देगा, तो यहाँ के स्टूडेंट के लिए। अब आइए नीचे आइए, और थोड़ा सा, अब टेस्ट मी आउट, अब इसको चेक करते हैं, टेस्ट मी आउट। अब ये चैटबॉट इस्तेमाल हो गया, अब स्टार्ट चेक, स्टार्ट चेक। अब नीचे आइए, अब यहाँ पे डालिए अपना सर्च मैसेज, कुछ भी सर्च करिए, लिखिए कि हु इज प्रोफेसर मनसफ आलम, लिखिए, लिखिए हु इज मनसफ, ये डाल दीजिए, कोई रिजल्ट नहीं मिलेगा यहाँ पे, देखिएगा SAF, हाँ डालिए, क्या बोल रहा है, कुछ नहीं मिला ना, क्योंकि डेटा नहीं इसके पास। अब मैं डेटा इसको देने जा रहा हूं, अभी तक ये ब्लैंक है, जैसे हमने कहा था न्यूली बॉर्न बेबी है, जिसके दिमाग में कोई डेटा नहीं है तो नहीं बोलेगा, इसके पास कोई डेटा नहीं है। अब आप बैक में आइए, अब हम इसको ट्रेंड करेंगे, कैसे करेंगे वो देखिए, इंपॉर्टेंट, बैक में आइए। हाँ, अब यहाँ पे जाइए, अपलोड पे यहाँ क्लिक करिए, ऊपर जाइए तो ऊपर होगा एडिट, हाँ। अब यहाँ पे इधर है, इधर देखिए लाइब्रेरी, माई लाइब्रेरी पाइए, हाँ यहाँ वहां पर नॉलेज है, यहीं पर, ठीक है ठीक है, नॉलेज, नॉलेज में नॉलेज देखिए, जीरो नॉलेज पे क्लिक करिए, नॉलेज है ना इधर, हाँ एड नॉलेज, अपलोड यूआरएल कर दीजिए, यूआरएल वेब पेज, वेब पेज पे क्लिक करिए। हाँ, अब हम यहाँ पे देखिए, मेरा गूगल पे सर्च, मेरा वेबसाइट है, गूगल पे मनसब डालिएगा, अब वो यूआरएल यहाँ कॉपी कर दीजिए, मनसफ आलम, MAN आलम कर दीजिए, ALM, इंटर कर दीजिए। अब इसमें जो नीचे आइएगा, और नीचे आइए, ये जो यूआरएल है wix.com पे क्लिक करिए, wix. मनसफ आलम एजुकेटर एंड रिसर्चर, नीचे आइए, हाँ थर्ड यहाँ पे क्लिक करिए। अब इसका यूआरएल कॉपी कर लीजिए, इसका यूआरएल कॉपी कीजिए, और फिर वहां चले जाइए, वहां पे पेस्ट कर दीजिए, हाँ यहाँ पे पेस्ट कर दीजिए, अब सेव कर दीजिए। अब पूछिए इससे कि हु इज मनसफ आलम, तो बताएगा, इसका मतलब कि जो डेटा इसके पास है वहीं से बताएगा। अब पूछिए, अब इंटर करिए, अभी अपलोड नहीं हुआ, तो इसका मतलब सेव नहीं किया था आपने, तो हाँ सेव कर दीजिए उसको, हाँ अब सेव करके आगे, हाँ आप करिए। इसका मतलब वो सेव नहीं हुआ ना आपका, तो सेव नहीं हुआ था, तो अब यहाँ जिसे डेटा देंगे, एक बार करिए दोबारा, नॉलेज आपका आ गया। अब यहाँ से यहाँ से करिए, अब टेस्ट मी आउट करिए, अब आ जाएगा। अब स्टार्ट चैट और नाम दे दीजिए अपना। अब नीचे आइए, अब लिखिए। देखिए आ गया ना, यानी कि वो जो एग्जाम्पल दिया था मैंने, यानी कि हम एग्जाम्पल दिया न्यूली बॉर्न बेबी का, वो यहाँ पे प्रूफ हो गया कि उसके दिमाग पे कोई डेटा नहीं था, हमने डेटा दिया और मिल गया। तो इसी तरह से आप आइलैंड के स्टूडेंट के लिए यूनिवर्सिटी चाहे तो अपना बना सकती है। बहुत टाइम कम है, उन्हें बहुत कुछ बताता क्योंकि और भी स्पीकर है बोलने के लिए। थैंक यू वेरी मच। और नहीं, अभी क्वेश्चन, हाँ आपके जहन पे कोई क्वेरीज एंड क्वेश्चन है? हाँ फोटो देखिए स्टूडेंट से मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, देखिए दो बातें हो सकती है। अगर आप सवाल नहीं करते हैं ना, या तो सब कुछ समझ में आ गया या कुछ भी नहीं समझ में आया। तो आई होप कि आपको बहुत कुछ समझ में आया होगा, तो आप कोई भी क्वेरी है पूछ सकते हैं।
So, thank you, sir, for this aspiring session of yours. Myself, J. Dinesh, I am from BTech Civil Engineering Department, second year student. So my question is that, as you said that AI has been in discussion since 1940s. So why it is that since 2016 it's proliferating at the rate which is not the case since it has been discovered or since it has been in discussions?
Yes, very nice question. Everyone got the question from a young student. Concept was developed in 1942 and people started writing the paper. Just sit down, बैठ जाइए. At that time there was no digital data available to train the machine. अभी हमने देखा मशीन को डेटा दिया तो रिजल्ट मिला आपको, नो डेटा नो रिजल्ट. So data were not available digitally. In 2009 the concept of social media come into the existence. WhatsApp, YouTube, Facebook. अर्कुट का नाम सुना है? अर्कुट भी पहले था, वो बंद हो गया। लेकिन पहले क्या था, फेसबुक आया। फेसबुक पर कितने भी डेटा आप लोड कर देते हो, वो कभी मेमोरी फुल नहीं दिखाता है, जितने भी डेटा डाल दो आप उस पर। उसके बाद आपके पास इंस्टाग्राम आया, तो ह्यूज अमाउंट ऑफ डेटा जनरेटेड डे बाय डे। यूट्यूब भी 2009 के बाद ही आया। तो 9 से जब आया तो करते करते 2015-16 तक ह्यूज अमाउंट ऑफ डेटा जनरेटेड इन द रियल वर्ल्ड। अब वो डेटा मिल गया, अब उस डेटा को चैटबॉट में डाल दिया। तो जब चैटबॉट में डेटा डाल दिया तो उसके बाद और भी डेटा जनरेट, आपको पता है डेटा पर मिनट पर सेकंड कितने डेटा जनरेट हो रहा है? आई थिंक 4.1 मिलियन पर सेकंड डेटा जनरेट इन द होल वर्ल्ड। तो जब डेटा इतना जनरेट हो रहा है तो 2016 में एनफ डेटा हो गया। तो 16 से पहला ओपन एआई आया, चैट जीपीटी 1, चैट जीपीटी 2, व्हाटएवर। उसके बाद आहिस्ते आहिस्ते डेवलप होना शुरू हो गया। और आज देखिए जितने जो टूल यूज कर रहे हैं सब 22-23 के बाद का है। चाहे वो मैं टूल का नाम बताऊं, एक चीज और दिखा दीजिए, पीपीटी खोलिएगा ना, थोड़ा सा वो चीज मैं बताना भूल गया, पीपीटी खोलिएगा। हाँ, इसको बढ़ते जाइए, खाली स्क्रॉल करते जाइए, ताकि कुछ टूल है जो डिफरेंट के लिए है, उसको आप देख लीजिएगा। अब ये 30 टूल है, यहां पर रखिएगा। देखिए ये चैटबॉट के लिए आपको चैट जीपीटी है, क्लाउडिया है, डीप सीक है, जेमिनी है, ग्रॉक्स है, मेटा एआई है, एमसी कैपिटल, परप्लेक्सिटी। ये आपको एआई चैटबॉट है। इस तरह से यू कैन आल्सो डेवलप योर ओन। अगर आप एआई प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए आपका है ब्यूटीफुल एआई, गामा, पीच प्लस, पॉप एआई, प्रेजेंटेशन एआई, स्लाइड एगो, थंब। एआई कोडिंग असिस्टेंट, या अपनी प्रोग्राम अगर लिखना है तो प्रोग्राम के लिए आपके पास है आस्कोडी, कोडिगा, कर्सर, गेटहब, इटिसेट्रा। फिर एन ईमेल असिस्टेंट, ईमेल लिखना है तो ईमेल के लिए आपके पास है कैपिलोट एआई है, फ्राइडे है और शॉर्ट वेव्स है, इटिसेट्रा। एआई इमेज जनरेशन के लिए एआई इमेज जनरेशन के लिए एडब्ल्यू फाइवफ्लाई, डेल है, फ्लक्स है, आइडियोग्राम है, मैंडोर है, रेकार्टर है, इटिसेट्रा। उसके बाद ये स्प्रेडशीट एमएस एक्सेल जो यूज करते हैं, तो एमएस एक्सेल के लिए तो ये टूल आपने देख लिया। ये सारे डिफरेंट पर्पस के लिए ये टूल है जो आप इसको इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। एआई ग्राफिक्स के लिए भी है, एआई डेटा विजुअलाइजेशन के लिए है, एआई वीडियो जनरेशन। टाइम होता तो बहुत सारे वीडियो ऑडियो आपके सिर्फ इमेज से लेकर हम ऐसा वीडियो बना देंगे जो आपको पता भी नहीं चला कि आपका रियल है या एआई जनरेटेड है। आगे बढ़िएगा थोड़ा सा। अभी देखिए लेसन डिजाइन एंड कंटेंट क्रिएशन के लिए कौन सा टूल है, बढ़ते जाइए। बस खाली में स्लाइड आप स्क्रॉल करते हैं। डिफ्ट है आपके पास, स्क्रॉल करते जाइए ताकि बना जाए। मैजिक स्कूल एआई है, आप इसको यूज कर सकते हैं। स्कूल एआई है, इसको यूज कर सकते हैं। बेस्ट टीचिंग है, इसको यूज कर सकते हैं। और इस तरह से बहुत सारे आप स्क्रॉल कर दीजिए, बहुत सारे टूल्स है। टाइम हो तो कम से कम 4-5 घंटे अगर हो तो कंप्लीट हम इसको ट्यूटोरियल दे सकते हैं करके दिखाकर। मैं ऐसे ऐसे वीडियो बनाऊंगा टीचर के लिए कि टीचर लगता है कि एक्चुअली टीचर इज टीचिंग। आपने विंडोज एआई का नाम सुना है? विंडोज एआई, विंडोज एआई से आप किसी भी लैंग्वेज में एक्चुअल जो आपको क्लास टीचिंग है आप बना देंगे। आजकल जो आज तक से लेकर जितने न्यूज चैनल है, जो एंकर है ना, वर्चुअल एंकर आ रहे हैं और लगता है बिल्कुल आपकी तरह है, लेकिन है नहीं एक्चुअली। तो वो भी बना सकते हैं विंडोज एआई से डिफरेंट लैंग्वेज में। ठीक है, हाँ जी, सवाल कोई अब है? आपको सवाल का जवाब मिल गया? थैंक यू।
One more question we can take. हाँ, please.
Hello, sir. Myself Prajwal Ram from IT third year, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Institute of Technology. My question is, do you see AI more as an augmentation or a replacement in the next 10 years? Because we are in a like developing island, so that is felicitating me a bit.
वेरी नाइस क्वेश्चन। देखिए इसका एग्जाम्पल मैं एक एग्जाम्पल के जरिए दूंगा। कई दफा बच्चे जो फादर हैं बच्चों को पढ़ा लिखा कर बड़ा आदमी बना देते हैं। तो फादर जब कहते हैं कि बेटा ये मत करो, तो बच्चा कहता है पापा आपको नहीं पता है, क्योंकि मैं नॉलेज ज्यादा है, मुझे बहुत ज्यादा पता है। एआई को डेवलप करने वाले ह्यूमन बीइंग, पीपल डेवलप द एआई, एंड इफ यू आर गिविंग द मोर एंड मोर कैपेबिलिटीज, so it is not possible to replace the people, but it will be augmented in your system. दूसरा सवाल यह है कि जो आपने कहा कि अगर नैरो एआई रहता है तो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। अगर जनरल एआई आ रहा है ना, तो दैट विल गिव द ह्यूमन कैपेबिलिटी टू द मशीन। तो अगर ह्यूमन की कैपेबिलिटी हमने दे दिया, सक्सेस हो गया, अभी तक प्रैक्टिकली नहीं है, दैट इज नोन एज द जनरल एआई। तो अगर हम कैपेबिलिटी दे देंगे तो जस्ट यू कैन रियलाइज एआई बेस्ड मशीन। आपने देखी मैट्रिक्स, रावण फिल्म देखी है? दैट वाज ऑल क्या था? फिक्टिशियस, काल्पनिक था। मैट्रिक्स आप इसमें देखा है, काल्पनिक था। तो अभी तक क्या हुआ है कि कंसेप्ट तो डेवलप हो गया है, लेकिन अभी तक डेवलप, अगर ये हो जाता है तो देयर विल बी ए क्राइसिस। और जनरेटिव के बाद स्ट्रॉन्ग जब एआई आएगा तो कैपेबिलिटी विल बी गिवन बियॉन्ड द ह्यूमन बीइंग, देन दैट विल बी द डेंजरस फॉर द सोसाइटी। तो हमने कई बार गवर्नमेंट से कई जगह कहा कि वी हैव टू मेक ए पॉलिसी कि किस लेवल तक हमें करना है, अदरवाइज देयर विल बी ए डिसबैलेंस इन द सोसाइटी। देखो इसमें डिस्कशन डिबेट हो जाता है। कुछ लोग कहता है कि नौकरियां नहीं जा रही है, कुछ लोग को नौकरियां जनरेट होगी। तो बहुत बड़ा डिबेट का डिस्कशन है, ठीक है ना। तो डिबेट और डिस्कशन में एक चीज मैं बता दूं आपको कि क्या फर्क है। आप स्टूडेंट हैं, कभी भी जिंदगी में डिबेट मत करना, डिस्कशन करना। दोनों में क्या फर्क है? एक गधा और एक लायन, टाइगर में बहस हो गया। टाइगर ने कहा कि ग्रास ग्रीन है और गधा कहता है कि नहीं, ग्रास जो है येलो है। अब इसका फैसला कौन करेगा? तो जंगल के राजा लायन के पास गए। तो लायन बहुत देर तक सोचता रहा और सोचने के बाद जवाब देता है कि ग्रास येलो होता है। अब गधा बेचारा जीत गया और खुश होकर चलने लगे। टाइगर बहुत दुखी हुआ कि ग्रास तो ग्रीन होता है, येलो होता नहीं है। जंगल का राजा लायन ने फैसला गलत सुनाया है। एक हफ्ता बाद जब टाइगर लायन के पास जाता है और कहता है साहब आपने जो फैसला दिया वो सही नहीं दिया, क्योंकि ग्रास तो ग्रीन होता है, आपको भी पता है ग्रास ग्रीन होता है। तो टाइगर लायन ने बड़ी मुस्कुराते हुए कहा कि टाइगर भाई, ये आपको भी पता है कि ग्रास ग्रीन होता है और मुझे भी पता है कि ग्रास ग्रीन होता है, वो तो गधा है, उसको थोड़ी नहीं पता होगा ग्रास ग्रीन होता है। तो इसीलिए हमेशा जो है डिस्कशन कीजिएगा, डिबेट नहीं कीजिएगा। एनी मोर क्वेरीज फ्रॉम एनीवन? ओके, I hope you people enjoyed my lecture. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful session on artificial intelligence in education, highlighting how AI can bridge learning gaps and expand educational access in island and remote regions like Andaman and Nicobar Island. Thank you for your useful demo on EdCafe, tools to create chat box, and for sharing top 110 plus AI tools. It was a great session we had. Thank you, sir.
Our next session is to be conducted in virtual mode. We request Mr. T. Dana Joshan ma'am to kindly introduce Sri Nitish Singh, Data Manager, IIT Bombay, and brief the audience about the session.
So we have one more session. The session will be on virtual mode as informed. So Sri Nitish Singh is a data manager. He is a speaker for the next session. He is from BharatGen, IIT Mumbai, where he plays a key role in managing and curating large-scale data sets for India's national generative AI initiatives. Just like we have ChatGPT, BharatGen is coming in an Indian mode. Okay, so the Indian version of ChatGPT. So I hope his lecture will be exciting. His work focuses on data governance, quality assurance, and scalable data pipelines, ensuring the development of robust, inclusive, and ethically grounded AI systems. At BharatGen, Shri Singh is actively involved in supporting research and innovation in generative AI, working closely with multidisciplinary teams across academia and industry. His contributions help enable high-quality data ecosystems that power advanced AI models aligned with Indian languages, contexts, and societal needs. He is recognized for his expertise in data management strategies, AI-ready data infrastructure, and responsible data practices, and for his commitment to strengthening India's AI research and innovative ecosystem. So we are excited to hear from you, sir. I hope he is connected. Yeah. And I hope all the faculties and student communities, they will be immensely benefited by your session. Over to Shri Nitish Singh.
Good morning, everyone. So first, quick audible, and this is just needed one heads up from your side. Am I?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Could you please confirm audible?
Yeah, you are audible, sir.
Okay, fine. Thanks. Thank you. So very good morning to all of you in the island of Andaman and Nicobar. Actually, I wanted to come down to island myself. It would have been a good experience myself also. So I was looking forward to it. But as ma'am also briefly mentioned about the sovereign AI models that we are building, focusing on Indian ChatGPT, Indian version of ChatGPT. That's a loose way of saying it, but yeah, almost on the similar lines. And we are looking forward to AI Summit, which is happening in Delhi next week. So we are quite excited about that, and we are releasing a suite of models, foundational models these are, and I'll briefly touch upon what these models are actually about, so that you get a sense of what the kind of work that we are doing. So quite excited to join this, and I heard the previous speaker also telling about various applications, right? So I will be also sharing some of the applications also that we have built, which you will find useful, particularly in the education use case, community radio, right? Overall, the theme that has been assigned to me is to focus on AI in community media or AI in media in general. How these models are actually relevant in the industry and how students can actually make use of it, how and they can contribute to it as well. Okay, so briefly I'll tell about myself. So I'm Nitish Kamal Singh. I'm data manager at Bharat and I focus on all the data acquisition and data partnerships across India, across all states, focusing on the language part, on the domain part, right? Multilingual and multimodal. So all 22 official languages, it's a government initiative. So I focus on that, and apart from that, even beyond that. So 22 is our mandate, but India is second country in the world in terms of the number of languages. So my focus is to make our models learn those languages with their nuances, cultural richness that all our languages have, as well as the dialects also. Right? So that makes sure. So I'll touch upon it. Now, briefly, to tell you about what Bharat Jan is, so it's a, let me share a presentation. Okay. So, I hope the presentation is visible to you. So, Bharat Jan actually initiated a year and a half back with the initial funding from DST, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, with around 235 crore rupees. IIT Bombay being the lead institution, anchor institution, but it's actually a consortium of various IITs. So as you can see on the right side, IIT Madras, IIT Kanpur, IIT Kharagpur, IIT Delhi, very soon IIT Delhi will also be added, right? And IIT Guwahati as well, very soon. Both these IITs will be added. And apart from that, Triple IT Hyderabad, Triple IT Delhi. So it's a consortium of IITs and Triple ITs, and IIM Indore also is one of our IIM as a partner. So it's a consortium, and recently, post that, we have recently got funding from India AI Mission, and we are currently the largest funded AI entity in the country, with close to 1,000 crore plus rupees funded to us. IIT Bombay, and the work is distributed across this entire consortium. IIT Bombay is the lead institution, and where actually we are building, focusing on the LLMs and the speech models. ASR and TTS, as you must be knowing it, speech to text and text to speech across Indian languages. And visual language models is another modality for which we are training, and that is being trained right now at Triple IT Hyderabad. Right. So these are the foundations. So what's the foundation model? So already ChatGPT, Gemini, these are very big models, right, which have come up from these big techs from the West. Similarly, if you see the Chinese have come up with a large number of open source, right, which are available right now. But nobody will tell you the recipe to build these models from the scratch. That's the thing. So a lot of open source, very good models are currently available, but you have to take them and customize them, fine-tune them with your own domain data, the kind of tasks you want all these AI models to perform, right? So that's the only game you can play, or you can customize it for growth. But how those models came into being in the first place? What's the data? What is the data show? What is the data proportion? What kind of visual data, text data, audio data that has to go into the training of all these models? That is what we do, and that is what the differentiation of our Bharat Jan. So Bharat Jan is actually a Section 8 not-for-profit company. Owner of it is the IIT Bombay. So it's an IIT Bombay held company, right? IITs or the government of India is actually the owner of it, but it has been given this flexibility of setting up this Section 8 so that we can engage with a large number of stakeholders, because that's how this entire development of foundation models is. You have to engage with a large number of organizations in terms of the compute, in terms of the people, and in terms of the data. So that flexibility or that nimbleness is needed. That's why government decided that it's better to set it up as a Section 8 company. But ultimately, the holder or the owner of this entire company is the IIT Bombay. So the IIT Bombay director is also the director of Bharat Jan's board of directors, like that, just to give you a sense of it. Right? So that's briefly what we are. And currently, it's a 60 plus full-time employees we have in IIT. The office of Bharat Jan is within the IIT Bombay campus. I'm currently speaking from IIT Bombay campus to all of you people. And we have 60 plus full-time employees, and we are rapidly growing it. Want to take it to around 100 plus within the next 3-4 months, right? And more importantly, there are 3 things which are needed actually to build all these foundational models, which I am alluding to. You need compute, hardware, right? The H100s or NVIDIA GPUs you must have heard of. Those are high-end cutting-edge hardware is actually needed to build all these models. So the fund which I talked about, around 1,000 crore plus, 90% of it actually is going for the hardware part only. That is also a truth which we need to. So kind of in a sense that hardware part is something where we are currently reliant, but for the next part is the talent, which is the kind of high-end researchers, PhDs. So most of our people who are working right now as a full-time employees are mostly PhDs from various IITs and even from big techs also. So a lot of people from Google and Amazon have also joined us. Our CEO Rishipal was actually a group product manager in US in Google, so and Microsoft also, and he recently joined as the CEO of our Valedictory company. So, and this entire effort is led by Professor Ganesh Ramakrishnan. He is the principal investigator of this. So, kind of it was conceived by him around a year and a half back. So, under his leadership, we are actually moving forward with these things. Another thing is, third part is the data, right? So, as I mentioned, there are three pillars which are needed to build this entire foundation models. One is on the compute hardware part. Second, on the talent, the people, the kind of researchers, the AI engineers that are needed to build these models. And third is the data. That is where the differentiation is actually coming. So architecture-wise, algorithmically wise, training-wise, even for the hardware, we are almost at par anywhere in the world, right? But the differentiation is coming from the data, the kind of local nuances, right? The way we people converse with each other. Those nuances are not present in ChatGPT or Gemini. You can try it out also. So they do a decent job even for the top 10 or 11 languages. For our low resource language, let's say Bodo or Dogri, right? Santali. These are also official 22 languages, but if you try to converse with the models, they go up to a certain extent, but you go into multi-turn conversations with all these models break, they crash, they don't serve the purpose. So that's where we are pitching in. And me as a data manager here, we have done a large number of partnerships across India in terms of connecting with a large number of organizations, right? So when it comes to the data, I'll mention we focus on 3 or 4 kinds of data right now. One is on the text part, another is on the speech part, right? Audios, then on the videos, as well as the images or the vision, since they are needed for the vision language models. So on the text part, we have done a collaboration with a large number of organizations across states. So for that matter, with a large number of newspaper groups, libraries, digital libraries, right? And then with research journals, publication houses, a lot of top publishers across different languages are our partners right now, right? So these are the kind of areas where we actually connect with and try to get the text data, which is not there in. So the ChatGPT or Gemini models that you are currently using have been trained by scraping all the Indian data which is available on internet. And to give you some fact, Hindi, which is the largest spoken language in India, right? Around 40% or 42% of our population speaks that. And across the globe, it's in the top 5 languages of the world. On internet, the global presence of Hindi is less than 1%. The web data is available in internet. For Hindi, it's less than 1%. So the models we are currently using are trained with just that 1% of data. So that's why it became critical for us, particularly for me, to make sure that how differentiate from other tech models that we are currently using. So it is in terms of this kind of partnerships that we are having across all these organizations. As you can see on the left-hand side, for example, the Indira Gandhi National Center for Arts, IGNC. This is the premier arts institute in the country, in New Delhi. So we have got a lot of culturally rich textbooks, right, which are 100-year-old also, that have been given to us. Then we recently collaborated with the National Archives of India. So National Archives of India is the second largest archive in the world after US. It's called NARA, National Archives of US United States. After that, it's so we are right now building a dedicated RAG-based chatbot where you can actually have a look at it. So since students are there, I will suggest all of you to kindly check Abhilekh Patel, ABHILEKH, So this is a platform which is built by National Archives. So they are just keeping all the text, all the data, which is since 16th century. So if you look at it, it's in 1629, all the data is actually digitized, and National Archives is actually putting out all this data on their portal, Abhilekh Patel. And they have built some chatbot, interactive chatbot, where question answering can happen, Abhisri, with the name of Abhisri. So we are right now building a solution for them where it will give access to all the, particularly for researchers, but even for citizens also, right? So whatever value government thinks is of Indian heritage, any Indian heritage thing or artifact, which is of value, right? Government digitizes that, which includes maps, which include postage stamps, which include letters from the British time, even for that matter from Mughal times, and a lot of that stuff, a lot of old newspapers that is also available. So what we are trying to do is unlock a lot of Indian-centric data, right, with both its spatial presence as well as its temporal presence. So from 16th century onward, whatever data is present, we are trying to engage with a lot of national organizations as well as state-level organizations. So Chardika newspaper, that's from Punjab, right? All these institutions which are Bori, it's in Pune, Menakar Oriental Research Institute. Then you have Deccan College in Pune. It's 1821 institution set up by British. They have Virasat Digital Library, right? So we are building a solution for them where, apart from their own researchers, they are giving access to a lot of citizens also. So what I am now right now trying to do is to build a kind of a web where all this high quality data can be leveraged by all these different institutions. So let's say, for example, a newspaper journalist has to write some article and he has to refer to what happened somewhere during freedom fight, during our freedom movement, somewhere in, let's say, 1920s in some place in Maharashtra, right, in some unique place. So searching, going to any library, that will take a lot of time. But now with this entire LLMs that we have built, large language models, all that data is actually fed into the models and AI models for training. And then it gives me an ability to search for the things that was not possible for me till now. And the outputs will be in the format that you want. So it's not just that it will just do the semantic search and will take out the content by keyword searching, right? No, not just that. If I ask it that write me an article the way a journalist would write, right, editorials that you read in the newspapers, it will give me exactly that way, along with the citations also. So whatever previous old digitized text content my model referred to, cited to, that will be coming along with the in the tone and in the format I am asking the model to do. I will show you through an application also which we have built. I will come into that. Right. So overall, this is the thing. The foundation model as you are seeing. So what we have done is we have released a series of models. So first iteration that we did, and this is something we released in June. You can see there is our Hugging Face website also. Bharatjan, if you search for it on the Hugging Face, all the models that we are building, we are open sourcing them. That's a mandate we have from the government. So in the text model, the name is the Param model series that we have released. Then in the speech models, it's Shrutam and Suktam, right? ASR, speech to text, the way you speak, and corresponding text you will see. You must be using in the Android phone that you're using it. But the fact is, for the Param, particularly on the speech side, we have done brilliantly well. Right now, our ASR model, our speech to text model, is the best in the world for Hindi. And since it was based on the architecture, it's called transformer architecture that we implemented, along with the data that's with me. We made sure the kind of data that was fed, particularly for Hindi, took care of various accented Hindis also. So there is a Bengali accented Hindi, there will be Tamil accented Hindi, there will be Punjabi accented Hindi, right? So that's where we are differentiating ourselves. If you try to do that on Google right now, right, it will break. So the metrics that we use, that is used to measure the performance of an ASR model is a word error rate, WER. Word error rate for our model right now is 11.58. If you look at the Google, it's 17.2, and for Microsoft, it's 22.3. So already in terms of word error rate, so that means for every 100 words that I speak in Hindi, my model will make mistakes only in around 11 words out of 100, right? So the lesser, the better. So that's why we now scaled it up, and I'm happy to share that we will be releasing ASR models, speech to text models, for 11 more additional languages. So overall, 12 languages ASR models we are releasing next week in Delhi in the AI Summit, and we are expecting Prime Minister himself to release our models. That's in the plan right now. We are hoping, and all these models will be available on open source. You can check our Hugging Face model, and these are being put on AI Kosh also. AI Kosh is an Indian equivalent under MIT, IT Ministry. So on both these platforms, we are putting out all these models that we are building, right? Shrutam is, as I mentioned, and Suktam is a TTS models, right? And Patram is what visual language model. So it's a visual language model in the sense that it gives me ability of question answering over a document. So one application that we have built, we have called it Doc Both, right? It's a doc VQA, document visual question answering. So, and one application that we built was we first took the government resolutions, right? Usually all these acts or notifications that on the government website to see. So how to make it useful both for the government employees as well as for the citizenry, right? So just upload any government document which is out there, any circular, any notification, upload it. And our model, this Patram model, actually gives you an ability to question answer over that entire document. So it's the third modality that we have. So the modalities is text modality, the various ways in which the data will be known to you. So it's a multi-modality of the models that we are building. So text, I mentioned, speech, audio format, and the vision images part. So these are the foundational models that we have built. So that is why I was referring to, and to share on the Patram also, right? Vision language, we are doing better than Google to share on that. And its class size, it's a 7 billion parameter model, right? And it's at par with Quen series of models by Chinese. Chinese have released their Quen series of model by Alibaba. We are at par, and next iteration, we are planning to release a 14 billion parameter model very soon. and we are hoping that we will be doing very good in that. So, and we are releasing benchmarks also. It's not that we are building our own and we are happy with that. Since Indian context is different, there is space for the benchmark creation also. So benchmark is how good my model is against various all these models which are being released by so many research labs across the world. Whether it's from US, you have Anthropic, you have Claude, right? You have Gemini, you have co-pilots coming out from various research, as well as from the Chinese also. A lot of Quen series of models. DeepSeek is there, right? You must have heard of DeepSeek. So how are we performing as India, means foundational models? The major differentiation is the data part as well as the sovereignty. So that's how we differentiate ourselves, and it's a government-run project. Ownership is with government, and the data that lands with me, it is given to us with that trust. That there are plenty of private players also right now in India. A lot of private players has come up, but in terms of foundational model building, we are the only ones, apart from one more competitor. And the thing is that in our case, since it's a ownership is with the government, it's not anywhere. In private players, there is a possibility that they might be acquired by big techs tomorrow. So the data will also go, the models will also go, and the technology will also go along with them if there is any kind of acquisition. So that's how the things are, right? The third important part I will say is on the research end, since it's a consortium. So it's very good that all this AI race that is happening right now, cutting edge research is part of it. And being having all these IITs as a consortium partners gives us an access to high-end tech pool, which is actually needed. So whatever work that we are doing right now is cutting edge work, and that has been possible because there are engineering elements of it. Right? The models, the way they are trained, you need a lot of high-end engineering in terms of compute, in terms of scale, in terms of speed, right? But on the other side of the spectrum, you need research also, which actually feeds into this engineering support. Right? The kind of, so for example, just to point out this thing, how it actually helps the tokenizers, right? The way AI models understand is at the token level. It's not at the word level. It's kind of a sub-word thing. So for example, if I have to use Hindi word Swadhin, right? So Swa plus Adhin. That is one simple word, some simple way of breaking the word into two words. So the model will be understanding the whatever I'm typing in terms of these tokens. So though I'm typing Swadhin, right? Bharat ka Swadhin hua, let's say, for example, right? It will break up all these entire words into into tokens. So building these tokens from scratch is important because the models understand tokens, not the words. Earlier, before our group, we were relying on the Western tokenizers, mostly from Llama, Meta, right? If you have heard of Mark Zuckerberg's company, Meta, we were relying, even Indian AI model builders were relying on those tokenizers. We came up with our own tokenizer. We have entire linguist team also in our group right now. There is a separate dedicated vertical on the linguist whose focus is entirely on the language part. So we built to that extent. So that is, those kind of elements are coming from the research. And I'm happy to share that particularly for Tamil and for Gujarati, our tokenizers are right now the best in the world. So earlier, for example, for the Gujarati word, one Gujarati word was converted into 12 tokens by this Llama tokenizer. Right now, for all Indian languages, we have already brought it down to less than 2. So currently, average tokens which are generated from one word, right? The way models will break these words to understand those things, right? So that it can process it and then produce corresponding outputs. It is on an average 1.5. Around 1.4 to 1.5 is the tokens. How is it helpful? It actually immediately expands the way my question length. It's called context. I'm going a little technical here. It's called context length, right? So there is a, if I don't know if some of the students who are sitting here have used ChatGPT extensively, they must have seen that they immediately hit the rate limit. After some long session of, let's say you sit on it for 1 hour, you're doing a lot of question answering, you're feeding, uploading a lot of big PDFs, you will hit rate limit. What is that rate limit? That is because the number of tokens that you have consumed for that session, for that particular session, or for that entire day, or maybe for entire month. So immediately, if you have a good tokenizers, that gives, I'm able to compress a lot of my words now in the same query box that earlier I was permitted around 10,000 words. But now, since I have built my own tokenizer to understand my own language, right? Earlier I was getting 12, now I'm getting just 1.5. So immediately there is a scaling down factor of around by 10. So earlier I could ask a question with a window of 10,000 words. Immediately with my own tokenizer that I have built from scratch, I can now ask a question going up to 1 lakh words also. Right? So that's how this entire research ecosystem is actually helping us. And so what is important is the entire tech stack. That is where we want our independence actually. We don't want to rely on anything. It's similar to nuclear technology, right? Even for the nuts and bolts, government wants it to have its own ownership, right? For those kind of sensitive things. So just to share with you, our project is actually monitored directly by the PMO to that extent. it has become such a critical technology, as you are already seeing, right? Almost every industry you can think of is being influenced by AI in one way or the other, in terms of productivity, in terms of efficiency, right? So it's important that we master this technology from scratch, and that's why the importance of this particular Bharajan project. Now, to give you here startups and partnerships, right? So we have a lot of partners already. So that because building foundation models is one part, but ultimately it has to be used by citizens in one way or the other. So that's why and being the section at company actually helps us in contacting with. So, for example, with IBM Research, we are working on one use case on the education with Har Ghar Jal, right? It's a program under Ministry of Jal Shakti. So there we are. I'll show you an example also from one application. I'll immediately show that one, what exactly we have built for Ministry of Jal Shakti in terms of public awareness campaigns, right? So we are building the generative AI, right? So it generates all this thing. So by having all these models, since I can generate now a lot of content or data at scale, public awareness campaigns is an easy thing to do, which was very difficult earlier. It was a manual process, right? I had to, all these BPOs that we have, although we have built a very good industry, but now since models are kind of coming close to that, right? So there is a possibility of me in terms of running good number of public awareness campaigns across country through various modalities. I will touch base on that through one of the applications I'll show you, which we have built for community radios. Right, I'll come to that. So these are all the partnerships. So we are building MahaGPT. So we recently collaborated with government of Maharashtra and for Maharashtra government for the entire AI application, as well as for various government departments. We are officially, and just a day before yesterday, we recently collaborated with the Andhra Pradesh government also, the Chandrababu Naidu ji. We had a meeting with him. So we are planning to do, there is some engagement on the Andhra Pradesh government also. Similarly, with Goa government, it's going on. So apart from the national government thing, we are already collaborating on a number of application building with various central government departments. We have already started working out with various state governments. So for example, National Archives of India, which I gave as an example, on similar lines, we recently are in touch with various state archives also. So Maharashtra State Archives is there, where a lot of rich Marathi data is there. Not just Marathi, so Marathi currently is written in Devanagari script, but a century before it was written in Modi script. For that, the data is not available at all, because currently publications are there just in Devanagari script, the way we write Hindi. Marathi is also written, but there is Modi script data also, which is kept in the state archives. So that's how these kind of partnerships that I'm currently leading across India with various with a variety of organizations, right? That is how I'm unlocking that data, making sure that our models learn those languages with those kind of local nuances. So now to touch base on that, there is a speech data component also, right? So with that, and that's why I came in contact with DBRAIT also here. Why? Because community radios are there across 541 community radios are there across India right now at this point of time, who have been given license to the Ministry of Information Broadcasting. One of them is being run here in DBRAIT also. That's why to make sure that my models learn the way, since all these community radios are actually tier 2, tier 3 towns and mostly in villages also. And half of them are being done through educational institutions like yours. So the way, and it's usually the radius in which these operate or for the broadcast that happens is usually 30-40 kilometers within that radius, right? But the things that are being discussed, the way people speak in these areas is the richness which my models will have. Currently, if you try out all these AI models which you have from big techs, right? That's only the way standard Hindi, standard Tamil, or standard Kannada is being spoken, or standard Bengali for that matter, or standard Assamese. But how to make sure that Bengali, the way it is spoken in Cooch Behar, is different from the Bengali that is being spoken in Kolkata. There's a difference between that. And if you try out all these models, they will understand the way a Kolkata person will speak Bengali, but not the way somebody in Cooch Behar will speak, or Jalpaiguri for that matter, right? So to make sure that my models can understand to that dialect level also, Marathi, for example, right now I'm in Bombay. So Marathi is being spoken in 6 different ways, in 6 different regions. So I connected with some community radio being running in Kolhapur, then in Sholapur, then in Nashik, like all these places, different places. Punjabi has 4 different variants of being spoken. There are 4 dialects of Punjabi. To how to make sure that my model can learn that. So that's how we are differentiating ourselves so that we can connect with all 1+ billion Indians, not just limited to the urban areas, the way standard way of speaking languages, right? So the community radios are there. Then we have collaborated with a large number of podcasters with Prasar Bharati itself, right? You have Doordarshan, Akashvani, Prasar Bharati, Publication Division, Press Information Bureau, entire central government media, right? So we are in talks with them. We have already been shared the data from DD News, Doordarshan News, that has been shared with us. And now we have started building some AI tools in the media space for journalists, how they can leverage in their studio setting. So that's how the kind of data that we are. I already touched upon the Indira Gandhi National Center for Arts, a lot of NGMAs, right? So National Gallery for Modern Arts. We are collaborating with them also, so that on the images side also, we can make sure that our models will learn that kind of things also. So that is briefly I want to touch upon the way the things are going on. I will show you some applications also. So foundational model building and all this is one part, but government told us that there is a we need to build high. We need to touch upon the high impact areas also. So look at it this way. You have to, this is technically called curriculum training, right? So it is similar to how you would teach a children, how you would teach a child. So you begin with small alphabets, right? Think of a small child, and then followed by small words, then sentences, then complex sentences, then paragraphs, right? And then entire stories, books to that extent. That's how a child would learn, right? On a similar, this for curriculum training. So you do not throw a 12th class standard mathematical problem to a second class or third class student. You will have to make them teach from A plus B and all those things, 1 plus 2 plus 3, like that. That's how the curriculum training. Similar thing happens in the AI model training also. Just the way a child would learn a language, particularly, or any other particular subject, same way the AI models. So AI models are just nothing but kind of trying to mimic the cognitive function the way humans learn, actually. More or less, it's not any different. So you have, I'm just going a little bit technical, we have chain of thought process, right? COT it's called. So the way humans think, you decompose a problem, right? And then you start thinking on the sub problems. You start build the solve for each sub problem, join them together, and then you have a final solution for the initial problem that you began with. On similar lines, the models are trained to learn the language, then trained to reason, also trained kind of a think. Think is a little bit, I'll put that in double quotes, but we claim that the models can think also. That entire thinking trace is also available. How did even model came to the kind of output that you are reading? There's entire thinking trace also something you can look at. Right? So one part, the foundational model building is to make sure that models are able to speak with us in the languages that we understand. Right? That's how it is. It's so that is one part. But then how to make sure that these are then being used in the industry? I'm able to solve any use cases also for various. We have a lot of agriculture. We have farmers, right? We have traders. We have the entire justice system. So we picked up some high impact areas: education, legal domain, finance domain, healthcare. These are all the high impact, education and agriculture. These are all high impact areas. The government asked us that since foundation models are now being trained, start parallelly building these applications also for the e-commerce, for particularly for SMEs, small and medium enterprises. Right. So these are some models. So Param, I had mentioned, was the first foundation model that we built. Then we fine-tuned it on the particular Indian data that we got. We have collaborated with some big hospital groups across the country right now, from where, because, so we came up with Param in that sense. Param is the first LLM trained on Ayurveda data, and it is the first LLM of its kind in the world to focus on the traditional Indian medicine, particularly Ayurveda. If you look at the Chinese, they have released close to 5 models in TCM, traditional Chinese medicine, but its Indian equivalent wasn't there. This is one thread where we started with, and Param came into the peak, focusing entirely on Ayurveda domain. Then currently in the education space, we are building something called Bodhi Param. It's currently in the development. Then we came up with legal param by taking up Indian legal data, which is available in open source, and to build a question answering system over that. And finance param, again focusing on the Indian finance domain. So and Krishi Sathi also. There is Krishi Sathi in terms of question answering ability through a WhatsApp chatbot. I'll show you also. I think it's here, I guess. Let me see if you can see or hear also. Is it audible?
Yes, sir, it's audible. Yes. Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Okay. And what I'm playing right now is also visible?
Yeah, absolutely.
This is also fine. So let me complete this, I think. So this one particular application that you just saw, we integrated it with the WhatsApp. So that is one thing we are doing. We are not just building models and putting it out in the open. Now we are moving it to so that people can start using it right away. And 50 crore plus Indians are already using it on a WhatsApp daily basis. Right. So that will be the easiest form factor for us to engage with people right away. So the which Krishi Sathi integrated in the WhatsApp, and the ASR, the farmer who was speaking in the video, those models were that was our own Hindi, right? And as I mentioned, releasing for 11 more languages. So most of the 12 major regional languages for all states will be released in the upcoming summit next week, right? So those were our ASR models, and the voice that you were hearing was also from our TTS model, text to speech. So already the models that we had built are already being integrated into the various applications. And where is the agricultural data coming from, right? How are we differentiating ourselves from the Western Big Tech? So we actually collaborated with the Indian Agricultural Research Institute, IARI. It has around 56 research centers across India focusing on various crops and species, right? So this one particular, since we are situated in Bombay right now, so it's easier. There are two, one in Nashik on the grapes, since Nashik is known for grape belt, and there is one for the onions. Both the central government research institutions are there, and where they have kept a lot of research data for past 50, 60 years has been kept, right? So that's how we unlock that part. Until now, it was just limited to researchers, right? But now LLMs or these entire AI models actually give me the capability of integrating and making it accessible also to all the people, right? So that's how the differences come. And we actually benchmarked it. We asked the same questions which he was asking along with ours, with the ChatGPT. We found our models to be much more nuanced and actually localized. So we ask for the location also before the model gives out the answer. If I put Andaman Nicobar as a latitude and longitude or in terms of some place, model will then contextualize the answer focusing on that geography only. So that's the ability models give me now. Right? So that is one application I wanted to show. Let me move to the another one. Just a second. So I think this was already shown. There are other ways also. I think in the interest of time, I'll move to the application part quickly. So just to show you means it's called why this research is also important, which I already mentioned, that there is some sort of common denominator also across Indian languages. That is what we are leveraging, right? So that's why we are hoping that after a lot of this Indian data, specific data is put into the models. Models have the ability once they go beyond a big size. So current research says around 400 billion parameters. What are parameters? Think of it as equivalent to neurons, right? The models that we released on the LLM side were smaller one, 2.9 billion parameters. We are very soon going to release a bigger model that will be close to the 17 billion parameter model. So that's what we are looking at. Okay, so the bigger the model size becomes, the better. Think of it similar to brain, right? The more neurons you have, there are more connections, and it is able to do much better pattern matching or pattern making. On its equivalent size, there is an ability for these models once they go beyond a big number, usually and that's what our aim is, right? So look at this particular slide. I think this is better too. This is what we are aiming. Currently, we released these models in 2024 around 2.9. Let me put it on full mode, I think, so that it's easy. Yeah, so 2024 is when we release all these models. Those were first iteration and were smaller ones, right? And in the upcoming summit, we are releasing, expanding. So initial one were limited to Hindi and English only. 12 languages will be the support available from next week onwards. And we will take it to, within this year, within the next 6 months, all 22 languages will be covered for all languages. And I am making sure to go beyond that also. That's why I connected with Andaman Nicobar, right? The way you people speak, and maybe some other tribal languages are also there. That is something also which we have to make sure that since it's a Bharat Gen, right? All places of Bharat, irrespective of which place they are from, whether they are island nations. I connected with Ladakh also. So let me give some context. While connecting with you, right? So IT ministry actually kind of gave it up in a sense that they couldn't do, it was difficult to connect with. So we at Bharat Gen, I lead the entire Bharat. So there is a Bharat Data Sagar also, entire vertical, which I lead at Bharat Gen, to make sure that all this different kind of data that I talked about is available with us for the model training. So I took it as an opportunity also to make sure that I connect with, so mostly Northeast states, Ladakh, Andaman Nicobar, Lakshadweep, for that matter, these were left actually where we couldn't do it. So that's why I made it a priority that this kind of AI summit event is also held in particularly as far as Andaman Nicobar, so that you are also there on the national map. So our event details will be put out in the AI Impact Summit. Each state has been given one space in the website, and all these today's event details will be put out there. So the kind of data that you guys are having, I will be more than happy to connect with you. Post that can be a one to do for all the students particularly, and maybe for some faculty who are engaged in the community radio operation. That kind of data that I talked about, that will be very, very useful for our models to learn. So how Andaman Nicobar people speak sub languages, right? Hindi or English, the kind of accents that you have, the kind of local nuances that you have, that is very rich. So for example, the specific things that you have about ocean or sea or marine engineering for that matter, or anything related to ecological diversity. Those kind of things will not be available on the mainland for sure. Those experiences or that knowledge is there with you for the past 50, 60 years of accumulated knowledge. That is not available in general. Nobody does that. But once I have it from you, right, the various kind of data that you have, our models will learn that. And next time somebody asks a question, let's say on the marine ecosystem in India, it will immediately refer to Andaman Nicobar also. Why? Just because the data was fed with that kind of metadata also. That anything related to ecological diversity, marine things, ocean things, island things, right? That's not there with the mainland thing because it's not a part of experience. When it's not part of experience, it's not also. That's why nobody will put that in the model training. But here we have an opportunity to do that. Ultimately, as you can see on the 2027, we are hoping within the next 1 year, we are planning to release a 1 trillion parameter model, almost on the similar size of ChatGPT, which will take care of all these. So that's what's in the strategic focus area. As you can see, model capability has to increase. We are targeting 1 trillion parameter model, a very big model similar to ChatGPT or Western that you're using within 1 year timeline. And multimodal excellence, I had already mentioned, all modalities have to be taken care of. And particularly in Indian context, we have found that the speech is the best form factor. That's where the people find comfortable to speak. Language coverage, mandatory is mandatory, but I'm going beyond that and making sure that all languages, Northeast, whether some tribal languages from Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Odisha, that area, all should be put out. So the government census claims that there are around 600 plus, around 700 languages are out there, right? So let's see how many we can touch to that extent, right? And real world deployment. So all these models ultimately, beyond foundational models, apart from learning your own language and able to converse, there should be practical applications also, right? That's what ultimate frontier is for us. Ultimately, it should be used by citizens. It should help you out in your various things that you do. Now, coming to share. But before that, I will open it for if any questions are here. I'm happy to answer.
Nitish sir. Nitish ji.
Yeah.
I request you to little, we can wind up and take some questions.
No issues, no issues. If you are interested, I will show you quick one application because community radio is being run. I'll take just 1 minute. So if this screen is visible to you.
Okay, thank you.
So this is one AI application that we have built. Here you can see in the reference transcript, it's written in Punjabi right now, right? Let's hear this sound.
It is not audible.
It's not audible. Just a second. Though. Let me share it. I hope it's
ਕਰਦੇ ਹਨ ਹੰਪੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਮਾਰਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਭਵਨ ਨਿਰਮਾਣ ਕਲਾ ਦੀ ਵੇਰਵੇ ਗੁੰਝਲਦਾਰ
Is it audible now?
Yeah, it is audible now.
Okay, so what you're seeing right now is the reference transcript and reference audio, right? Now here is the main text. What this is FI architecture. I can put a text here. It's kind of voice cloning that will happen. Let me show you. Let's say now this, for example, any person who is PIB News Hindi. I'm just copying one simple news. Let me copy it from here. I opened it another page and here I'm pasting it. I've just picked it up one Hindi line, right? Now see, generate. Right? And I'm playing it.
हाइपर लोकल कवरेज यह विशेष रूप से आपके पड़ोस शहर या पिन कोड की खबरों पर ध्यान केंद्रित करता है.
Right? So what happened? That reference transcript which was there, the voice was cloned and suddenly that lady, which her native tongue was Punjabi, can speak in Hindi now. Okay. Now I can show it similarly on my example. Let me read the Hindi part. Let me take this Hindi as an example. I'm pasting it. Now I'm recording it here. Okay. So I will be cloning my voice and I don't do Marathi or let's say I think some Bengali speakers are also here, I'll paste the Bengali one. I don't know Bengali at all, right? But this model will give me the access to speak in Bengali also, in 11 languages. So this model supports 11 languages. So let me do that. First, I'm cloning my voice by speaking this. Record. हाइपर लोकल कवरेज यह विशेष रूप से आपके पड़ोस शहर या पिन कोड की खबरों पर ध्यान केंद्रित करता है राइट सो दिस व्हाट आई स्पोक है हाइपर लोकल कवरेज यह विशेष रूप से आपके पड़ोस शहर या पिन कोड राइट नाउ आई डोंट नो बंगाली आई एम जस्ट कॉपिंग वन Bengali headline from some newspaper. I'm just searching on Google. Let me copy paste here. What this is doing, I'll just explain quickly. This is I copied one line from one Bengali news right now. Okay, and I'm generating it. My voice was cloned, and now suddenly I have the ability to speak Bengali also. এই মুহূর্তে বাংলাদেশি পণ্যে আমেরিকা 10% শুল্ক নেয় বোয়িং কেনা চুক্তি পাকা হলে শুল্ক আরো কমে যেতে পারে সোমবারই বাংলাদেশের সঙ্গে বাণিজ্য চুক্তিতে সই করতে পারে আমেরিকা I hope you got the drift what I'm trying to explain here. I think some Tamil audiences are also there. Let me try one quick on Tamil also, so that just to show you the ability of the models. And we are scaling it up rapidly. This is Tamil, right? I can't read Tamil, I can't speak Tamil, right? But I can, from public awareness campaigns, I can speak my own mother tongue, I can speak Hindi, I can speak English. But suddenly with this kind of model, I'm generating in the Tamil one. You can see. Let me play it first and let me wrap it up. So Tamil. இந்தியாவில் தங்க உற்பத்தியில் கர்நாடகா முதலிடத்தில் உள்ளது பீகார் மாநிலம் தங்க இருப்பில் முதலிடத்தில் உள்ளது I hope any Tamil in the audience if they are there or any other language Kannada Malayalam for that matter it's currently supporting 11 languages right so see the ability I can speak my own native language and that's the only let's say I don't even know Hindi I don't even know English I know my own mother tongue Punjabi right I can speak that but I can then communicate whatever public awareness campaign that I have to do using this model by pasting my content here in this particular window, main text window. Immediately I can converse or spread my message. Accessibility reaches suddenly. I'm not limited by my own language. Whatever I want to communicate in 11 or 12 other languages, soon all 22 and maybe even beyond that. That's what we are aiming. That ability is there. I hope you got the gist what I'm trying to say. So that's one thing. So just to share, we collaborated with Community Radio Association of India, right? And for there, I am getting a lot of data, speech data from all these 500 plus stations across India, from the length and breadth of India. And in return, we are offering 1 hour of daily broadcast of community radio by Bharat Gen models, all this. One hour per day for 365 days. For one complete year, it will be powered by that. So we have built AI radio jockey, complete end-to-end automated. You can generate the script also since it's, I think you cannot see. So this is another, let me share this tab. So this is what it is, right? That end-to-end model where you can generate the radio script from scratch, generate text, and various social sector domains like women and children, education, health. Right? It can generate the entire script from scratch. So if there is some time, I can also. So this is one Nal Jal Mitra guidelines. Right? Complex policy documents, how to convert them quickly into very easy to understand narrative style radio script. Right, the way general citizens put. So this is one prompt. You can see you are a script writer for community radio. A local station will broadcast a 2-minute drama about a complex issue. For example, climate change. For example, in case of Andaman Nicobar, it is climate change, right? And local livelihood. The broadcast is in low resource setting, where most listeners have limited literacy and are hearing impaired or have low quality. These transform the attached document into a conversational narrative between two characters, male and female. So male can be a local farmer, age. To that extent, you can say, right? And instructions, keep language simple and concise. So this is the way you draft a prompt also, right? So then see, I have attached a file, which is a complex policy document. So the intelligence layer is our model and see, I'm generating it. Right now, I think it has gone a little down, I will say. Let me check. But you get the gist, right? So this is something also I can give it to students. They can try it out afterwards. So that's how the things are. Okay, so this is an application that we are offering to all the community radios across India. So AI radio jockey, end-to-end, from script generation to the audio generation. Audio generation I've already shown you. Similarly, the script gets generated. As an example, that was a prompt example here. This is the kind of script it generates. Female, good morning, Amar. How is the water coming in the village tap today? Then male farmer, good morning, Priya. It's slow and sometimes turns muddy. Pause. Right. So our models will have the emotional things also fed into them, the way we are training. Right now, it's does good job on the conversational part, monologue part, but soon it will have emotional styles as well. Right? So all this conversation between a male character and female character can be converted. That's how usually the radio scripts work, right? So that's how the one AI radio jockey application is we have built. On similar lines, we have built this on the Prasad Bharati enterprise kind of question answering ability over the entire episode. So you have these various paintings of India, rock cut architecture. These are all playlists from Doordarshan Play. So it's not a passive, one-sided experience, but an interactive experience for the viewers. So it's not just one-side passive. The means I'm just seeing the episode, but actually the question answering ability over there. So you can take a pause for all these videos. There's one example I had put. So this Ellora Marble of Rocket Art. This is an episode by Doordarshan. Right? So it's not just passive thing. Now I want to learn about it also. So you can take a pause in between. I asked a question, what is Ellora? And it is giving me an answer on this side. Right? So that is another one application that we kind of a RAG. It's called retrieval augmented generation. Right? RAG over the. It's a multimodal RAG where I have the ability to make it a question answering ability over my entire episodes. In this case, repository of Prasad Bharati, Doordarshan or Akashvani for that matter. And in the interest of time, I will not show, but there is another learning pathway. So this is another we are doing in partnership with IBM Research, right? Where all these NCRT-based question generators, you can opt any of these subjects, choose your language, currently English, Hindi, but soon all 22 official languages. Then pick up any class 11 as well. Oh, sorry, is it? I hope now it's visible. Sorry, I think the screen was not. So there's a Bharat Gen NCRT-based question generator. I hope the screen is visible, right? So I was mentioning about these subjects. The student can choose any subject. Particularly, this be focused with the STEM first, and then English or language. I mentioned that all 22 languages can be supported. Right on Hindi, English is being done. Select a class 10, class 11, and class 12, followed by the chapter also. So, for example, class 10 I have picked up real numbers, right, or polynomials for that matter, quadratic equations, and difficulty type also. So you have the ability to vary the difficulty from beginner to intermediate to expert. Let's say direct, and I'm choosing one MCQ question for right now and generating. Let's see if it is working. So it's taking a little bit time. So this is, yeah, as you can see, what is the standard form of a quadratic equation, right? Ax plus b equal to 0, like this, as you can see. So this is a question generator, and similarly, you can have a multiple choice question. So I hope you got a gist of what we are trying to do. And this will be powered by our own models. So you will have mathematics being taught in 22 languages. That has been a difficulty till now, right? You have to depend upon a lot of content, but now LLMs now give you the capability of learning mathematics in Tamil, in Bengali, whichever Indian language that you want, right? So that it contextualizes, it becomes easy for our kids, for our students to learn. And this can be, the framework is ready. We have done it on the NCRT. We are similarly right now doing for engineering colleges also, right? We have already picked up 5 languages and we have picked up 5 engineering streams, major ones, mechanical, civil, computer science, electrical, right? Those are the 4 or 5 major streams. And similarly, so you will be able to have learning abilities of all this engineering stuff, content that you have in our own languages. That's how the things are. So I hope it gives you a good sense of all these will be released very soon. Next week in the Delhi Summit, we are hoping that Prime Minister himself will be releasing. We are planning and we'll update you on that. But all these models, particularly language ones, foundation model that I talked about, will be available as open source on Hugging Face and on AI. So that's from my side. I'll take. I'm open to question answering.
Thank you very much, sir, for this such an exhaustive session with so much of intricacies about the app development, data management, and are there any questions? Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Good evening. Good afternoon, sir. So, my name is Adarsh. I am from Unicorners Innovation, a startup from Andaman and Nicobar Islands. So, we are currently building an offline English to Hindi translator for edge computing devices and also for security and safety purposes, which can run completely offline. So, my role is of a junior AI/ML engineer, creating and preparation of data sets, training models, validation, benchmark. And the main thing that we came across was the data set, which is not available. Okay. So what are the high quality data sets or the sources regarding the Indian context what are those places from where we can get the data sets apart from platforms like Bhashini, Vatika, pool of models and data sets? That was my main question.
Got it. Got it. So one quick thing would be, and very great to know that we have such startups which are focusing on the edge deployment particularly, and way beyond in Andaman Nicobar. That's a surprising thing, but very good, and actually good to learn that part. On the data part that you mentioned, so one way would be the way we have fed all these models. This is all proprietary data sets which we have accessed through partnerships, and we don't release data sets as such. So that's one trust which all these data partners, which I alluded to do in my presentation, is given to us, that their data will never be made into the public openly, but the models that we have trained through this kind of data, right? In this your case, you need English Hindi one.
Yes.
You can always use our models for knowledge distillation or data distillation for that matter, right?
Okay.
Use that, and all these models that even we are training, there is a good component of synthetic part, because data that is needed to train all these models is in trillions of tokens. You're talking about close to 15 to 20 trillion tokens of data that is needed.
Yeah,
And that is also on the lines that we have fed. And from on-ground activity that I do, that will not suffice for the model to learn any language for that matter, right? So there is a good component of synthetic data in our model training. So what I will suggest you would be that you take up our model that we are releasing in any case, open source. It will be available next week onwards.
Okay.
You put that out and use that to distillate it, particularly for your own use case. In this case, I think you're focusing on, as you mentioned, security or other stuff, right?
Yes.
So you can use it, particularly on the Hindi side of things. So that is how it can be done.
Okay. So another thing that in Andaman and Nicobar Islands, we have Nicobaris people, okay, tribal community. So we are also trying to create models which can translate from English to Nicobari language, vice versa, and Hindi to Nicobari language and vice versa. So what would be an optimal way to make the data sets? Any suggestion from you?
Yeah. So I think there is a good opportunity here. I'll give my number to you. Do connect with me. But I'm looking forward to getting Nicobari's data if that is available.
Yeah. Sure.
And I can share some specs also, the way we take it. We have very sophisticated pipelines in terms of the data engineering. We have a dedicated data engineering team.
Yes, sir.
And since it's a government project, we adhere to the DP, since you mentioned about the tribal part of it, right?
Okay.
So to make sure we strictly adhere to the DPDP Act. Digital Personal Data Protection, that as well as some other stringent IT rules also. So no personal data of any kind, PII as we call it, personal identifiable information of any kind will be ever fed into our model. We have very specific pipelines where we scrape out or filter out anything related to name, age, gender, caste, religion, whatever that stuff, right? And all that is removed, including Aadhaar numbers or any government particular cards. And then only what is the rest is then fed into the model training part. So we adhere to that. And in terms of the way I think I alluded to a lot of sources from where, if you have such connects with you, where if there are institutions which are working on Nicobari's languages, there must be plenty of them, I guess, language part, not the organization part. If they have it with them, do connect with me so that we can help out to get into our model training, which is right now going on.
Yeah, sure.
I can share much more details the way we take up the data across all these modalities that I talked about.
Yeah, sure, sir. I would be happy to connect. Thank you. Yeah, that's it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Any question?
There is a lot of our audience, I think. Any other question from any of
there
you?
is one.
I can see now actually a lot of people sitting. Earlier, I
Good
couldn't
afternoon,
see
sir.
now.
Myself, Dinesh. I'm from Civil Department. So my question to you, as you spoke of private players in AI, so what conditions are still missing in India for private players to confidently invest in AI infrastructure as we see in US, China?
Yeah, a very good question actually. And it will come down to taking bold bets, right? You look at the way Chinese have almost kind of reached at par with Americans. The ChatGPT came in 2022 December, right? And today it's 2026. Within around 3 years of time, look at the way Chinese have released open source models, which are almost at par with any closed source model from the US, right? So why that happened? So there was entire ecosystem already in place, kind of, right? Government actually put in a lot of resources. Chinese actually ran 1,000 scholars program where they got a lot of talent back from Western hemisphere and brought them back to China and then made them to work for them, right? we kind of lacking in that sense. So already we are in touch and we have already started our own program. And under Bharat, I'm happy to share that we are running a similar campaign in the US at this point of time to get a lot of Indians who have actually built all these models that we are using, right? Gemini's and Anthropic. There are a lot of Indian engineers or researchers who have actually built it. So we're trying to attract them. Both our director of research actually was Simon's US research director, and he left that and joined us. And he's the director of research, currently working from US. Very soon he'll be back in India, right? So we are making sure to attract that talent. So talent is needed. So in terms of abilities, there will be failures along this path, right? So it's not that it's always a happy journey, but to make sure that people are ready to learn from those failures and get back and start focusing on. That's how this entire tech journey particularly is. And second is on the hardware side. There, I will definitely agree that we are kind of scarce and deficient in that respect, and kind of dependent also, because that is not where we have worked seriously. And in that sense, we are currently still relying on US because most of these GPUs which are needed to train these models are provided by NVIDIA only, right? So that is one kind of vulnerability that we have. But in terms of other, in terms of the technical things, in terms of the people who are means talented to build these things, and in terms of data, we are nowhere less than them, and we are already getting good results, right? We have already released an open source that I alluded to, particularly on the speech side. Right? And to happy to share that the 17 billion model that we'll be releasing next week, currently the coding is being done in Indian languages. Our models are already doing the coding in Indian languages. So that is again because of the data that has been fed in. So we are no longer a person like that in Andaman Nicobar wants to learn coding, right? Computer coding or Python, whatever, some programming language. You can learn your own language. That's how it is. So they have already proved it that it is possible. So these are certain 2-3 things where we need to put our attention to: pour resources, put people, and execute it. That's where I'll put it in that way.
Thank you, sir.
So I have a question. I'm faculty from Civil Engineering Department. How we as a technical institute can contribute in in terms of data coming from a remote island?
Definitely, ma'am. I'm actually looking forward to that. In terms of, I think initial connect was only because there was this community radio which was being run from DBRAIT, and from the list that was shared with me by Ministry of IND, because that's the ministry that gives license for this. So I was looking forward to the speech data first. But now I think after discussion and after I'm hearing that there are some groups who there is Nicobarese languages also, maybe some publications are happening, some books, newspapers, right? That kind of thing, as well as the models that we will be built. Then their evaluation also, right? So we don't know, while sitting here in mainland, I don't know Nicobarese at all. So some people then can have to evaluate the models also for that. So that feedback is necessary, as we call it as RLH, right? Reinforcement learning through human feedback. So human element is inevitable. Models are meant to be used. So one question I think was also referred to in last discussion, where one student pointed out that whether it will replace us or not. So I'll put it very briefly. We are looking at all these AI tools as an augmentation, not for replacement. All these tools are meant to augment your workflows, right? Kind of ease you out. In the education space, the model that we had built was spoken assessment of English. We deployed it in a low-income area here in Mumbai, in some school, in government school, where kids from different parts of the country come, but they are from low-income families. And we found that they speak accented English, right? And teachers usually take around 45 minutes, 30 to 40 minutes to assess that part. We deployed our models, right, where we gave it as a tool to help the teachers out, where students were speaking English in their way. Our models were able to convert that into corresponding text and assess the students. And it gave a feedback with scoring also. And ultimate control was with the teachers, whether they aligned with what the feedback of the AI model was. And we found 90% agreement in that sense. We have submitted this case study in the AI Summit also, which will be released next week. I was part of that study. So all teachers, not even one, said that they would like to have such a tool where we reduce the assessment time of the kids from around 45 minutes to roughly around 15 minutes, 13 to 15 minutes. That was the average time, which, so suddenly one third time reduction, mental fatigue reduced for the teachers, right? And they were able to give much more quality time. So all that admin part, usually with which there is already shortage of teachers across India in any case, right? And even when they are available, there are a lot of admin stuff in which the times get lost. So where is the quality time to give to students in terms of learning and to think on various creative ways? So now AI models can give you can generate content, which I was showing you that one thing, right? Question generator. So there is a possibility of generating all the content on the fly. Means you can decide which particular student should be taught which particular kind of concept, and with what kind of difficulty level also. So there is now, with all these AI models that we have, first time we have that kind of opportunity where we can actually customize, can build dedicated learning pathways for our students, irrespective of whether in school or even in the engineering side. So I would request, if it is available, means in terms of data part, I will be more than happy to connect with you post the summit also, right? Where we can actually set up some sort of this DBRAIT. It's a central government institution. We can set up this as a center for us in terms of both the data that could be shared and the models that we are building. You can start deploying it in your own settings, and the feedback that will help in iterating it and improving it. Yeah, that's how I think
we'd be more than happy to help because there's a huge scope in very productive collaborations. Thank you, Nitisha, for this meaningful session. So with this, we wind the morning sessions. Over to the MC team.
Okay, Nitish, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for engaging session on artificial intelligence
Thank you.
and community media.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
We now come to the end of morning session.
The afternoon session will explore how AI can transform governments and community communication with real-world application tailored to islands and remote regions.
From citizen-centric e-governance to empowering local voices to community media, these sessions promise practical insights and engaging discussion.
So we request our participants and the faculty along with them. So we have a student coordinator, Anish from electrical and some student from mechanical. They just guide to all of them to the canteen. So please follow them, and we are assembling at 1:45 here. So we are little late. We were expecting that 1:30 we can start, but the time schedule is a little tight. So you should try to make it here at 1:30 so that we can start the session. 1:45, sorry, 1:45. 1:45. You can canteen. All of you have to go to canteen with our college students. They will help you. Student council with the mechanical से जो बीच से रास्ता है ना, मैकेनिकल से जो बीच से रास्ता है बेटा, आप आगे लीड कर लो, है ना?
सारे मटेरियल्स रख के जाइए, यहाँ पे फिर वापस वही टेबल में रखेंगे.
And use your coupons and give it to the at reception. They will give food to you. Thank you. Our student, please show the way.
We now begin technical session 3 on artificial intelligence in e-governance.
The speaker will be formally introduced by Mrs. T. Diana Jocelyn, ma'am. Ma'am, over to you.
Welcome back all. We have a session now on artificial intelligence in e-governance. We have with us Shri Kailas, is a senior professional and researcher at the Center for Development of Advanced Computing, popularly called as CDAC. He has come all the way from Chennai, so you can give him a big round of applause to welcome him. He was formally identified as a joint director or senior engineer in the Cloud Research Lab. He has experience in areas such as grid computing, interoperable health services, and information technology applications. His role as Joint Director, Cloud Research Lab. His focus areas include grid computing and IT research. And he is associated with CDAC initiatives, including technical, educational, and research-focused presentations. So he has got some interesting case studies to share with us. I would request the students and faculty to take a key note on this so that we could have some useful lessons to implement in our region. So, please identify region-based problems to arrive at AI-based solutions for our islands. Over to you, Kailash sir. We are running tight on time, so I would really appreciate if it is still 2:30, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. So thanks to the organizing team and the management for inviting me here. So I'll just run through the session at such a faster pace to the maximum extent possible. See, my session will cover the application of artificial intelligence, specifically in e-governance. there are few case studies or applicable areas where AI is currently used with certain surveys, predictions, and what are all the challenges that we face specifically from the government side. So see, if you take artificial intelligence, the first question that comes to the mind is like you can see a lot of blogs and things. AI will replace the manpower, the job opportunities. That's not true. Okay. In fact, AI will increase the job opportunities. That anyhow will see in the slides. Okay. See, okay, fine. See, the evolution of e-governance. Okay, it started with the computerization of records, all government records. From there, now we are into AI integrated public service delivery. Like if you visit these days in the common service centers, just before 2-3 years, the services offered by common service centers, and now the services offered by common service centers. You can see like you can feel the difference. Even common service centers are coming into your mobiles. So through a single app, like human kind of apps, you get all the services. Now we are moving into the next phase. Like you will not search for the services. Services will search for you and it will come to you. Like what are all the services that you need, that will come to you in the near future. So that is where our e-governance scenario is moving ahead. Okay, so the national so the national scenario, it started with why this specifically this government is giving importance to the AI. It started with Niti Aayog, which was our earlier named as Planning Commission. So they in a sense the entire government department, they wanted our country to lead the technology sector, specifically in terms of AI and related streams. So because of this idea, a lot of mission mode projects are coming in. You could have heard of the term National Supercomputing Mission, National Quantum Mission. Now another mission like National OS Mission, National Semiconductor Mission. So all these are mission mode projects specifically in the research sector. Why these kind of mission mode projects are coming up is our country should be leading the technology across the world. So that is why these kind of mission mode projects are coming in. So now what are all the areas that we are focusing? We in the sense the government departments, we are focusing is starting with the compute capacity. We are the largest producer of data, one of the largest data producer across the world. Our country has got enormous data being produced, right from a citizen to a government department or from multiple industries. So these data are being utilized by our foreign entities for their research and analysis. Although we produce a lot of data, for the compute part, as said in the previous session, still we are dependent on foreign service providers. So to have our own indigenous hardware, like our own processors, our own chipset, we have got multiple missions like semiconductor mission, supercomputing mission. So all these kind of missions are coming in. That is from the compute capacity part. From the dataset platform, we have got something called India Stack, which is one of the most, what to say, like dominating stack, which is being observed and being utilized by other foreign nationals. That is specifically for the AI platform. We have got India Stack. Same way, future skills. Again, a big program by government. See, there is a gap between the academic pass outs and the industry needs. So to bridge this gap, Government of India, like Department of Science and Technology, Ministry of Electronics, IT, with NASSCOM, they have rolled out 10 programs, 10 demanding programs is being rolled out, and lakhs of students are being trained. It is completely run by industry people like CDAC and other like industry people. They are running this kind of programs. So they are offering a free of course. The course is designed by NASSCOM, the industry experts. So this is to bridge the gap. So why all these kind of programs is coming in is these are required for evolution of AI. AI is applicable in multiple government sectors, but still we are dependent on foreign providers for the AI compute, that is hardware, AI platform, the middleware orchestration layer. Only what we have is applications and the main input for the applications. That is the data that we have, but we don't have a sustainable hardware and the platform. So that is where now our country is majorly focusing on. So to emphasize this and to lead such kind of a impact summit is being organized. So what is our readiness? The country's readiness. We have the largest AI skilled workforce, and 65% of already government departments, they have implemented AI in their working sector. So that is how common service centers are being completely updated. You see, in the future, as I said, services, it will find out what service is needed for every individual and it will come to you. So what is this Viksit Bharat? Self-sustainable country. So you would have heard of the term sovereignty. Everywhere this sovereignty is being brought in, right from cloud. Hope you are all using cloud services, right? Some way or the other you are using cloud services, starting from Google services. So now our country is focusing on setting up a sovereign cloud, which means hardware should be in our country. The platform should be, the intermediate platform control layer should be developed within our country by Indian players. Application should be developed and used by our country, by our people. So that is starting from the cloud services to the applications to AI enabled, ML enabled systems. So everywhere they are focusing on sovereignty. So that is where development of indigenous processes, such a massive investment by on a public private partnership is happening within our country. So India AI mission, as I said, today we are dependent on the foreign providers platform for AI, like use ChatGPT, use Gemini. So all that are not Indian based, right? So to have our own model, we have invested almost 10,000 crore, which is there in the roadmap, to have our own platform, our own indigenous hardware, our own indigenous platform, our own indigenous applications. So some of the use cases right now where government is using AI for e-governance applications, Project Boshini, one of the challenging project for implementation, because if you take other countries, maximum they'll have 2-3 official languages, but consider our country, such a wide landscape, multiple languages, multiple scripts. So there should not be any, like the accuracy rate should be extremely high. With such a challenging component like multiple scripts will be there and phonetics, everything will get changed. So to implement this, a massive work has gone, and this is one of the biggest success. Next is on AI in agriculture. So in agriculture, government has invested a lot on AI part, specifically for multilingual voice support, farmers chatbots and all that is there. But one problem that we have for this kind of, although technology is done at a faster pace, it's well working product, but how far it has reached the citizens, reached the farmers. So it has not gone deep into the farming sector, like it has not been like almost all farmers are not using it. But in the coming days, sure, it will reach out to all the farmers. Specifically in case of policing and security, that is in the surveillance system. Consider a country like India where enormous population is there. These days, if you see the crime, like identifying the crime components, analyzing it, so everywhere AI is used. Specifically for traffic management, in case of smart city based projects, smart traffic management, like even starting from the penalty to controlling the traffics, like AI based cameras, CCTV cameras are there. If you see at the back end, basically I am from the hardware computation part. So I'll just give you scenarios with related to the hardware. It's all edge based. You cannot rely on a complete supercomputer for all your AI needs or a centralized computer for all your AI needs. The reason is from the data generation point, it has to go, for example, CCTV surveillance system on the roads. A vehicle is crossing, the signal jumping. So you need to capture the number plate. So that has to be sent to the centralized server. From there, it has to identify the owner and then penalty will get generated and it will come to you. See, consider like the data movement. So everything, if it goes to the centralized server, workload gets increased at the centralized server. So where you are wasting enormous amount of network bandwidth, putting multiple loads on the centralized data server. So to avoid that, edge based systems are coming in. So the cameras will have a smart analysis system, like even it is integrated with the sort of intelligence, right? Every camera will have an intelligence system, and like 4 or 5 cameras or cameras within the region, within the street, integrated to a small compute device, and then to the locality there is a small computing device. So the load gets filtered at each stage so that it doesn't reach the centralized data. Only the final information reaches the central data, that is central data store, just for archival purpose. Other than that, everything is done at the edge level. So that is how the traffic management is being enhanced. This is one of the again biggest success, because I could see like people from law university, like faculties and members are there, so they will know very much on this. Like these days, even advocates, everybody, even non-advocate peoples, like a general citizen who is going to file a case, even before he files a case, he knows all the sections. Just you type something in Google, it will keep on pumping you a lot of information. So one of the biggest successful project is this, where in Supreme Courts they are using the AI tools for document translation, because as I said again, such a vast country with multiple languages, with the local for the need of local language support, they are using it. So the top success of a project of our country is UPI. UPI, which no other countries has achieved that. It is a top success where even the developed nations are trying to follow us. Already a team delegation, frequently they are visiting our country, right from RBI to individual banks to everywhere, the data processing centers with UI, with other data centers, everywhere they are doing a visit and they are analyzing the framework with which we have implemented this. So this is such a big success, right from the small village to the metropolitan cities, everywhere you can see UPI payments. So there are a lot of, at the back end, lot of components involved, and when the project was introduced, it was success. But not that time, if there is a fraudulent transaction, it will take 3-4 days to find out. But now, if there is a mistake or fraudulent transaction, if you just call a number, immediately the transaction will be blocked. So that is there at the back end, AI tools or AI platform is widely used. So for disaster management and maybe like what we call as country planning, we use flood forecasting. Google with Central Water Commission, they have partnered for flood forecast. So planning in case of water management, crisis management. So planning for the traffic, city development. So everywhere AI tools are used. So same way like for the infrastructure, cities infrastructure development, remote sensing. So next is government is focusing on integrating blockchain with AI. For example, registering the lands. You want to register a land in Chennai, sitting here, and the buyer is in here in this island, and seller is in Delhi. So they both will be there at their own place, sitting at their location. They can do the registration. So some of the concerns, as I said, compute part. So still we are like lagging in this field. So some sort of improvements is going on, but still that is not completely enough, because at the back end enormous GPUs are being utilized that consumes a lot of energy to cool down the system, to maintain the stable operating environment. A lot of cooling efforts are required. So again, we are moving against the green computing environment. So right from the civil structure to the electrical units, HVAC systems. So everywhere still a lot of research is going on. One side you are making a research for like you are about to reach a stability. Suddenly GPU nodes has come in for data center management. Now quantum computers are there, which again requires more like optimized energy and power management. So with GPU nodes, it is being somehow achieved, but now quantum systems are coming in. So which requires still more power management and energy management. So as I said, the next slide, just I'll run through on India's sovereign AI stack. The India stack, which is one of the most widely visible project, and a lot of our countries are expecting this stack from us. Once this stack is fully developed and stabilized, there are a lot of takers, government departments, other government, international departments eagerly waiting for this kind of stack. So some of the like major success rates across the world, you see Estonia, their AI is enabled for every individual citizen. So based on this only, I said services will come to every citizen. Services will find out where you are, what you want, and those government services will come to you. That is being implemented in a Europe Union country. Singapore, they have an integrated model, similar way UAE. So this is our India AI stack, right? Start from the base layer, where you have multiple frameworks being already implemented. Now it has to be integrated. Like you have Aadhaar system, you have UPI system, you have DigiLocker. As I said, internationally delegations are coming in, technocrats are coming in, and they are completely looking into our framework, how we have developed it, and they want this to be replicated in their country. Most successful one is Aadhaar, and before that we have UPI, the topmost successful project. Next is on the data exchange, middleware. So this is where now lot of work is going on. You have applications at one side. To process the application, to extract the data, to do the data mining, we need a framework, platform. So that is there, and down the line we have our intelligent systems like Boschini and all this, or the frameworks. So coming to the compute capacity, like as I said, we have a super computing mission and semiconductor missions. These focus majorly on the hardware part. Today, no chipset, nothing is manufactured. We are just doing an assembling part. Although it is manufactured, but not, it is on a pilot basis. Right from our mobile devices to the largest super quantum computers, we are dependent on foreign players. Even if they manufacture here, IP copyrights doesn't belong to our country. It is all like manufactured by foreign R&D labs. So our government is investing a lot on this. To start with, they are opening the GPUs based on IRAVET, the supercomputing clusters that is being open to government departments, R&D labs, to the students for their projects, for the internships. So that is where like government is offering a lot of internship projects specifically on this AI part, on the supercomputing part. So you can register with the departments and you can start using it. Like it is offered on a cloud service model. So the data sets, even morning someone asked like from where you can get the data sets. So data sets are available here. So a lot of data sets are available to train your models. Trained framework is available. Even you can use that. All these are government, non-private datas, because the implementation is based on something called DPDP Act, Digital Privacy Data Protection Act. So where for this kind of trained models, your core personal models like your health information and other such informations will not be available, but general informations like climate control, that climate predictions, so all those data are available where you can use that. So AI stack starts with the infrastructure, data engineering and modeling, where you bring in the sovereign LLMs, Bharat, which was discussed in the earlier sessions. And here comes the, as I said, the part on sovereignty, where we are focusing majorly on the compute part, right from hardware to the software stack, but everything falls under, as I said, Digital Personal Data Protection Act. So now in the future, not all use cases will fit into the AI hardware, that is servers specifically defined for AI hardware. There are certain cases where it can be dealt only with the edge devices. Like for example, your mobile devices, even in a later days, it will act as a edge nodes. It will gather data, it will do the compute part, it will do everything for you, and only the information will be sent back to the cloud. There are also use cases on that. So AI on local IoT devices, even the devices smaller than your mobiles like Raspberry Pis, kind of enhanced systems, even there AI GPU components can be integrated. But the challenge is limited power and memory. Within limited power and within the limited compute capacity, we need to do the operations. So that is one of the most challenging part in case of edge-based AI. So some of the framework. So next area of focus is on ML operations. You have did a development, you have did a pilot implementation, but how to make it sustainable? There comes the machine language based operations. So AI and ML systems, major hurdle is on making it a continuous operations, or to make it on a as a sustainable system. So some of the emerging frontiers. Okay, so rise of AI agents. See, AI systems is there. Okay, what is this AI agents? So this is where now the industry is focusing on. There will be like agents deployed at your systems or on the government services. It will do all the work for you. It will find out like what you need, from where you need the services and when you need the services, and that agents will fetch you what you need, right? Basically the role of an agent is like, for example, house agents, broker agents, they will find out the house for you and tell you. Similar way, AI based agents, so whatever you need, that will come to you. For example, now itself this is there. This has arrived from something called third platform technologies. Third platform technologies is a combination of social computing, mobile computing, data analytics and cloud. right? For cloud infrastructure and platform is used, social computing, mobile computing, and data analytics. For example, you want to buy something like you want to buy a laptop or you want to buy something. Just take your mobile, Google it. This everybody would have faced it. Type Google it, close your browser, open your laptop, log in with your any of your social media account. You will continuously get like advertisements what you want. Simple thing. This is called third platform technology. How it is working? With AI based agents. So you are being monitored like what you want. Some sort of analysis is done at the backend, and immediately there are a lot of analysis going on at the backend, and it will give you like, say for example, you want to buy something, this brand, this much discount is there, this brand, this much discount. So all that is there. That is AI agents at a micro level. When you take it at a larger scale, specifically for e-governance projects, it will find out like what kind of services, government services is required for which segment of people, from which region, when they require these services. So based on that, optimization is done. So next I said quantum based ML. Now quantum computing is like emerging computing from the hardware sector, from the computation sector. So quantum based machine learning for AI, then sustainable AI. As I said, ML based operations. How do you sustain? How do you make the system stable? So that is sustainable AI. Green computing, to run the hardware, to run the software with low power consumption and low heat dissipation. You need to, there are a lot of work is going on in green computing. So language training, specifically for our country, as I said, multiple regional languages are there. So you need to train the model for that for e-governance sector. AI on edge, that is even on a micro devices, you need to bring in AI systems. So these are some of the emerging components or challenges that industry is focusing on. Specifically, we CDAC, we belong to Government of India under Ministry of Electronics IT. So we are focusing on these sectors in collaboration with multiple academic institutions, startups, industries. So all these are some of the funded projects by government. So for the academic community, so there is a project, as I said, Future Skills. Just an overview of Future Skills, I said. It's a project by Government of India, and one segment is artificial intelligence, where labs are being set up by the government, funded by the government across all educational institutions, and there are courses for students. So as a summary, like AI, it's fully into e-governance. Full e-governance projects in the future will be governed by AI. So that drastic difference you will see, like as I said in the beginning, comparison with common service centers scenario 2-3 years back and current scenario. So some of the demanding roles where still we lag is AI architects, data scientists, and obviously the question where everybody will get is the security part. Every data is there in the, I'm giving it to some sort of applications, some sort of framework. So what is the security for my data? I said DPDP Act is there. That is Personal Data Protection Act. Even though it is there are chances that data may be taken out. Even mobiles, I am browsing something, still my data is taken out. So some sort of security for the AI framework itself. We are dependent on AI framework. If AI framework is being hacked, or there is some sort of interruption happened, or some sort of unethical elements is there inside, entire system will get collapsed. So cyber security and governance specialists. So these are some of the demanding roles. Skip this. So recently, a study by NASSCOM or report by NASSCOM states that AI will not disrupt Indian services, which means the existing services, existing job opportunities will not be taken out by AI. In fact, it will increase the job opportunities. Lot of AI professionals, specifically for these roles, what I said, specifically for these roles, lot of professionals are required. So that is why NASCOM is running a training program for the students. So don't worry, when you go with AI, your job opportunities will get reduced. That is not the case. And this data.gov.in, if you want to work with your own AI models to train your AI models, lot of data sets are available, government data sets are available, so you can utilize this. So with this, I'll just conclude the session. So sorry that I was running a bit fast because of lack of time. So in case like if you want to have any queries or discussions, I'll be available.
From the faculty side, from student side?
If you have time, we'll take it, or we can have it offline.
5 minutes for questions.
Okay.
Hello. Hello. Sir, good evening, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, myself Sangeeta, working as assistant professor in DBRAIT. Sir, beginning you are telling about the applications in major areas, but you have not, I don't know whether you have put hands on that agricultural healthcare applications you are.
Healthcare, since there is a separate session, I didn't put that, because healthcare is one of the like even at CDAC we have rolled out a big project called e-Sanjeevani, a healthcare application which is rolled out across the country, and that has being from CDAC, it's not like I'm not marketing it, but still it is a government project. e-Sanjeevani has during the COVID times it was most widely used from each and every part of the country. So since there is a separate session on
in that session we had we got the ideas in that, sir.
Okay.
Just to in the research area, what about your support in the healthcare wise?
Healthcare. Yes, we have a separate. We have a big group working on that, ma'am. And there also again we are integrating this Boschini. See, Boschini is a separate business division under a MAITI. So that is being linked with all the AI-based projects, because Boschini is oriented towards language. One example is like dynamic translation of the medical records or transcriptions, what they say like EMR based things. So translation into multiple languages, and even finding out the like patient, for example, they call it as some medical term that I don't know, but I'll explain you the scenario. Like there is a sudden disease spreading in a particular locality. So it is being found out and immediately analysis is being done, like a lot of alerts, and even that is linked with the supply chain management, like supplying the medicines and related, whatever is related to the stuff. So that sort of supply chain management is being linked, like Department of Social Welfare, Department of Women Health, obviously Health Ministry. So all these are being interlinked with this kind of project. So this is one scenario where it is also being worked. And again, like a lot of research projects and a lot of funding opportunities is there specifically for healthcare sector.
Okay, so, thank you, sir.
Is that, am I answered your question?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Because
Thank
what
you,
I thought is like what you asked is why it was not mentioned, right, ma'am? That
yes,
was your, okay, because there is a separate session, I
Okay,
don't
sir.
want to touch that.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. As I already mentioned, I'm Prajwal Ram from IT third year. Sir, my question is, as we discussed about the mission mode schemes, so what are the privacy concerns and consent of data isolation while approving for the schemes of mission modes and under the DPDP Act 2023?
Okay. See, this is one of the critical challenge, specifically the privacy of the data. Okay, so that is why you see in the past years, right from Google, right from Microsoft, they are setting up data center in our country. right? Almost all the major players are setting up, Google, IBM, everybody is setting up a data center in our country, because our country has made a rule that all government applications, when it goes to the cloud, it should be running in data centers within our country. Just one scenario I am telling you, because if there was a legal issue that happened, like for example, you are putting your data on Amazon cloud, there is government data is there in Amazon cloud. Amazon headquartered in US, their data center is in Singapore. We are Indian citizens using it. Okay, there is no clear defined SLAs or agreements kind of thing is there. So if something happens, how to move legally? There are a lot of issues there. So data center is governed by Singapore Government Act, company owned by US Government Act, citizens under Indian Cyber Act. So like that, lot of issues are there. So only government has made the mandate that data centers should be within the country. Then only our country's applications, our country's data will be hosted in the data center. Starting from this, moving into sovereign stack. So why we are going to develop our own sovereign stack right from the cloud, right from India AI stack. So everything is for the security purpose, for the safety and security. So even the indigenous process that we develop, we are dependent on them. Even the chipsets, process, everything we are dependent on the foreign providers. So we don't know at the firmware level what will be there. Today they say that everything is like isolated, sandboxed, but we don't know what will happen. So to avoid that, our country is focusing on a sustainable sovereign hardware, software, and the platform part. But
Thank you.
To answer your part in a straight way, still we are lagging in the security part. There are a lot of security issues still there.
Thank you, sir.
Sir. Yes, sir. Yes. Right, sir. Right, sir. Right, sir. Sir, I'll tell you one scenario, sir. During the COVID time, one government department has faced this. During the COVID time, health department want to roll out an immediate application. So, they have made a, sorry. Sir, okay. So government department want to roll out application at a faster pace because COVID was spreading in an enormous way. To handle the situation, application has to be immediately rolled out. They called a company and they told that it has to be rolled out. There is no other way to safeguard the citizens. So that company, what they did is they approached a cloud service provider, took platform as a service, and immediately launched the application. So that service provider was a leading international player. He said, I'll give you at free of cost. The platform will be at free of cost for you for 1 year. In turn, I will use your data for my research purpose. Right? So after 1 year, the developer, till 1 year was the maintenance period, so developer was handling the application. After 1 year, the application was handed over to the government department and the developer moved out. First 6 months, bill came in crores. That time government was thinking like what happened, then a committee was formed and they found out like based on the agreements, he's already started using our data for research purpose. Although he's not leaking out, but still he's a private organization using our data. So strict legal things has to be there, sir. And even though strict thing is there, some monitoring system has to be there, auditing system has to be there to ensure that data is not being released outside or it is not being misused. But still data is needed for further research, for further enhancements, but it should be handled in a proper way, sir. Yes, ma'am.
It is regarding, you have mentioned applications of quantum for solving optimization problems of AI.
Yes,
so where we are, any examples of that?
Ma'am, already we have a lot of like developments going on, ma'am, but it's not completely put on production because we don't have such a huge applications, such a kind of really quantum aware applications on a production scale. Although for pilot purpose, applications are being simulated and that is being tested. Now they have started only with the quantum communication. But when it comes to the optimization part, hardware we don't have. So we are importing the hardware now. Next is on the platform part. Yes, we are developing some sort of platforms and algorithms, but we don't have a real-time applications to really work on that. So we are not gone to that level. So just started with the communication part.
Thank you, sir.
In the quantum part, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, US are, to be frank, US are designing the chip and China is manufacturing that. Maybe copy or original, that we don't know, but still they are manufacturing that. Because their semiconductor industry is at such a huge scale. Sir. So thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful session highlighting the role of AI and transparent and efficient citizen-centric governance, especially relevant to geographical dispersed islands communities.
Our next and last session is to be conducted in virtual mode. We request Dr. Manu Vasist sir to kindly introduce Professor Amke Datta, Director, Amity Center for Artificial Intelligence, Amity University, Noida, and brief the audience about the session.
Good afternoon, everyone. After lunch, I think it's very difficult to keeping ourselves awake. But this speaker, Professor M.K. Datta, it's my privilege that I am reading his profile, and I have a personal interaction, not physically, but by verbal communication, as he is one of the co-PI in our research project, which we have submitted on artificial intelligence in ANRF, Government of India. So he is a very dynamic man, very cooperative, and I started that he is a director, Professor M.K. Datta. He is a director of Amity Center for Artificial Intelligence. He is a dean, student research, Amity University. He is a visiting professor also, Brno University, Czech Republic. He has obtained his PhD degree from Gautam Buddha Technical University, Uttar Pradesh. He has MTech degree from Central University of Tezpur, where he obtained a gold medal in his masters. He is a very distinguished academician, researcher, and thought leader in the field of artificial intelligence. He brings with him a rich academic and research experience in artificial intelligence, machine learning, image processing, and intelligent synthesis. He has more than 330 plus index journal publication. He has already completed the 6 research project by different funding agency. He has filed 10 patents, supervised multiple PhD and MTech student, and he has a many thing in AI. If you will name AI expert, his name will also come in one of the eminent people in India. So he has a AI based innovation in retinal disease detection, osteoporosis, cardiac pulmonary disease identification, tumor, and during COVID-19 pandemic he has also served. There is so much to do which we can describe about him. He's a very dynamic. This talk is going to be very interesting. He will be talking on AI on healthcare. And yes, I met him in person. Sorry, I forgot to that in Indian International Science Festival in Chandigarh. So sorry, sir, if you are listening. So we meet. So he is, sir. So thank you very much, sir. Now stage is yours.
Okay, so good afternoon to all of you. Is my voice audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Media needs a call. 3:30. Yes. So, Okay, so is my screen visible in the full slide mode?
Uh, no, sir.
No. One second.
You are on presentation mode, but there is a white screen. We don't see anything, any slide.
No.
No, sir. It's just a blank white screen.
One second. Just give me a minute. How about now?
Yes, sir. Your desktop is visible, sir.
Is the PPT visible?
Yes, sir.
Full screen mode?
Yes, sir.
And video and audio is clear?
Yeah, very much, sir. Very clear.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so good afternoon to all of you, the listeners. First of all, thank you so much, the organizers, the director of the center, the deans, and all the distinguished members of the organizing committee. You're organizing this event on behalf of, I think, the Pre-Summit of India AI Impact Summit. So very great to see that initiative coming up. My name is M.K. Datta. I'm particularly a computer scientist. My PhD is in computer science and engineering some 15 years back. And the interesting thing is that I have been a part of the journey that AI has seen in the last 5 to 7 years. So my connection, my love with AI goes back some 15 years back. Very fortunate to see the journey of AI. So this is my current center. This is my current workplace. I work for Ambedkar University. So prior to this, I was working with also with Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University, which is in Lucknow. So there also we had established the AI center. But here in Ambedkar University, we have also made a very advanced research facility. We have around 10 petaflop of computing power. We have got DGX2, 800 cards. So very, one of the most advanced facility which you need to train AI models. So for the benefit of the listeners, let me tell you, we need three things when you work with AI project. Number one is compute, supercomputing power like this. Number two is data, and number three is a architect who can actually train data, using particular architecture. So a combination of these things actually makes any AI project successful. So before I'm going to talk about AI in healthcare. So before I go to my actual talk, let me tell you a little bit about this. The timeline. As I was mentioning, AI is nothing new. AI is nothing new. AI, the basic foundation of AI. Let's talk about a gradient descent algorithm. So gradient descent algorithm was 1956. The backpropagation algorithm was 1974. For which then Geoffrey Hinton got Nobel Prize in 2024. So that deep learning and ANN models were discovered in 1974. And the journey went through, but I'll tell you a little bit more about it. In early, late 1990s and early 2010, we had machine learnings. Like I have my research papers which were published long back, 15 years back, like support vector machine, naive Bayes, or random forest. We use some boosting algorithms, etc. So those were the days where we had supervised learning, small data. Then comes 2010s, let's say 2010, 11, 12, 13, 14, the deep learning boom came up. We started using convolution neural nets. AlexNet had won the ISLRV project, and the Silicon Valley was booming with deep learning. It took a little bit longer for deep learning to come to India. And it started. So we started working with transfer learning, autoencoders, variational autoencoder, all these things we started, GANs, etc. And then comes the most decisive year, that was 2018. So the benefit of all the students, let me tell you, 2018 was the most, disruptive year in the history of AI. Why? There was a model called as transformer model, which was actually proposed by Google DeepMind. Google DeepMind is one of the top companies in AI, supported by Google. So they proposed a model called transformer. For the computer science students, I tell them what is transformer, how it makes the context memory infinite, etc. But for you people, for a general perspective, let me tell you, or let me make my comment even simpler. Prior to 2018, AI was like a small insect, like a small ant, and after 2018, AI has become like a dinosaur. It has become infinite power with unlimited capability. So the decisive year was 2018. So the love for AI, the affinity towards AI, BTech in AI, MTech in AI, PhD in AI, and all these AI courses actually started only after 2018 when the transformer model came up. And it made the, I mean, I'll not get into the architectures, etc., but this is a pipeline. And I had been very lucky. I can consider myself very lucky that I had been associated with this journey of AI from, let's say, 2007, 8, 9, 10. Even my first PhD student worked on an AI model. So I've been a part of the journey. But the modern AI, if you say, that started 2018, the transformer architecture. And today we call it as generative AI, the generative transformers like GPTs and DeepSeeks, and there's so many things we have. So in my talk, because my talk is of AI on healthcare, I will only talk some use cases of healthcare applications. I will not talk anything architecture or any mathematical model. I'll try to keep it simple, and somebody from the organization tell me when my time is up. Okay, so here we go. Let's start with my first use case. So this is a project which we work with, Department of Science and Technology. We made a small machine. Can you see us here? That's a small machine. It's a 3D printed design that we had made. So what is this? There is a stethoscope connected, electronic stethoscope. We use a small microphone to connect it to the diaphragm. The entire system is homemade. The lab made, our lab made. So what we did, we used you can see a single board computer like Raspberry Pi or just. We trained a model, deployed the model over here. Now we took a stethoscope, connected a microphone to the stethoscope, made electronic stethoscope so that the heart sound can fed into the device. And now the target is analyze the heart sound to find out if the heart sound is normal or abnormal. And this was funded by Department of Science and Technology, and the cost of making this device will be less than 10,000 rupees. So you can imagine it will be a good device for primary healthcare centers or tier 2, tier 3 cities where do not have proper cardiac assistance. This is how the model works. So our contribution, we as deep learning engineers, what our contribution was, we collected data. We actually worked on the 4 most common cardiac disorders: aortic stenosis, mitral regurgitation, mitral stenosis, and mitral valve prolapse. So these are the most common cardiac disorders that happens. So we trained the model in 2 modes. Number one, we trained a one-dimensional CNN model. You can see because a PCG, a phonocardiogram, the heart sound is a one-dimensional signal. Also, the one-dimensional signal, the PCG has got adequate energy where you can transform it into a spectrum where you can see a 2-dimensional data. So there is adequate amount of data training the model and discriminatory feature. So what I can say, to complement each other, we trained a one-dimensional model as well as a 2-dimensional model. So the device will work in 2 modes. Let us say the device is saying that a patient, as the subject, has mitral stenosis. So he can work, he can check it using mode 1, and he can also use checking mode 2. So both the modes, if it says that there is a disease like mitral stenosis, chances are very high because you have independently analyzed the signal with 2 different modes. This is the workflow. Center, you can see the device that I have kept, and the data acquisition, signal filtering. A lot of when you collect the heart sound, there's chances that other body signals may come up. Background noise may come up, filtering, and most importantly, where we train the deep learning model. So I had shown you the architecture in my previous slide, but what you need to appreciate over here is that the commitment to the Department of Science and Technology was making a device that is less than 10,000 rupees, which can actually go for a cardiac monitoring system, and this is what we have done. So this is the overall, what I can say, the pipeline or the workflow. And people who are more interested, you can have a snapshot of this. You can take a picture of this slide where you can see the research paper that are published in IEEE Transactions and other good journals. It's over here. You can read more about it. On the left hand side, you can see the device that we have actually developed. Then the GUI of the device. It's a very simplistic type of a device. If the only thing is that you should know where to keep the stethoscope in the heart, from where the heart sound can be captured, the cardiogram signal, and the sample report that is generated. Can you see us? I think you can see a sample report generated, and this report will tell you some. There are some statistical measures which we actually know what will be the possible range for a healthy person. On the basis of that, we can actually tell you which to which class you are much closer, the disease one or the abnormal one. So you can imagine this kind of small interventions in the healthcare can be very, very useful and especially we are in clinical trials. Four districts in Uttar Pradesh have already deployed. They are using it. We are also using it in for clinical trials in few collaborating hospitals. So we hope that once the clinical trials are good, it's done, we can bring it at a commercial scale. This is my next use case. This is my next project. This is a running project. Actually, the previous one that I have shown you is a completed project, but this is a running project. So what we are doing here is, we're trying to do some kind of a recommendation system for virus infection. So what is this? This is of course, I have to acknowledge National Institute of Epidemiology, NIHNI, is our collaborator. Dr. Rizwan is from NIHNI. He's the main collaborator in this lab. In the next slide, I'm acknowledging all my. So Dr. Rizwan is the lead. I'm also a collaborator. Then we have got Janani and Rakesh and other people who are working with us. So what is this about? You see, when you go to a doctor with viral symptoms, the doctor sometimes gets, do not get adequate confidence to recommend a test, because many of the tests, many of the symptoms of the viral diseases are, what you can say, they are overlapping, or they are very similar in nature. For example, a chikungunya or a dengue may have very similar symptoms. So the question is how to assist, the diagnosis of the doctor to recommend a pathological test. That is the objective of this research work. I'll show you a little bit more about it. So this is the, this is the VRDL net. I think this slide. Sorry. So this slide, you see the VRDL network is across the country. I'm sorry, I have missed Andaman and Nicobar here. Oh no, there is an Andaman and Nicobar. Yeah, I think I have my screen. There is a red dot here. So there must be a VRDL network in Andaman and Nicobar also, which essentially means that we are collecting data from all part of the country. I think one ICMR scientist, I had already spoken to him. He's the VRDL. I had already spoken to him, so he's most likely he's a VRDL, the lead at the state level. So we are collecting data across the whole country. So what is our job? Now I have got access to around 56 lakhs of patients across the whole country. So our job is, can we actually develop some kind of a machine learning model, some kind of an artificial intelligence model through which we can actually give some kind of a, a recommendation, or some kind of a estimation what may be the possible virus. Now let me run you through this flow diagram. So you can see this is the India map, where you can see all the centers of VRDL network goes through. We collect clinical symptoms, pathological test results. We have a tabular data. You're collecting the data. So you can imagine 56 lakhs of patients we have currently from all parts of the India. Go for cleaning, imputation, missing values, etc. Go through it. Now I'll talk a little bit more about the architecture in the next slide. We have an expert 1, expert 2, expert 3. They are actually essentially subneural networks. I'll talk more about it. Residual connection with both AI, and then we run an app on the basis of which something like this will come up. Just to check, can anybody tell me my cursor is moving? Can you see my cursor moving?
Yes, sir.
My cursor is moving.
Yeah, it is visible, sir.
So you see the predictions. I'm trying to show you the predictions. So let's say it will show you like influenza is some 55.9, influenza A is some 7. So this is how the report will come like. So the doctor will get some kind of an indication. For example, if the first prediction has got a very high confidence score, we can just recommend to do the pathological test for them. So mind you, we are not replacing the pathological tests with this AI model, but we are making a more kind of a recommendation which kind of disease, which kind of viral disease, the recommendation for the pathological. This is more about the AI architecture. So what we have done here is that we are using an MOE model. I don't know if you know, there's a Chinese LLM had come up last year called as DeepSeek. I think some of you heard about DeepSeek. DeepSeek is based on MOE, a mixture of experts. So what are these expert 1, expert 2, expert 3? These are actually, these are different level of architectures which are actually trained for mid-level abstraction, full-level abstraction, and strong bottlenecks. So 512, 1024 units, and 256 units that I have mentioned on the left-hand side. So what I say, if the dependency is small, or the dependency is mid, or the dependency is very long, in either case, the sequential model will be analyzed by these expert 1, expert 2, expert 3, which essentially means that 3-level analysis is done. Unlike we fix, unlike we a deep neural network or a shallow network and process the model. Here the innovation is that we are using three different sets of experts through which we are, taking the residual features, processing it through the attention module, and then we actually process the module. Now, what I'll show here is that you can see the app is running. This is how the app will look like. It's a phone-based or a lab-based app. Like you have to pick the state. You can pick Andaman Nicobar also, and then some criteria like what is your demographic, what is the date of birth. The month is important because influenza, dengue, they are more prevalent in different months. So diarrheal symptoms, we pick whatever are the diarrheal symptoms of the patient. Okay, like say let's say the respiratory infections. You can pick the respiratory infections, jaundice, neurological, hemographic, whatever is evident. Let's say only conjunctivitis is there. So whichever category of symptoms are available, the patient can do and do a prediction. In the background, there will be a model generated. In the background, there will be AI model which will be running. You can see 53.4% influenza it has detected. So sometimes it may be with more confidence score or less confidence score. So if there are equal amount of confidence score for two particular diseases, most likely the doctor can recommend both. This is how we are trying to make the life of the doctors easy by recommending tests. This is my third use case. Here I have to acknowledge, the King George Medical University. It's a medical hospital in Lucknow. They're quite big. So what we try to do here is, we are trying to do a cancer diagnostic thing. So what is this cancer diagnostic? Let me tell you. So in a country like India, cancer load is high, and we have limited resources, limited doctors, and most likely, we have. We are not able to handle the load. Or also, what if we can have easier ways for cancer screening? So this was the approach. So we collected the data from King George Medical University. The published paper has authors from King George Medical University and also from Lucknow University. So what we did here, we started discussing with the cancer specialist to try to understand what may be the possible discriminatory factors, or in our language we can say the biomarkers, which will be responsible for cervical cancer. So we scaled it down to two distinct modules. Number one is socio-demographic characteristics. So we spoke about what is the age of the patient, maybe what is the residence or place of residence, whether it's urban or whether it is rural, what is the educational status, what is the menstrual hygiene, what is the menstrual cycle, regular or irregular, what is the contraception use, all these questions, all these features, we found them to be discriminatory. And also some cytokine genetic parameters, the histopathological parameters, you can see like HRA. These are some blood values. So maybe 150 or 200 rupees, you have to do a blood test, get these values. Now the app will open. We have an app. We have kept it. You can browse our center. With a Center for Artificial Intelligence, you'll get all these apps. You can use it for free. Now what we do here is that once the patient is touching all these socio-demographics and also the histopathological parameters, machine learning model will process all these discriminatory features and then will return a confidence score of how close the person is towards cervical cancer. This is how it looks like. We tried many supervised learning model. We tried many supervised learning model, like you can see here. We tried many actually, and we got best results with also. Hello, is it audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Okay, so what we try to do here is that we have trained the machine learning model, which are particularly supervised in nature, and then what we got some very good results. So what the takeaway from here is? What happened? Huh? So the point is, places where you do not have adequate pap smears and other actual tests, we can use this as a screening mechanism for cancer diagnosis. The paper is published. Anybody interested can read more about the paper, how the pipeline was formed. And this app is deployed, and we have got more than 96-97% accuracy. This is deployed in many places. Next is a similar story. This is about the breast cancer. Whatever I told about cervical cancer, this is about breast cancer. Here I need to acknowledge there's a hospital in Delhi called as Dharamshila Hospital, which is in Delhi. So we are collaborating with Dharamshila Hospital to collect the data. So same story. We try to first find out what may be the possible biomarkers which are responsible or discriminatory for diagnostics of breast cancer. We had collected around 7,000 cases of breast cancer patients. Okay, we found we we found that three very discriminatory biomarkers: beta HCG, PD-L1, and AFP biomarkers. They are found to be very discriminatory. So we train a model using these biomarkers, and this is the whole pipeline. So the collected data, we label it, then we'll go for the reference for the test of the breast cancer. We'll be labeling it with multiple experts, the data interpretation, and then it goes to a machine learning model where the features are being extracted and being trained. So here you see this is the actual architecture which we used. So based on this biomarker, so the story is like this once again. The subject person has to do a small blood test which may cost around 200 rupees. So use this machine learning, put this, your demographics like your age, certain questions is going to ask you normal questions, social demographic habits like age, etc., some disease history, etc. And then you have to punch in the value of these biomarkers, and the model is going to tell you what stage may be the possibility of the person at this particular instant on the breast cancer. For example, whether it is control means healthy, or it is grade 1 breast cancer, grade 2 breast cancer, grade 3 breast cancer, or grade 4 breast cancer. Trying to work on certain apps, certain AI-based apps, so that that cancer load can be addressed, and there can be easier ways. And also breast cancer, also we need mammogram. If you understand that mammogram is another equipment which may not be available in tier 2, tier 3 cities of the country. But of course, using these kind of things, the screening mechanism can be easy, and we can help cancer load of the country. So the paper is published. You can read more about it. Let's talk about this. This is a recent work. We are working with AIMS Delhi. So Dr. Chandan Das is from AIMS Delhi, and he's good. We collaborate very closely with him. So here we are working with gallbladder carcinoma. We have the first paper. The first part of the paper is already published, where we have made the image-based classification. You can read more about the paper if you want. I'll a little bit talk about it here. So this is how it goes through. Our target is not only making a classification of the images, medical images using an artificial intelligence model, but also bringing in some kind of explainability. So what is this explainability? I'll talk more about it. So the primary target, the target of any AI model for medical diagnostics, or for that reason, any model, currently they expect explainability. For example, if you go 10 years back, okay, or 5 years back, you just give an image, a medical image as an input to an app. You just click, it will return you and tell you whether it's a carcinoma, stage 1, stage 2, or particular, like here I mentioned 8 diseases, and people used to live with that. But currently, a black box model or a shallow network which only returns the the label, the output, nobody's going to be happy about it. We need more explainability and more responsibility with the AI. So how do we go ahead with this? Let's talk about it. Let's go to the next slide. This is the architecture. Okay, so we have designed it using an architecture. This is the full pipeline. You can see the data processing, the model development, the performance, the diagnostic advantages will happen. The architecture is shown over. So we have used an attention model. If there are students of computer science or artificial intelligence, you know that how the self-attention model works. This if you use a multi-scale feature extraction via dilated convolution, it can handle visual variability. And these attention mechanisms will be focusing on disease-relevant regions only. Just like, for example, when a radiologist looks into a medical image, does not give equal attention to the entire part of the image, but it will give you attention only to those portions of the image where the diagnostics is supposed to happen. So this explainability comes into picture. So attention modules are very important. So let me explain in a simpler manner. When I use the weights, when I'm giving weights to the pixels of the image, I'll be assigning more weights to those images which are actually responsible to find the ulcer or the cancer or the carcinoma or the tumor, whatever. Okay, similar to the process, how a radiologist looks into an image and it gives more attention to those regions of the image which are actually having the inflammation. So this is you can read more about the paper. What I would like to draw your attention here is that maybe the next slide I have a more detailed one. Yeah, this here it is. Now if you look into that, can you see there are some colored images? Now these colored images are grade cams. So what are these grade cams? In our language, in AI language, we say when the gradients are maximum, we give a different look of a color. For example, we give a red color to the highest gradients. So in very easy language to explain, this color code, the red colors, or there's a code of colors which actually indicates which pixel of the image was given more weight or more attention scores. Okay, similar to a doctor. So the explainability comes over here. Now, when I will get it cross-validated with an expert radiologist, and then the expert radiologist has to tell me whether the red images, the red spots of the pixels are actually those images which are actually responsible for causing the carcinoma diagnostics in the image. So whether the machine vision, the computer vision is getting aligned with the actual expert vision or not has to be aligned, and this kind of great. So this is called the explainability. So this image, if I give it to you, I mean, the person is not only telling you that it is carcinoma stage 2, but also has highlighted and marked using a color coded grade cam. It's a overlay where there is more explainability, there is more confidence, and there is more responsibility on the AI, and this is what we look forward to. So this is the paper is published. You can see more about it. This is another work, so just because these are use cases only, I'm not getting into too much of thing. This is this we are working with King George Medical University Lucknow. This is actually an otoscope. So the Medical University, this paper is actually published recently. So it was like Dr. Anupam Mishra. He is a professor of ENT. He's a very senior professor. So with him, we were discussing, can we actually find out, do a AI based model to find out distinguish between the common ear diseases, so that the cases can be routed to the OPDs, or if any urgent interventions are required. So this is actually deployed now, and we are working on that. So once again, you see what we have used here. We have used ghost modules and feature generation, and we have used spatial attention channels. Now on the right hand side, you can see, because we have used those attention channels, what it essentially does is that the attention scores are being highlighted in the portions which is more responsible for the discrimination. In easier language, the red spots on the images are those spots which are actually more responsible for making the diagnostics of the disease. So this is how the responsibility comes into picture. This is a deployed model in King George Medical University. This is little interesting. Let me talk about it. So here what we are doing, we want, see, the input will be a medical image, and we want the AI to write a complete report on it. Just like in, for example, a radiologist looks into an image and can write a report. So we want to do this. So this is why, this is where the latest AI is. So if you really understand, this will be a very challenging AI model. Why? Because you are giving multimodal input to it. The radiology reports which are coming as images, and also, the radiology reports which comes as texts, and the images, the medical images which comes as images. So the image tokens and the text tokens, both the LLM has to understand and process it accordingly, so that image-based reports can be generated. So this is how I'm trying to give you one kind of an example that we are working. We are already working with this with AIIMS Delhi. So what we are working here with AIIMS Delhi is we are making a visual question answering for detecting gallbladder abnormalities in radiology, because now I have a good amount of gallbladder carcinoma image with Chandan Das. We are working on that. We have trained a model. How we work here, for a particular image, there will be a report. So we simultaneously do the tokenization of the images and do the tokenization of the text, and then merge and continue the convolution inside. I'll show you a couple of slides after that. There are models. There's a model called CLIP model, CLIP, CLIP. That is an OpenAI model. On CLIP, they have also trained something called as MedClip. They have also trained something called as MedClip, where medical images are being trained, CT images, X-ray images, etc. Meta has given a model called Flava. Google DeepMind has given a model called Flamingo. So there are already foundation models which are actually existing, where you can take use and build up your own networks by fine-tuning the models. This is a very simple, diagnostic example how we are working on that. Have a look. Then from the reports, we are generating the text tokens, and from the image, we are using an image encoder. Let's say a CNN network. We'll proceed with the text. Now you see the text tokens and the image tokens which are coming through it we are using a soft attention mechanism, where we are making the convolution. Like if you see the CLIP model or a Flava model, you will see how the text tokens and the image tokens are simultaneously considered in the convolution, where the understand. It's like this, a radiologist looks, when a radiologist is undergoing a training, he looks into an X-ray and he reads the report. So the visual, when you are looking into the X-rays, that's the vision, the vision part, the computer vision. and when you're reading the text, that's a text encoder for me. So here the radiology reports will generate the text encoders, and the image will generate the the image tokens. They'll go together, and this is how the multimodal diagnostics are. This is a little bit older. I think in 2020, all of you remember 26th May 2020, the COVID had come up and a lot of problems. The white shirt person is me wearing that mask to our honorable Chief Minister. I think our Chief Minister is very popular. I'm sure many of you may have been knowing. So you can see like the King George Medical University, Bhatsab is there on the right hand side, Hardeep, and Dr. Pathak is the Vice Chancellor of AKT. So what we did here, and interestingly, I'm very proud of it because 26th May 2020, we had, did the Lokarpan of the app where it was running on 4 government hospitals in Uttar Pradesh. So what essentially we did from, I think, last week of March, so April, May, June, sorry, April, we got only April and May. So some 45 days we trained a model. So what we did here, we collected data across the country. So when there is a pandemic, the whole world comes together. We collected data from Italy, from Germany, and from many hospitals in India. We trained a model, and actually we found that bacterial pneumonia and viral pneumonia are very similar to COVID symptoms in chest X-rays. We trained a model. I have given a screenshot of the paper. Now the model is little outdated because we used a less advanced model at 2020, but it was deployed, it was used, and before the RT-PCR came up in 2020. So at least for 3 to 4 months, this computer vision app was installed in many mobile vans and hospitals to screen between healthy COVID patients and bacterial pneumonia and viral pneumonia. So this is one of the use case we had done. This next use case is a relatively new one. We are working. This is an ongoing project funded by ICMR. So Dr. Sujit Gautam is an anesthesia doctor. He's in SGPGI, Lucknow. So what we are trying to do here, what we are trying to do with Dr. Sujit, this is the overall picture. What we are trying to do here is, we are trying to make an app. I call the app as a pain buddy. So what we are going to do in this app is, we are already training, an LLM model, with all the diagnostic, let's come here, with all the project, the overview is that develop a mobile application for pain diagnosis. So what we will do, we will take, let's say, 2 textbooks, 3 research papers, 4 review papers related to pain, and we will train a LLM model. Now, after that, when a person actually will register, it will give its own history, medical history, and and now we are also making this app to read computer vision images. Like for example, if there is an MRI done or an X-ray done, or whatever, any medical diagnostics, medical imaging done, this app can actually read the medical image and extract the information. So it becomes a personal assistant or a personal doctor like of an app for the patient. Now, once this is ready, this is completely ready to give you recommendations. For example, let's say somebody having a chronic pain, let's say a joint pain or a back pain, something like that. You have taken the painkiller and still you're not getting relief. You can ask your app that I have taken the painkiller, I have taken the injection 1 hour back and still I'm not getting relief. So from your information, the patient demographic information, the patient, medical info history that it has, and the medical information that on which it has been trained, it will give you some kind of a recommendation. So this is what is the one of the interesting research project we are doing. Of course, SGPGI Lucknow is the lead in this, and we are the AI collaborators where we are training the model. This is another interesting model. This is also published work. We can see this was done in collaboration with the. So I have some time, or is it over? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. 5 more minutes, sir.
Okay, I'll conclude in 5 minutes. Okay. So this is another, work with. I'll try to run quickly. So this is another work we did with the European. The data was collected from the European lab. I'm actually visiting professor in Brno University of Technology. So this was collected from the hospital in Brno. So what we did, hypoxia state. Let me come here. So traditional, the FHR is the fetal heart monitoring. In big cities and all, you have got doctors and nurses and all where they can check your heart rate of the fetus and find out whether everything is fine or not. Okay, but for a primary healthcare center, etc., we trained a model, and that model we connected a Doppler to a small, the same machine that I've shown you for the cardiac monitoring. We have trained a deep neural network, and that deep neural network will help you to make a diagnosis whether the FHR is correct or not. Because there's something called as hypoxia state. I mean, sometimes the fallopian tube that connects the baby with the mother's body, it gets twisted, and less oxygen is being fed to the fetus, which may be a very dangerous situation. So to monitor that, you need this kind of FHR monitoring. We train the model. So this is how it actually looks like. We use the spectrogram model to train that. We have a paper published. You can take a screenshot of this work. There's already a paper published. If anybody wants to read, this is the diagnostics and also the device mode where we have deployed it. This is about glioma. Because I don't have much time. Glioma is what in a neural disorder. You need to do medical MRIs and PET scans to do the diagnosis of glioma. The same story what we have in here is that we used histopathological parameters. Look at the left-hand side bottom. You can see some blood parameters. So you can do a 200 or 300 rupees blood test. And that blood test, based on that blood test, we have trained a model on the blood biomarkers. So people can actually use this blood test values using this machine learning model to check what may be the stage of glioma for a particular patient is. So this is also similar to that the breast cancer and the cervical cancer. Let me see if I've got anything interesting more to show you. This is PCOS, and this is another interesting project we are working. This polycystic ovary. Same story. What we have used an attention module. Here we have used an attention module to find out on the ultrasound of the ovarian how to make the diagnosis of this PCOS. This is an interesting architecture that we have used. Can you see an attention module has been used on a convolutional neural net? And once again, as I mentioned, see, I'm a huge fan of attention and the attention module being used. Most of my research paper, you'll see an attention module sitting. And the purpose of that attention module is that you need to focus more on the areas which are responsible for making the discrimination or the diagnostics. So I will stop let me see if I've got anything interesting. I'll skip the slides. We have some shortage of time. So, okay, I'll skip it. So I'll say thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for inviting me to this important deliberation. So thank you so much. You can connect me or you can reach me through my email ID. You can connect me in my LinkedIn. It will be great to have collaboration. Anyone is welcome to give you comments, input, or connect with me. Thank you.
If anyone is having questions, then they can ask.
Any questions from faculty, students? So we have one question from student.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, please.
Sir, myself Prajwal Ram from Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Institute of Technology. My question is, as the developing countries like US, China, Japan, they are advancing towards the AI-based cognitive mapping, or we can call it mind mapping. So what is the steps or the roadmap India is taking for the cognitive or mind mapping technology for patients diagnosis or healthcare monitoring?
Is your question related to dementia and schizophrenia, this kind of diseases, or what is that? What is your general?
My basic question is about cognitive mapping, like mind mapping technology which they are using regarding.
I don't know much about it, but what I can tell you, whatever I know, I'll tell you. There's a lot of work going on in the mental health space. Okay, for example, dementia, schizophrenia, anxiety, depression. A lot of work has been doing. But if you really talk about cognition, have you heard of a company called Neuralink of Elon Musk?
Yes, sir.
So that is the topmost, one of the topmost innovation in cognitive domain is being done by these people. This Elon Musk company, Neuralink. He has actually hired the finest neuroscientists of the world. And what he is trying to do is that he's trying to decode the human mind. See, your question is very interesting. What does it mean actually? It means, see, I'll explain it this way. When you look into an image, let's say you're looking into a cartoon, and you're very happy, you're laughing. You're looking at a photo of a dead body, you're sad. There is a process that goes on. What is the process? The process is, when the image is formed in the retina, there are some set of neurons which are being fired. it reaches a portion of your brain called as the visual cortex, and that generates some kind of pattern which is responsible for generating the emotion in you. Now, people like Elon Musk, the great innovation that they're doing, if they are able to decode the patterns which leads to happiness, which leads to sad or angry, any emotion, then there will be a small chip. There will be a 3 chip which will be just placed in your head. Somebody will press a button, activate happiness 2.0. So the person will start laughing, and some artificial happiness will start happening. So this is the level of things that are going on. But if you really ask about cognitive domain, what kind of research in India, I don't know. Most likely, I do not work much on that. I do not, and most likely not much work has been done. But if you talk about neural disorder like dementia, schizophrenia, or mental space like anxiety and depression, etc., a lot of work has been going on in the country. Many in IITs, triple IITs, anywhere you see, you go into that, especially triple IIT Jodhpur, triple IIT Hyderabad. Many people are working on this in the interface of mental space and AI. A lot of work has been, a lot of research papers are also coming up.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Any more questions? So can I say thank you to all of you for your attention, for your
Thank you, sir.
invitation
Thank you
to
very
me.
much for joining, and thank you for the wonderful talk. I hope that next time we want to see you here in physical mode. And
कौन बोल रहा है ये मैडम आपके जो
yes,
सन्मुख मैडम बोल
yes,
रहे हैं?
yes, sir. I
It's a
am.
very nice madam seeing you.
So thank you so much, and we this time you was very occupied, as we got to know. Next time we will expect you to be here, and for discussions on other fields of AI in which you are working in different projects. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you, sir. We are grateful for your time and expertise.
With this, we conclude the technical session of today's workshop. We now move to the valedictory session, beginning with the participants' feedback.
Your feedback is important to us and will shape future academic research and outreach initiatives. Feedback forms are being distributed. Kindly fill them in carefully.
Student volunteers may please assist with the distribution and collection.
So as the forms are getting filled up, I would request people who want to share their feedback for the entire sessions we had from morning till this time. So I would really appreciate if you could come forward and share what you feel. I think we'll first start with the faculty. Faculty we have from JNRM and Tagore colleges, Law College. So if anybody would like to come and share their feedback of today's session, that will be very encouraging as a host institute. Aye, ma'am. So let's please welcome the assistant professor from Computer Science Department from JNRM. She will share her feedback with us.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving this wonderful opportunity. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Mukta Jagdish, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science, JNRM College. Today we are here for the event that is state level pre-summit event under the India AI Impact Summit 2026.
This was organized by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Institute of Technology, where from the morning sessions we have understood many concepts related to AI, which is most important in our social problems to be solved with the help of this AI generations. I would like to thank you all the dignities and principal madam for giving this wonderful opportunity to be a part of this organized program. And as for the AI related concepts which we have learned based on education, based on community media of AI, how we are going to use, how we are going to solve with the social problems which were occurred during the time of COVID, and what are the tools we can use with the help of this AI and healthcare, agriculture. Artificial intelligence is the one of the best solution to solve major problems of societal. So I am also working under one of the project that is for ministry under DST as a young scientist and technologist. The project comes for the tsunami and how we are going to overcome the problem with the help of giving more information as fast as possible through AI and machine learning. So this session was really very wonderful, and the things which has been covered under this session was extremely useful for me as well as for the faculties and students to develop their own projects according to the AI tools, as well as for their upcoming problems to be solved with the help of AI. Thank you so much everyone, the faculty and the college and the coordinators are also to be making this program as fast as possible and very convenient for us also to understand the concept. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Any other faculty? So we have a teaching faculty from Andaman Law College. Let's welcome him.
I feel very gratitude while joining this program. This program is all about AI, a new paradigm in learning, teaching, and everything else. And let's not forget that since privacy is one of the fundamental rights, since I'm from law background, so some discussion on DPDP Act is also there. Still means we will have to understand that the law which is governing AI is not full-fledged developed in India. What sir discussed that cyberspace is cyber law is there, but the norms of cyber law is only two laws are there which are governing. One is Information Technology Act and one is DPDP Act. So we will have to keep abreast with us that all the moral obligations which is been there, but the main thing is for us to act as responsibly, and we will learn lots of things from ranging from agriculture to health sector and all. So it is very beneficial for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your concerns. I hope the point will be well taken. Yes, I need feedbacks from the students now. Yes, please volunteer. So we have Dinesh, BTech Civil. Anybody online, sir? Yeah, you can post the comment there. Anybody watching? So for those who are connected with us online mode, please feel free to share your feedback in the comments. We would really appreciate that. So in the meantime, we have students' feedback starting from Dinesh. Others, if you're ready, please come forward.
So myself, Dinesh, as I have already mentioned, I'm from BTech Civil Department, a second year student. So AI may be intelligent, much more intelligent than us, but the impact of AI depends entirely on the values of the people who are building and using it. So thank you for this inspiring and not only inspiring but aspiring session. As a student, it's encouraging to hear the perspective of the experts that go beyond the textbooks and exams, so to which we people are often limited to. And this discussion has made me think more deeply on the engineering aspect, how as a young engineer I can contribute to various areas like as Principal Ma'am spoke of IMD, Indian Meteorological Department, weather forecasting. We civil engineers got a key role there. So I'm truly grateful for this opportunity and the organizers and the speakers. And I'm looking forward for the AI Summit 2026, Feb 16 to 20, 2026 at Bharat Mandapam, India. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dinesh. Next, I have Prajwal from Diploma. Which branch? Diploma IT, third year.
Hello, good evening, everyone. From the morning session, continuing it with the afternoon session, Munsaf sir and everyone has given their all the best to let us know what is e-governance, what is the role of AI technology in uh, e-governance and healthcare, and what is the application of AI. So, summing up with a very crisp feedback that it was very relevant, it was very understandable that what key role is AI playing in our life. But I would like to include that AI is just not an application. We must need to understand this, that AI is a technology which is emerging and it will keep emerging until and unless we are not understanding the impact of it. So thanks to all the dignities who has brought me up over here to give the feedback and understand such a great concept of AI. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prajwal. Next, we have Ritisha from BTech ECE first year.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ritisha Das from BTech EC first year. I would like to share my feedback on AI Impact Pre-Summit 2026. Uh, how artificial intelligence, sorry, the session was very informative and easy to understand how artificial intelligence became very popular after 2016 and why data is the backbone of AI. Also, AI is widely used in medical, engineering, agriculture, law, and educational field. The explanation of AI in the education domain was especially interesting and relevant for a student like us. We learned how artificial intelligence is changing the way of students learning and teachers teaching. AI helps in providing smart contents, personalized learning, and AI based tutoring systems, which make education more interactive and effective. The session also highlighted how AI supports citizens by transforming government's services by making it faster, smarter, and more transparent. The session also showed us how AI supports hospital through automations, smart monitoring systems which save time and works efficiently. Overall, today's session was very informative, inspiring, and very useful for all of us. We are thankful to our organizers and speakers for giving us such a wonderful learning experience. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your feedback and reflection on today's workshop. We now move to the next segment of the valedictory session, the certificate distribution ceremony.
We request our speaker, Dr. Mansaf Alam sir, to offer certificates to participation to faculty and students of Law College. Thank you, sir. We now request Principal Ma'am DBRAIT to offer the certificate to students and faculties of JNRM College. I request all faculties and all students to come over the stage. Thank you, ma'am and sir. Now I request Shri Kailash sir to felicitate the student of Tagore College. All faculties and students may come to dais. Thank you, sir and ma'am. Okay, now I would like to call DBRAIT. Now I would like to call students and faculties from each department of Diploma and BTech from DBRAIT College. One faculty from each department and one student from each department.
And after that, to make this event more memorable, we will plan to have a group photograph so that we will remember each other when we will see the pics. So please be seated, and then evening snacks will be served. So you please be seated.
हर एक डिपार्टमेंट से एक एक स्टूडेंट, सिविल 1, इलेक्ट्रिकल 1, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स 1, कंप्यूटर, होटल मैनेजमेंट 1 स्टूडेंट फ्रॉम ईच डिपार्टमेंट. आ जाइए आप लोग.
As a token of gratitude and appreciation, the host institute will honor our esteemed speakers.
We respectfully invite our principal and workshop patron, Professor Dr. Sanmukh ma'am, to present mementos to the speakers. We request Professor Dr. Mansa Palam sir to kindly step forward to receive the memento.
Thank you, sir. Now we invite Shri Kailash sir to kindly join and take the memento. Thank you, ma'am, for honoring our speakers.
We sincerely thank all our speakers for their valuable contributions and for making this workshop a meaningful learning experience. We kindly request all the dignitaries and speakers to please be seated on the dais.
We now invite Mrs. T. Diana Josnal ma'am, HOD BTech Civil, to deliver the vote of thanks and formally conclude the workshop.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, distinguished speakers, esteemed faculty members, staff, dear students and participants, on behalf of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Institute of Technology, Sri Vijaya Puram, I extend my sincere gratitude to all who contributed to the successful conduct of the one-day workshop on artificial intelligence for inclusive growth in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. The program aligns with national priorities on capacity building, interdisciplinary learning, innovation, and technology-enabled inclusive development, as emphasized by UGC and AICT. We gratefully acknowledge our chief guest, Dr. Apruv Das, Director, ICMR, Sri Vijayapuram, for his kind consent and continued institutional support to academic and research-driven initiatives. I express my sincere appreciation to our workshop patron and principal, Professor Dr. Shanmukh Kaur, for her leadership, vision, and encouragement in fostering outcome-based learning, research, orientation, and innovation ecosystems within our institution. We place on record our deep appreciation to our distinguished speakers, Professor Dr. Mansaf Alam sir, Professor N.K. Datta, Shri Kailash, yes, and Shri Nitish Singh for their expert deliberations on artificial intelligence in education, governance, community media, and inclusive development. Their sessions significantly contributed to enhancing digital competencies, applied research perspectives, and innovation readiness, particularly in the context of island and remote region challenges. We also thank the heads of the institutions, especially the principal of Andaman Law College, the faculty members, and participations from other institutions like Tagu College, whose active participation strengthened inter-institutional collaboration and knowledge exchange. We acknowledge the dedicated efforts of our auditorium and technical staff for ensuring the smooth conduct of the program. Our sincere thanks to Doordarshan Kendra, Port Blair, for media support, and to Softtech for facilitating live YouTube streaming, thereby extending the academic outreach beyond the physical campus. I express special appreciation to the Student Council, student volunteers, and organizing committee members for their active involvement, teamwork, and effective coordination, reflecting the spirit of experiential learning and student-centric academic practices. Finally, I thank all the participants for their enthusiastic engagement and constructive feedback, which will support continuous improvement and future academic planning. As we conclude, let us carry forward the guiding vision of From Island Problems to AI Startups and building AI by island youth for island challenges. When the youth of the Andaman and Nicobar Islands apply artificial intelligence to locally relevant challenges, innovation fosters self-reliance and technology becomes a catalyst for sustainable and inclusive regional development. Thank you all. And with this, we formally conclude today's workshop. Have a pleasant evening.
Thank you, ma'am, for your vote of thanks.
We now request all the dignitaries and speakers present on the dais to kindly assemble for the group photograph.
Faculty members associated with the workshop are also requested to kindly along with the participant, kindly join the photograph session. Participants are requested to kindly come over. With this, we come to the conclusion of today's program. We invite all participants to join us for tea outside the hall. Thank you all for your presence and cooperation. Have a pleasant evening. All DBRAIT students are requested to stay back in the hall. All DBRAIT students are requested to stay back in the hall.